way offline there. We didn't see any other traffic involved, so did he get pushed off by somebody else or not? We don't know.
Looked like he really got out wide, but how you do it quite there? You must have been terribly out of shot, out of condition on the first part to get there.
To get there, yeah, I know.
In comes the DBA Zytek. They're in 20th overall, and as we continue to watch this latest round of pit stops, we'd like to welcome our next special guest to the Speed Announce booth, President, CEO of the Panoz Motorsport Group and the American Le Mans Series, Mr. Scott Atherton. Scott, great to see you again. Busy weekend. I know you've been in and out of meetings, and you've been very busy here at Circuit de la Sarthe this weekend, but great to see so many Americans. Great to see so many of your teams from the ALMS here.
21 cars, I think, from the American Le Mans Series, and at least that many drivers. So, you know, if in the old days with 48 cars, we'd almost have half the field here.
And problems here, and what we should say is problems continue, unfortunately, for the Calpont Risi Competizione Ferrari. The 94 machine spent a lengthy period of time with changing a gearbox, certainly rectifying gearbox problems, and now that car is beached. They should be able to get out of there, though, Bill.
Well, I think it's high-sided right now. You can see it slid sideways and almost backwards through the gravel. It's very flat right there, so it built up a nice wave of gravel underneath it, and the rear tires haven't got any traction. They'll probably have to pull the tractor out.
Scott, speaking of American Le Mans Series teams, that Risi Competizione car is one of yours. Speaking of Ferrari, recent announcement that the Velox Pro Drive team will field 2 cars. That's a big boost. And with American female driver Danica Patrick.
Yeah, very pleased about that. Anybody that's followed Danica's career knows that, you know, as they say in the industry, she's the real deal. Having Bobby Rahal involved in her career and subsequently now involved in the American Le Mans Series is a plus for everyone as well.
Have to say, spring break seems like it's gone on for a long time. Seems a long time since Sebring. You've got Road Atlanta in 2 weeks' time. You're anxious to get back to it?
Oh, it's, as I've said to a few others this weekend, it seems like we have 2 off seasons, and it's a cruel hoax when we go to Sebring and then we take a break like this. So yeah, to say we're anxious to get back would be an understatement.
Now, you've been involved in something else, and I don't know how much you have been involved, but tell us more about this 4-race series coming up at the end of the year.
I think this is, on the surface, it may not be apparent, but this is one of the most significant developments in sports car racing in a long time. You know, you've got a group of individuals that represent what's currently being managed by the Stefan Rattel organization, the FIA GT. You have the ACO, you have Don Panoz. You have this consortium of individuals that are getting together to organize what will be called the Le Mans Endurance Series. 4 spectacular venues, 1,000K events, and you know, anytime you can add something of this quality, it's good for sports car racing, and I think you'll see the manufacturers respond accordingly.
There's been a lot of speculation on websites and in industry magazines, etc. But this is definite. This is going ahead. Tell us the venues.
Well, the venues have been announced. They've announced Spa, Monza, Nürburgring, and Silverstone, with the specific dates to be confirmed. I believe September was the time frame. And yeah, it's absolutely going forward. You know, these deals are always a bit fragile when they're at the gestation stage like this, but when you look at the people who are involved in this, I don't think there's any question about it's going to reach fruition.
Sadly, the day hasn't gone to plan for Kevin Butler and the Racers Group, but Kevin made a statement in an earlier interview, and he said, talking about he and the battle with Alex Job and Peterson Motorsports, he said, bragging rights are pretty important back in America. It must be fairly satisfactory for you, and satisfying, I should say, because they hold the ALMS in such high esteem.
Absolutely. You know, when I look at the way the teams that are always competing in the American Le Mans Series, the way they've fared here in qualifying and now in the race, it's very gratifying. You know, the quality that we have within the American Le Mans Series is second to none.
I remember just a very few years ago that it seemed that the European teams were completely dominant here. And I think last year for Corvette, who were win GTS, and Kevin winning the GT class. It's tremendous for them and their sponsors.
Well, it's just, you know, we talk about European style and American attitude. That's the tagline, but I think it's also world class. You know, we could add that to it as well.
So you're very excited about the series coming up then, and what sort of time period is it going to take? Over a couple of months?
The European series, yeah, they are. I mean, the work has started already. I've lost count of how many meetings we've organized while we've been here this week. It was developing literally right up to the moment that we walked in front of the microphones and made the announcement. One thing that needs to be pointed out here, the America Le Mans Series is not technically organizing this, and we really don't have any direct involvement. The ACO has graciously involved us in the process and in the development, primarily so that we would be aware and make sure that there isn't going to be any conflicts. We're not going to have date overlaps. We're not going to have a calendar that restricts European teams from coming to Sebring or to Petit Le Mans, and likewise for their big events. So it's going to be a work in progress here for a while, and there's a lot of heavy lifting to be done.
If you've just joined us here on Speed, we're live and exclusive from Circuit de la Sarthe. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues. For all of you guys, we've got Derek Bell, David Hobbs, Bill Adam and Scott Atherton in the booth. I'm Lee Diffie. I'd like to draw your attention to a graphic we'll put on screen now. And most notably, Derek, I'll get you to comment on this. Have a look at the number 7 Bentley, the amount of total time spent in the pits.
Yeah,
it's hosing everyone else.
It's really phenomenal. The guys can do a remarkable job, and obviously everybody was going to be critical, and I've obviously been worried about the amount of time we would spend in the pits, but we have done a lot of 24-hour tests, and obviously it's coming to fruition today. You can see it. You know, obviously number 8's a problem because he did have the extra stop when he had to go back in for the headrest falling off, so that's really rather ruined his average.
But he's still only up a minute overall on that extra stop. So still in all, both the cars looking extremely good on the total time spent in the pits.
And I think that's the surprise for everybody, particularly in the Audi. But don't forget, of course, that the champion car did have an extra stop or an earlier stop, which probably threw their rhythm a little bit when they got the puncture.
Now, just then we saw that Ferrari being dragged out of the pit and setting off down the road. Did it look to you like there was a lot of fluid coming in?
No, that was dust. That was all the garbage. That was all stones. I sort of went like that and pointed across your set. The stones are pouring out from underneath the undertray. Don't forget they have so much undertray on these cars these days. And I was thinking, poor guys coming flying down into Mulsanne corner and have that lot just accelerate out.
Well, first of all, I thought it was stones. Then I was wondering whether it was in fact some sort of fluid.
Yeah,
so
you know what? I thought it was fluid too, dude.
I guess we'll find out when he comes in.
Look at Jean-Marc Gounon getting set to get strapped into the number 13 Courage competition, Judd-powered car, the former ex-Formula 1 driver getting all revved up. The Risi car is back in pit lane. Andrew, tell us more.
Yeah, I'm actually with the 31 car, which has had this 4-hour engine change, and I've actually done that. I took the engine out, did some work on it, just about to go back out, but in the 675 class, well, heck, if I still win it.
Could very well.
Nobody else wants to win it. Maybe they can. They obviously want to very badly. They change an engine.
That's well, actually, they can't change the engine because they have to finish with the same block as what they started with. But
they obviously changed quite a few components in 4 hours. Yes.
Well, nice to see them rolling back out onto the circuit. Perhaps we could interest Bill Adam, David Hobbs and Derek Bell starting a 675 class for Le Mans next year.
Yeah. Oh, well, now there you're talking about real class now.
Announcers on the run.
What about world class?
We'll be back. Going on this weekend, either in America or abroad. Here in France, the Le Mans 24-hour continues, and tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern, the ASA Racing Series continues from Kansas City. That's 10 p.m. Eastern tonight here on Speed. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. The Pescarolo Sport team are getting set for their next pit stop. These are the guys who are based right here in Techno Park 24 in the grounds of Circuit de la Sarthe. So this is literally a home race for them. They know the shortened Bugatti circuit better than anybody else, and their cars are still reasonably placed.
I was talking to Pescarolo earlier, and he was saying just how well the car handles, but the Peugeot engine just doesn't have the power, but the handling is incredibly good. But as you can see, that's the wrong way down the grid.
Ouch.
Well, interesting things down in the pits. Let's get some more interesting things from the pits. Here's Andrew.
Absolutely incredible what happened with this JPX engine in the Courage. You just saw the car go out, and actually it broke a timing belt. The cam belt broke, and all the valves hit all the pistons. They took the engine out, they took the heads off. Remember, this is a 120-degree V engine, a bit like the Renault Formula 1. They replaced all the valves, they put the heads back on, and they bolted the engine back into the car. It's fired up and it's gone out onto the racetrack.
Good Lord alive.
And there's the car that just won't die.
Go the Spiker.
It loses wheels, it parks itself, but it still keeps getting back.
It's like the bunny. It just keeps on going.
Brian Till.
Yeah, I'm down here in the 94 pit, the Risi Competizione pit. The Ferrari had spent a lot of time in the garage, and they thought it was gearbox. We all talked about how they'd gone to the mechanical gearbox in this car, and it had turned around and bit them. It wasn't that at all. As it turns out, they had to replace the flywheel because the flywheel has a sensor on it that was controlling the RPM in the engine, so they actually had to separate things, take the flywheel off a spare engine and replace the flywheel because it had the crank sensor on it.
God, boy, we've seen some.
Yeah, the 31 cars back in after one lap. This is just to do a check in case there's any leaks. Remember, they've had the heads off this car. David Halliday is at the wheel. Of course, he is the son of the most famous singer in the whole of France, Johnny Halliday. But I think this is now just to check there aren't any leaks. It's a phenomenal effort. And when the car did get off the pit road, all the team jumped up and down and cheered and congratulated themselves as well they might. This engine actually is an Anglo-French engine designed by Dale Jones in England, but all the parts, the castings, have been built very close to here in Le Mans.
Well, after all that work, of course, it's a mere 93 laps down now. So
You could say it's an uphill struggle then.
yeah, got a bit of time to make up.
Yeah, but in that class, it's quite possible to win.
Oh, another
The
one going
normal
away.
Ford going into the pits yet again.
These 675s just do not suit long-distance racing, do
Doesn't
they?
seem like it, does it?
Yeah.
Boy, I'll swear one of these times the mechanic's going to trip over our camera. I can just see it coming. That, too, is a good-looking car. It looks like it's nicely built.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? Excellent. Of course, no good if the engine doesn't work too well for it.
This is the 16 Judd-powered Racing for Holland Dome. The sister car, the number 15, is still in the top 5. John Bosch, Jan Lammers, Andy Wallace. Andy Wallace, of course, won the Rolex 24 at Daytona earlier this year, and he and Jan Lammers won back in '88. So a successful pairing there, and the highest placed of these two cars. Expecting the sister car to be back in. And again, something we haven't touched on but has been well documented and spoken about is the patchwork design, the checkered design. And I was talking with Jan Lammers the other day. He said it's designed to take about 500 sponsors, and they've got virtually 200 on there at the moment. So great support from the people, you know, throughout the Netherlands and whoever, wherever they've supported him, and it's a varied money. About, I think the base package you can get in is about €2,500. So
Yeah, but I always wonder what that gives you for it, because you
can't read it.
I mean, if you look at Kevin Buckler's car, you can see Monster Cable on there pretty clearly, but you look at that car, I defy you to read a single name.
And I can't believe really going to take any sort of artistic photographs of it, because I can't even tell you what the shape is exactly.
I was saying that earlier.
Yeah.
The shape is actually really pretty when you look at it up close, but the paint, the scheme on it just doesn't do it justice.
And as you can understand, our French host broadcasters take a particular interest in this French team, Henri Pescarolo's sport team.
Well, you know, Henri Pescarolo's won this race 4 times. He was a hero of France, wasn't he, David? All through the 70s, great Formula 3 driver, Formula 1 driver, and probably, you know, as much as anything, has kept his name there through sports car racing and running his own team, and he's a great hero.
Well, of course, he won this race 4 times. Not quite as many as you, but still 4 is a lot. Drove for Matcha, the great French team, back in won it in '72 with Graham Hill.
That's right.
And
he actually went upside down one year here, you know, he had a terrible accident when he got burnt.
When he got burnt.
Upside down he went, and unfortunately ended up in a pond, or a bit of a pond, didn't he? Cooled it all down, but he still got badly burned.
Very badly burnt around the face and the top of his arm and his chest. He seems to cope with it very, very well, and certainly struggles on under great adversity with these cars of his.
Finally, David Halliday's out.
I remember I drove as a stand-in for Mike Harewood at the Austrian Grand Prix in 1974 in the McLaren, and I got off to a bit of a shaky start because I hadn't driven a Formula 1 car much before, and old Henri Pescarolo was hovering about in the back of the pit holding his helmet for the entire time all through practice and qualifying.
Ah, yes.
And that's basically the feeling right now. Get it when you can.
I thought that was Brian Till down there, but
Here's our Odor Eaters Plus class leaders. Yes, it's still the number 7 Bentley, Christensen, Capello, Smith, the same trio we saw at Sebring earlier this year. And it is still the Noel Del Bello Racing, Reynard Lehman leading 675, and the Ferraris dominating GTS, and Lucas Lewis, Sasha Masson and co in GT. As we continue here at Circuit de la Sarthe, we have another 20, just a little over 20 minutes of coverage here before we go to kart qualifying. Brian.
Well, the 27 Intersport MG Lola will be in here shortly. He's coming down pit lane. The owner of that car, John Field, will be taking over as he rolls in. Sutherland had a problem after he got in it during the last driver change. If you'll remember, he went out and got caught out by some of the gravel that's been put offline. Put off into the gravel trap. He'll step out. John Field would get in. They're going to have to put a seat in. John is a lot smaller guy than Rick Sutherland. He'll get in. Other than that, guys checking the car over. There doesn't seem to be any problems with the car at all. They will do tires this time around. Fuel's in. They're waiting to get the car up on the jacks. It's up. There'll be 4 tires. They'll get John in, and they'll be down and away. They want to hold on to the lead in 675.
Let's not forget, let's rewind several hours, many hours, to when we last told you about the engine blowing problems that these guys have experienced. And it is still going strong, David. Great to see.
It's absolutely incredible, isn't it? I mean, they didn't have much hope themselves, but having got this far in, I mean, boy, it might just hang right in there.
Well, this, Bill, wasn't this it? This was their last engine, wasn't it?
This was the
This
last
was it.
engine.
If this goes, it's all over.
yeah, they said what they did was they called the engine builder, and he said, well, he'd actually been using a different type of piston on the very latest motors and thought that would cure the problem. So they were able to get a set of the pistons, put them in, and they were all quite confident. Seems that they were right.
Let's get it down to the pits. Andrew is with a very special Frenchman.
Indeed I am, a man that David Hobbs was talking about just a moment ago, Henri Pescarolo, the Grand Pesca. Your cars are going well, both in the top 10, no real problems.
Yeah, we just had a problem at the beginning with the number 17. It was a brand new caliper, but one was leaking. So we had to change it. It was about a pit stop of 10 minutes. Except that the 2 cars are going exactly the lap time I choose, and everything until now is going well.
And you have some very, very talented young French drivers in the car.
Yeah, of course. I am very pleased to have those drivers. They are very good, they are intelligent, they know exactly what they have to do in the car, and they follow exactly my instruction. They are safe and they are quick if it's necessary. It's a perfect team.
Henri, very big news this weekend that there will be 4,000-kilometre races next season. The Le Mans Series European, are you going to compete in that?
Yes, it's a very good news because, of course, I was working very hard about on that project with the Automobile Club de l'Ouest. I'm very pleased I understood that it was necessary to do something for endurance racing, you know, because if we are waiting for the FIA, for sure nothing will happen, you know. So I'm very pleased, and I think that is perhaps what we need for all the endurance team and the endurance fan, you know, because it will be a real Le Mans series, like in America, but for Europe. And with long distance race, 6 hours or 1,000 kilometers on prestigious track like Silverstone, Monza, Nürburgring, Spa, like in my time, you know, and that should be something very fantastic for endurance.
Thank you much, Henri.
Something else pretty fantastic is the run from this 72 Luke Alphon Adventures Ferrari 550. They're 4th in GTS with a very, well, a crew that hasn't driven together before. Luke Alphon, the former downhill skiing champion. Frederick Dorr, who owns the car, and we've got a 2 off here. That's the Scorp Racing Viper, and it looked like Franz Conrad's Saline as well. Problem down there.
The 68 car not having a great run today, one way and another. It started in the pit lane, and
Where is that then, David? It's coming the
chicane.
chicane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone right out of the chicane.
Yeah.
The trouble is, once you get into these chicanes, they're really, you're really hooked into it. There's nothing you can do about it at all. And if one car then pulls back on the road, brings all that shingle with it, the next car through is about to go in the other one, the other side. And
Well, you
just
gave me
carries on.
heart failure then when you said shingle.
Well, while they clean this mess up down there, and let's hope Franz Conrad's car, driving with...
Oh, well and truly beached.
Oh, yeah. Walter Brunn and Tony Seiler. While they're addressing that situation, let's have a look at our 6 highlights from the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. And in that 6th hour, Rick Sutherland in the Intersport Racing Lola MG went off. Brian just told us more about that earlier. Driver change for the lead car, number 7. It was time for Dindo Capello to take over from young British driver Guy Smith, who has done a wonderful job. He did everything that was asked of him at Sebring and has done that here. And then Seiji Ara had a little bit of a hairy moment coming through the complex onto the main straight, ran straight on, took out one of the marker cones, but was okay. The XL Racing team looking a little tired, looking a little weary. Their 550 Maranello that runs in the GT category has not had the best day. Here is the Corvette race summary at the moment, and for nearly the entire race length so far, that number 7 Bentley has been in the number 1 position, and likewise Audi sitting 3rd and 4th, chasing the number 8. We are adding to that list of cars out. The attrition rate was pretty high very early on, but that's stabilized, I should say. And here is the PK Racing Porsche in. Andrew?
Yes, I'm just down here in the Frederick Dorr pit. You mentioned Freddie Dorr, the man who is behind this Ferrari. Freddie, can I just dive in? Sorry about this. This must be for you absolutely sensational. You put this project together with the 550 Maranello. You worked with ProDrive, and now here you are driving at Le Mans.
Yes, it was my idea from the start, but
Carry on.
it was the idea from the start was to drive myself, but then I want to do well, and first we want the car to be fast and demonstrate that I can win. Then I play the game, and I want ProDrive to win the race.
Now you're driving with Luc Alpond, a very famous Frenchman. He's doing a super job, and also Jerome Policand.
Yes, Jerome is very fast, and Luc also. I'm unfortunately a bit slow because I have a lack of practice, but we keep our place as 3rd Ferrari, and we are on top of the Corvette.
You're a rally driver, really. You're a rally driver, a former French gravel rally champion. This is very different to a Subaru WR.
Yes, it's very different, and but I like the circuit, I like the endurance race, and I want to come in LMS also.
Thanks very much.
Good news, it looks like that Conrad Motorsport Saleen has been given a clear track out, so they've been rescued, and we're going to take a short break. Jan Lammers was down in pit lane, he's preparing for a driver change. Take a break, we'll be back. At De La Sarthe here in France, the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues. We're with you for a little over another 10 minutes. When we're away, you can stay up to date with everything from Le Mans, SPEEDtv.com. It has everything you will need, most importantly, live leaderboards to track your favorite drivers, particularly the American drivers. Speaking of a Dutch team, though, who's doing very well, it is the Racing for Holland team, and Andrew Marriott's with one of the drivers.
I'm with a man that I first met, I suppose, 20 years ago when he was racing Formula Ford in Britain. He was very successful, but he actually had an accident and hurt his leg a bit, so he switched to rallying. He then became an extremely successful rally driver, but about 4 years ago, he's gone back to racing, first with the Ferraris, and he is the reigning Ferrari champion. And now you're doing a great job in this sports prototype.
Yeah, Jan asked me last year if we want to do this job together this year, and I said, yeah, why not? So we did 2 races on the FIA Championship. That went well, and now it's the big race, of course, the 24 Hour of Le Mans. And till so far, everything is rolling very nice.
John, you're a rookie here at Le Mans. You're a rookie here at Le Mans. You're really enjoying the track. It's a fantastic track.
Yeah, it's an incredible track. You know, especially Jan let me drive from the daylight into the dark, so I had the chance to feel how to get a good orientation in the night, and that helps a lot. Yeah, it's fantastic here.
Yeah, that's a rally driver for you, see, Lee.
You're not showing your bias towards one form of motorsport discipline, are you, Andrew? Continuing on, the number 8 car has just stopped. No driver change there. Johnny Herbert still behind the wheel. Drivers on track. Dindo Capello leads the way in the Bentley number 7. Then it's this car, Johnny Herbert for number 8 for Bentley. Then it's Emanuele Pirro, who we should add is in the middle of his 3rd consecutive stint for the champion ADT squad. Then we have the Audi Sport Japan Team Go of Seiji Ara. Then it is the Racing for Holland Dome Judd of Jan Lammers. Both Panozes are still Panoz, still in the top 10. The Courage for Pescarolo, Nicholas Manassian, former F3000 racer. Actually, he's gone back to F3000 this year. He sits there in 7th, and Jean-Marc Gounon is in 9th for Courage competition. And then the Riley and Scott, it's making its way back up there, 10th with Christophe Tinsu behind the wheel.
Did you see all that dirt on the road as they came out of Terre Rouge onto the Mulsanne Straight where people have brought gravel on? I mean, it was stood up there like rocks, didn't it?
Absolutely, you could see it there. And of course, they can't see that at night. That camera being pretty low has a good look at it, and there's some floodlights down there. But still and all, as the night progresses, that's going to get pretty hair-raising. And it's another, you know, thing you've got to watch out for in the night. Once you get pushed offline anywhere, you get onto those marbles, big trouble.
The trouble is, if I may just also interject a bit, is that these cars, you enter the corner so much faster than any of us appreciate.
Absolutely.
And they're so committed going in because they actually don't have much power to come out with.
Yeah.
So they brake so late, get in so fast, and they're so committed to that rubbish. And once you're there, the cars don't send you a message much, and suddenly you're off the road.
Well, the other thing too that would worry me is the fact that you come around the corner, and if you do happen to run over the gravel, which you really can't see that far ahead, then your chance of a puncture is going to be pretty realistic, and not very many people have the benefit of the telemetry of the Audi that's going to show you the tire going down. And God, you know, we've seen some wicked tire blowouts here at Le Mans at high speed.
83 cycle Porsche back in, driver change as well. Interesting in the GTS, it's still the 2 Velox Pro Drive Ferraris going at 1 and 2. Peter Cox, the pole sitting car and driver, leads the way, and 12th overall from the sister car. Then it's the Corvette Racing of Frank Freon, sits 3rd in class, 14th overall. The number 50 Corvette is on our leaderboard, on our timing screen. It's come into the top 16 right now, so great to see. And Ollie Gavin is behind the car. He's chasing the Luc Alphon Ferrari. So there's your top 5 in GTS. Good battle going on there. And quick thoughts, guys, on those Ferrari 550s. They are looking strong and bulletproof at the moment.
They sure do look strong. I mean, boy, they're blistering, and they're maintaining such a high average speed all of the time. They've been very, very consistent, just running like a second or 2 seconds a lap quicker than the Corvette right through the first 6 hours of the race.
Well, they're a long way ahead now. You know, they're a couple of laps in front of the Corvette of Frank Freon, and really, you know, Peter Cox, people like Peter Cox, you know, no one sort of in America probably has heard much about Peter Cox, but
Yeah,
I mean,
he's good.
Heck of a driver.
Outstanding in these cars. And let's also not forget, I mean, they are basically prepared by ProDrive. Dave Richards, you know, runs the VAR team, runs the most successful rally team over the years, runs the World Rally Championship. I mean, that guy knows how to delegate and gets the best people in the world around him. And if ever I was going to run a team, he's the bloke that I would go for, you know, to get in there. The only trouble is he knows rather too many manufacturers. You don't know what the secrets are. They get passed from one team to another.
Sorry, Lee.
As we watch the Corvette team go to work, you talk about Peter Cox. He's won the Dutch Touring Car Championship, the European Super Touring Championship, and to reiterate that point, Dave Richards isn't going to hire Dills, is he? And I mean, there's 6 great guys, 6 good drivers, and in the other car, the one that's running 2nd in class, 3 rookies. And Anthony Davidson is behind the wheel right now.
They're all good drivers, those rookies. Rookies here, but they're certainly not rookie drivers.
You know, there's the first sign of heating in that car. Look by that GM card in the windshield right there. And I think they were force-feeding a fresh water line into the other fender there. I just noticed them take it off. I thought it was an airline at first, but I don't think so. There was a little spray. I wonder if they're having a temperature problem with the car.
I wouldn't be surprised, because it is very, very hot here at Le Mans this year.
The day did not start well for this number 50 Corvette Racing C5R. Thankfully, though, it is released from pit lane and can get back out there and mix it up. The main objective is to stay on the track and be there at the end. Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. We are just about to farewell you for the meantime. Coming up next, live qualifying from Laguna Seca. The Champ Car Series continues. Join Bob Varsha and the gang for that. That is coming up in just a few moments' time. Meanwhile, here at La Sarthe, our Bentley still lead the way, 1-2. Final thoughts, Derek Bell?
Well, it's as one expected, but we're not halfway through yet, are we?
David Hobbs?
Well, of course, the two Audis looking great there, but boy, those English guys must be sore as anything.
Bill Adam?
Exactly. We have 2/3 of the race still to go.
It is very early days. Let's take a look at the GTS standings. We touched on this just before the break. Look at those Velox ProDrive Ferraris. Boy, are they strong. But here come our boys, Fellows, O'Connell and Freon, trying their best to get up there. Brian Till.
Well, I think in the night, we're all tired. All the crew guys, the drivers, everything else. This is when mistakes are made. This is when the crew guys have to suck it up and make sure that they don't make a mistake during pit stops. That's why the Bentley's ahead. Less time in the pits. The Audi guys, they got to keep making the mileage. The LMP 675 guys, they got to keep the cars running. And the Corvettes, they need to try to chase down the Ferraris.
Let's take a look at the GT standings at the moment, and it is the Alex Job Racing, Michael Peterson, White Lightning combination team that are doing the best and have been all day. Lucas Lewis, Sasha Masson and Emmanuel Collard, they are going well. The Yogo Porsche for Team Taizan Racing, they're sitting second. Remember, Yogo won a couple of years back. And then it is the Ferrari for Semco Racing. That's how the 675 class looks. Andrew Marion.
It's going to be an incredibly fast night, but I'm in the number 7 pit and they're just about to come in. I'm getting out of here.
Enjoy the kart qualifying. It's coming up live from Laguna Seca next. We will be back for a special highlight show to give you a full update at 7:30 for half an hour. That's all from La Sarthe for the moment. People have been enjoying this marvellous event in a variety of ways. Stay tuned, stay up to date on SPEEDtv.com. On behalf of the whole team, we'll see you at our next segment, which will be at 7:30 Eastern. Enjoy kart qualifying. See you soon. Welcome to Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans for the 71st running of the world's toughest endurance race. This is the Michelin 24 Hour of Le Mans. And just like every other race, all the other 70, it has been a tough one. The attrition rate has been high, and we will go through that later. This is the overall standings, Bill Adam, and who can catch those Bentleys?
Well, right now it doesn't look like anybody can, because they continue to run virtually a flawless race. The drivers are all very, very disciplined. They're running remarkably consistent lap times in the pit crew. Whoa.
Well, someone who's just stepped from that number 7 Bentley is Dindo Capello, and he is with Al Martin Haven right now.
Just out of the lead Bentley, Dindo Capello, looks like that was hot work.
Yeah, it was hot, but not too hot. Actually, I asked to my engineer to stay in the car for the 4 stints, but we had to check something on the rear end of the car, and there was no need to stay 4 stints in the car, but I was able to do it. The tire were able to do it, and we are doing well.
You sure are doing well. The cars run very quickly. You've had no dramas, no problems in the pits. Does it feel comfortable still?
Yeah, but there is just few very bad driver on the racetrack. There is one small prototype which is lower than the Porsche GT3, and sometimes it's easy to lose 5-6 seconds just in one corner because he fights with the GT3 Porsche, and sometimes it's very bad, but the car fortunately is very good.
The car and the driver, I think. Dindo Capello claims he's fresh. Folks, I think he needs to lie down. We'll see him later.
Brad Kettler, crew chief for the number 6 car, and I know you guys have been trying hard all day long. Things going to plan at this point in time?
Yeah, pretty well. I mean, the car's running real well, and the guys are taking good care of it. We had a pace in mind that we were going to run, and we were going to try to preserve the car as much as possible throughout the race, stay off the curbs, take care of the body work and so forth. Play the fuel mileage game, which is the big deal this year. And so far, everything's going real well. The guys are doing a good job, and the ADT champion Audi R8 is running quite well so far, and we're just trying to stay in the event and go as well as we can.
Are you guys getting any rest at all? Because I know not only are you working on the car, but you're using a lot of will. I watched you watching your car on the screen, and you were nodding as he was passing people, willing him on by each car.
Well, you know, you have to. It helps me to stay up all night, the 40 hours it takes to run this thing, to stay attached to exactly what's going on and to really feel what's happening with the car. All the monitors are really nice, and the telemetry is nice, because with a 3-minute 40 lap, it's pretty easy to lose track of it if you don't watch it all the time. And I enjoy doing that, and it keeps my mind in it all the time, so I'm thinking about all the systems as we go along.
Well, it is definitely a team sport. Every one of them's involved, and I tell you, this guy's going to be tired by the end of it.
He will, and so many people will. Let's take a look at the Corvette race summary as these guys down in the Courage camp go hard at work. The overall race leader, well, that has not changed for some time. It is still Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello, and Guy Smith in that number 7 Bentley. The Audi sit 3rd and 4th. 7 cars have been wiped out of this one, and our 2 GTS class Corvette Racing C5Rs sitting 4th and 5th in class. The 53 has had some engine troubles. Plenty more in our half-hour update show. Thanks for joining us. 1:30 in the morning here local time. We'll have more after this.
Garden Claw, one of America's favorite garden tools, is good as gold. It adjusts to fit gardeners of all sizes. Garden Claw Gold helps you cultivate, loosen, aerate, and weed without being tough on your back. The claw's steel tines tear through all kinds of soil, even clay, bringing moisture and oxygen to plants' roots. And it turns weeds and leaves into beneficial mulch. Garden Claw Gold makes a great gift.
Available at Home Depot and participating Ace, True Value, and Do It Best hardware stores. Makes a great gift.
For dry, red eyes, Clear Eyes is awesome. It removes redness and has an ingredient to moisturize. Wow. The difference is clear. Clear Eyes.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
The Speed Channel gives you an inside look at Too Fast, Too Furious.
This job is a dream come true.
I love my car from head to toe.
I want to make sure that I can maneuver the camera around the car moving and see the characters doing the action.
Driving sequences are some mind-blowing stuff.
Too Fast, Too Furious at theaters June 6th.
Auto insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving. By Rolex, the watch of champions the world over. And by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. Lee Diffie with Bill Adam, Brian Till and Martin Haven down in the pits working for us. Here's your update with GT, and this has been a bit of a surprise in the last, say, 5 or 10 minutes. The Team Taisan Racing organization with Yogo, Aida, and Nishizawa, and don't forget Yogo won kind of by default a couple of years back. They have just inherited the lead away from this mighty Alex Joe Peterson White Lightning car. They have got problems down in the pits, and look who has snuck up into the top 3. They've been there for quite some time. The Americans, Shane Lewis, Butch Leisinger, and Englishman Johnny Molam, a very strong trio, and they are doing a good job. Martin Haven is down pit side. Tell us more about this Porsche situation, Martin.
Guys, Lucas Luhr in the worst situation for a driver. You had a 1-lap lead. Now the car has been sitting in the garage for 15 minutes. What happened to it?
I don't know. Somehow the cooler starts to leak and all the screen was completely, you know, I couldn't see, and I said, I need to come in because I can't see. And then all the temperatures went up and all the lights in the dash were on, so we knew that it was the radiator. And they fixed it now, and I think we can go back out soon.
So the radiator, perhaps the only weak spot on this car, looks like it's pretty much ready to go, but you've got a very quick car here. Any chance you think of getting back into the lead? There's still a lot of racing left.
I don't know what time it is. Now it is nearly 2 o'clock. I would say at 7 we are back in the front.
Well, guys, there's confidence from the Porsche factory driver, Lucas Luhr. Now let's go and catch up with what's happening in the Ferrari side of the GT battle. Here's Brian Till.
Well, there's certainly a lot of confidence down by the Germans, but the Italians down here too. And Rick, you don't look that Italian, but Rick Mayer, the engineer for Risi here, you guys have had ups and downs so far this weekend.
Yeah, we had a pretty good car pre-qualifying. We had a pretty good car the whole practice sessions, and practiced pretty well, qualified well. The car was good. And then we put the race motor in, and we had an issue with the crank trigger. Didn't show up in the warm-up, but then it showed up in the first stint. And it put us down a couple hours. It's unfortunate because we have a real good car. We're running really fast now, good time. Our sister car is in second place right now because the Joe car's in the garage. So that's a good.
You got something for the Porsches if you can stay out there with them?
Yeah, I think so. Really, obviously right now we're second to last on the classification on the board. So hopefully attrition will help us out, but a lot of people have to lose a lot of laps.
Well, they're going to hang in there, guys, and keep those horses prancing to the end. Maybe they can end up on top, Lee.
Well, he did say we're second to last on the standings, but let's not forget about the second Risi/Semco Ferrari. They're third in class and doing well.
They are doing well, but you know, those fellas have admitted all the way down the line that they can't match the speed of the Porsche in a flat-out sprint race. And I was pretty surprised there to see Lucas Luhr say, yeah, we're going to be back in the lead by 7 this morning. That is a lot of confidence, and yet he usually speaks the truth. He is a remarkable young driver. I have always really respected his ability to get right to the God's honest truth.
Well, speaking of pits, plenty more happening down there. The Ferrari team is in, Martin.
And as soon as you say it, they have come and gone. Kelvin Burt stays in the car. The Michelin tires stay on it. That was just fuel service. And like Bentley, the secret to Ferrari's success in the GTS class is their overall track speed. The deficit, of course, means that uses more fuel. But this ProDrive Maranello team are so well drilled that they are barely losing any time at all in the pits. Those two red cars have been first and second almost since the get-go, and that's where they intend to stay.
The first problem we have seen for the Audi Sport Japan Team Go entry. Brian?
Disappointing down here. This car has run flawlessly all day long. They did have a problem with the nose earlier, and the car is pulled into the garage front first, so we can't really see what's going on, but I did see them remove what I would call the front porch, or the under tray underneath the nose in the front. Whether that was damaged in the earlier curb banging accident, we don't know, but you got to understand these prototypes, they're flat bottomed all the way back to the center line of the rear wheels, and if anything gets destroyed or damaged underneath that, it'll eventually wear on the ground and create a hole, and they lose downforce and the ability to control these cars, so eventually it has to be changed, and that looks like what may have happened here. They've had to change that front under tray, and that's a time-consuming deal, and that's going to take certainly a lot of time and a lot of hope away from this number 5 Audi.
Will, you've driven these R8s in testing conditions. I know it's difficult from our camera angle. What do you make of that?
I think Brian could be right, because if the under tray has been damaged, the R8 is a very pitch-sensitive car. That means that the ride height on the car, on the front compared to the rear, is very, very carefully monitored. Now, if that under tray is damaged, it's allowing more air under the front end, you're really going to change the pitch, and it could be just a violent car.
We started with 49 cars some 10 hours ago. We are down to 42. That's not a bad attrition rate, but it's still growing.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used seals to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
Who will be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with the distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees.
Imagine coming home every night to a symphony of jets, all playing their part to make you feel better than ever. Sound good? Then call now and we'll send you a free brochure on the world's #1 hot tub, Hot Spring Spas. They give you what others don't, like a no-fault heater and a no-bypass filtration system, so it's always hot, always clean, always ready when you are. With a Hot Spring Spa, you get unparalleled technology, the support of a professional dealer, and a place where everyday stress just disappears. Drift away to a symphony played by the world's most unique variety of jets. Feel our patented Moto Massage jet sweep up and down your back while others work your neck, shoulders, and feet. So call now or visit our website to get your free brochure and the dealer near you. Hot Spring Spas, built for a lifetime of relaxation.
Of Le Mans, we update you with the GTS class standings. We had particular interest in this class because of the Ferrari versus Corvette battle. And unfortunately for our Corvette boys, they are losing this one. The ProDrive Velox Ferrari 550s are strong. Frederick Dorr, the man who owns all 3 of these, and he would be very delighted to see them in the top 3. Who would have thought the number 50 Corvette would be higher than the 53 after the start they had earlier today, and with Ollie Gavin having to bring it in on the very first lap. But Brian, tell us more about the 53. Why have they dropped?
Well, we're getting ready to find out. We'll talk to Ron Fellows here. He just got out of the car. I know he's tired. Ron, I know that the last pit stop you guys had was long. What was the problem?
Looks like a broken alternator. And yeah, I had to change it. The battery went dead, so we had to fix it. Cost us some time, so but it's still a long way to go.
Yeah, you got a new one in. The car's back to where it needs to be.
Yeah, we're fine now, but we lost some time.
That's what it's all about here, finishing 24 hours. And like Ron said, he's won this one before. He knows you can drop behind and come back to win this thing. Martin Haven.
Nice. Down here in the Ferrari pit with Jamie Davis. Jamie, one of the drivers in the lead 88 car. Both the Corvettes have had problems so far. You guys have run trouble-free, but I guess you have to know that that's not necessarily going to continue all the way.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, it's still a long way to go. There's still over 14 hours left of the race, so you know, anything can happen. But we're fairly happy with the progress so far. The car's performed extremely well. The Michelin tyre they've done a great job with the tyres. We've had real consistency there, and at the moment we're pretty happy.
Now, obviously, the Ferrari is a quicker car in a straight line and an outright lap time. That means you burn more fuel. You're going to need more pit stops, more scheduled fuel stops. Is that going to come back and bite you later in the morning, afternoon of this race, do you think?
I really don't know at this moment in time, you know. The only way we'll know is obviously when we get there. We're just doing what we can, basically. Obviously, I'm not really sure how many laps a Corvette can do on a stint, but you know, we're we're just doing our own game. We've got a race, you know, and we're just pushing as hard as we can.
You containing yourself within the car, or are you giving it everything it has at the moment?
Well, just in the last breath say that trying it, you know, pushing as much as we can, but obviously, you know, there is still reserve where we're trying to be kind on the car, not push massively hard on the gearbox, the clutch, things like that. Just go as quick as we can, but also try to be kind.
So if it gets down to a knife fight later with the Corvette guys, they feel they've got a little bit in hand in the Ferrari team.
Nice to hear from Jamie Davies, and as you can see on your screen, the number 5 Team Go Audi is back on track. So that's great to see it out of the garage. It was a quick fix, whatever it was, Bill.
Yeah, it was, and I still think that it may have something to do with that under tray, because having nosed in, they could get good access, and you can see them working on it up front. It appears that they have lost about 3 laps, though, to the champion car, so that's a fair chunk. Now, this is a lot more damage on the GT class Porsche. You can see they've got to replace an oil radiator in the front end there, and that right front wheel was jammed solid when they come in. It wasn't even turning as he drove up the road, so there could be steering and suspension damage on this one.
This is the PK Sport Porsche out of the United Kingdom, and Mike Pickup and his boys have just announced that Mad Max Pappas will be joining Robin Liddell for the remainder of the American Le Mans Series. I believe Max is going to join in from Portland onwards. Not 100% sure on that, but great news for Max. Good to hear that he's into a regular driving program, and we look forward to yet another competitor in the American Le Mans Series. This is our 30-minute update program. Stay with us. We've got more after this from Le Mans. As always, stay up to date with what's happening in the world of motorsport on our Speed News NASCAR edition tomorrow night from 7 Eastern. Speed News regular 7:30 p.m. And as always, NASCAR Victory Lane, keeping you up to date with what happened in the weekend's racing. We continue on here at Circuit de la Sarthe for the Michelin Le Mans 24-hour. And this is what the 675 class looks like. Sadly, the Intersport team has dropped to 6th and pretty much out of contention. They were very much in contention. So too was the Nielsen Shimoda Elgard at DBA Zytec, but they're now back in 4th. And it's the Lola and the 2 WR Peugeots that dominate this one. Mauri, Laribiere, Pion, and Didier Andre, they've led this for the majority of the way. Mark.
Guys, I'm down here in the Noel Del Bello racing pit with Uglardi, the chief engineer of the 29 car. This car is surprising a lot of people leading the 675 class, but you know the car well, you know the engine well, and you guys know how to win Le Mans in class.
Well, you know, with this type of racing, the main point is to go without stopping in the pits at all. So at the moment, that's what we have managed to do. So we are very careful at the car. We look for every detail, and even we are taking maybe too much care at the moment, but we prefer to make sure that we do not miss oil, that we don't have loose suspension. And the other cars are effectively going quicker, but they stop very often in the pits. So now we'll have to see tomorrow, but it's a long way to go anyway.
It's a very long way to go, but you're pretty sure that the car can last the distance?
You know, we hope so. We have, in the last 2 years, we have won the class with this type of car and this engine, but we never know what can happen, you know. At the moment, we have had absolutely no problem at all since last Wednesday, since practice, so we cross fingers.
And everything else, I guess. Uglardi, thank you very much. The 29 car still leading, and by an increasing margin over the Intersport Lola in 675. Let's get down to Brian Till, find out what he has.
Well, we talked about the disappointment on the number 5 car. Brian Willis, the engineer for this program. We saw him take off the front under tray, but from where we were, we couldn't see all of the problems. Was there more than that?
It was a little worse than that. We had a upper wishbone that buckled on us, and that's what caused the problem. We think what happened is we had a small off earlier in this afternoon on the right side of the car where we had to replace the front nose. At that time, from that point onwards, the car's been behaving a little bit unusual, having some comments from the drivers about the car not behaving quite right, a bit more understeer than we're used. And with Jan in the car the last couple sessions, he hasn't been able to turn the times that he should be able to turn. We think what happened is we probably bent that upper wishbone a small amount, probably put a little bit of toe in the car, and that was causing the understeer. Because of that, Jan's trying to correct for it, had a little slight off. Combination of all this finally caused that upper wishbone to fail. So, you know, yeah, a little more bad luck. I mean, it's unfortunate. The car's been working really well. All three drivers have really enjoyed the car. We had a really good race set up, and we expected to do better, and we expect still to do better. I mean, we got, what, 12 hours at least? No, more than that.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's still a lot more time, so at least you got it back running. It's where it needs to be, right?
Yeah, exactly, and we're just going to go out and run and see what happens.
Go out and do what they've been doing, which is getting incredible fuel mileage and going really fast. Good luck, guys.
Well, good to see the PK Sport guys making progress there. It is a full moon here at Le Mans. Tom Christensen is absolutely flying, and Bill Adam will tell you more about him when we return to Circuit de la Sarthe. Stay with us. Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving. Welcome back as we highlight our Odor Eaters Plus class leaders. It's still the Bentley of Christensen. Yes, it's still the Reynard of Noel Del Bello Racing. And yes, it's still that Velox Pro Drive Ferrari, but the sister car is right there. And the new one, the Team Taisan Racing Yogo Porsche. Nishizawa in the car right now. Will they stay there? Well, you'd have to say the law of averages is against them with Lucas Lewis, Sasha Masson, and those guys coming back hard at it. Bill, we mentioned before the break about Tom Christensen is flying. Tell us about those lap times.
Well, we're watching a bit of artistry right now, and last year I had said that I felt that Tom Christensen and Jan Magnussen were the two finest sports car drivers in the world. Right now, Christensen is just strengthening my feeling because he's turning times that would be an excellent qualifier time, probably get second row on the grid. This is after 10 hours of racing. The track is filthy. The car definitely does not have the same power it had at the start. Windshield dirty and on and on and on. 2 o'clock in the morning, and he's ripping around here.
Exceptional stuff. And look, you grab the sleep. There's Adam Masters, one of the ex-Audi guys who's now working on Team Bentley. Of course, all of the team from, there's Thomas. All of those guys came from the Yost team, the red car that won for the last 3 years. They basically all got transferred straight across to the number 7 Bentley, and the number 8 Bentley is all English guys.
Now, he's either too tired to take his face mask off, or else he's got a serious growth of beard.
We've got more coverage coming up tomorrow here on your home of motorsport, Speed Channel. There are the times highlighted. And of course, we have that bonus coverage coming up. The boys from Radio Le Mans will do that for you between 4 in the morning and 7. Of course, those times Eastern. You folks on the West Coast will have to be real diehards to stay with that. And we will come through right till the end of the 71st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. It's going to be a tougher night for some. The PK boys look like they've got this 911 just about ready to go again. We wish them well. On behalf of the entire Speed Channel team, Brian Till, Martin Haven down in the pits, Bill Adam up here. We will be back tomorrow, so will David Hobbs, and we look forward to Derek Bell and some more guests as well. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Dance all night with a backdoor man by the light of a yellow moon. 2-tank tequila song, little bit of Mary all night long. The big backpack and the red balloon, and the sun always comes up much too soon.
Endurance race continues. This is the 71st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lee Diffie. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. start here at Le Mans. Well, as you can see, we have daylight. Yes, the nighttime is over. The attrition rate is growing. There are cars dropping out. Bill Adam, welcome back to you. A little bit of sleep overnight.
Yeah, an hour and a half.
We're through the night. These guys are through the night. That's the toughest part over.
Well, I think one of the tough parts, certainly over, and it always is a case of you see the early morning sun start to come up, and it kind of regenerates your enthusiasm and gives you a little bit of a, oh, we made it so far.
David, you've done this race 20 times. That's a little bit of a misleading way to go down, isn't it? There's daylight, but there's still such a long way to go.
Personally, I think that this, for the drivers and crews, is the absolute worst time of the day because you've had a long night. It's hot and sticky still. The cool's coming up now, but it's very humid. You see all those garage doors shut, so those people that are gone, and then the mechanics and the drivers look at their watches and they think, oh my Lord, we got another 10 hours to go yet. You can hardly believe it. So this is a very tough time of the day.
David just touched on that magical figure. There's just a little under 10 hours, as a matter of fact. Plenty has occurred here at Circuit de la South. Let's have a look at some of the highlights so far. The mighty Audi R8, sometimes called the all-conquering R8. And that is the champion car. They experienced and still are a good day, but the problem started when Frank Wieler's number 10 Audi Sport UK entry ran out of petrol. The problems continued. Same car, different team though, with the Audi Sport Japan team go. Seiji ran across the track and caught one of the markers. The number 7 team of Guy Smith, Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello for Bentley just went from strength to strength. The number 8 car was going with them as well. Until this is not that long ago, and there was a battery issue with the number 8 Audi. And telling us more about that, one of the team drivers, Mark Blundell.
Unfortunately, we got the battery go down on us in the car and had low voltage warning lights come on in the car. Normally they come on telemetry, but the guys didn't have anything there, and of course no battery, no radio, so I couldn't communicate to the pit and tell them the problem. As soon as I jumped out, I told the guys there that we had a battery problem, and we had to sort of just go around the houses to get it changed. He's lost us a lot of time, which is really unfortunate, but you know, the other problem is just traffic. We haven't had a run with the traffic. I did 3 stints and I got 2 clear laps and I dropped straight into the mid-40s. And I could do that all day long if I didn't have cars to go around, but that's the same for everybody else.
Tough break for those guys, David. Things going swimmingly on the same lap and then woof.
Exactly, that's the sort of thing that can come and bite here. I mean, a simple thing like the battery goes, and as we keep on stressing, the race these days is so fast and furious, you just cannot afford to lose any time at all. And they're just hoping now that the 7 car is going to run into some sort of problem, a similar problem.
For those of you who were with us not that long ago and watched Speed News, we did mention there that the champion Audi ran into some problems. Nothing major, but just a little glitch recently. Updating us on that. Good morning, Brian Till.
Well, good morning, Lee. Brad Kettler, the crew chief for the number 6 Audi of Pirro, Leto, and Johansson. Seems like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Just about the time that number 8 Bentley had its problem, you guys got bit too.
Yeah, we had a relatively uneventful night. All the stints went pretty smoothly. JJ had a real good triple, and so did Stefan. They both ran really well. And on Emanuele's first fuel stop, we had a battery fail. We had to back it into the garage and put a battery in it. We took the tail off and looked around. Everything looked real good back there. So we fixed the battery and got him back out. And so far, everything's running real well. And we're going to keep plugging away and try to push the green machines as hard as they'll go.
I notice you keep looking at the clock on the wall. We're down to 9 hours and 25 minutes left. You got time still.
What's that?
You got time still.
Oh yeah, we're not even 2/3 done yet. So there's a long way to go in this thing. We're just going to try to take real good care of the car and hope we don't have any further problems. The ADT champion Audi is running real good, and the guys are feeling good, and so we're hoping to have a good finish to this.
There's still a lot of fight in these guys down here. They may be taking a nap right now, but there's still a lot of fight in them.
Yeah, and you know what? I love an optimist. There's Brad saying, well, yeah, we're 2/3 done, but we still have a long way to go, and we're going to keep pushing, and that's the proper attitude. You have to keep the crew motivated at this point of the day, because as David, you pointed out, there still is a long way to go, and you're getting dog tired, much like we are.
Absolutely. All these guys feel like they've had sand thrown in their faces. The fact is it's 2 laps behind the Bentley number 8, and it's 3 laps behind the lead car at the moment, so they'll never make that up unless the other 2 cars have some sort of a problem.
Updating you on how it sits at the moment. We know the two Bentleys are still at the top and that champion Audi is third. Fourth is the Audi Sport Japan machine for Saijiara. He's behind the wheel, and that Dome Judd just keeps on going. Very impressive stuff. Jan Lammers, his team, his car, they sit fifth. And surprisingly, no disrespect, but the Kondo Racing Mugen is still out there. They're sitting in pit lane, some perhaps minor problems here. A little bit of race tape down the bottom there on the front splitter. Word from the pits that these guys have spent over 2 hours cumulative in pit lane, but at least they are still in the race.
Well,
Hugh
this is the car that Hugh Chamberlain, who you and I spoke to the other day, said, well, I really don't think he's going to get to finish. And now, of course, he's going to be thinking, oh, my goodness me, I hope we do get to finish now.
Well, glad you can be with us here from Circuit de la Sarthe. We're just getting going again. We'll be with you for the next few hours, and we'll have plenty more right after this.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche in a most unexpected form.
This Sunday on Speed at 6 a.m., we return to France for continued coverage for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Then at 12:30, live from Montreal, Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix. Then at 3, kick off 2 hours of motorcycle action with MotoGP. World Championship from the Catalunya Grand Prix. And at 7:30, Speed News Sunday wraps up the world of racing. That's all this Sunday, only on Speed.
I'm the one causing the trouble here.
The shocker comedy you've been waiting for. It's the Underground Comedy Movie, available only through this special TV offer. Damn funny, say critics, and the single most offensive movie ever made.
Oh, not now, honey, not now.
With supermodels in the John, taking a with Gina Lee Nolan, Michael Clark Duncan, Slash, and Joey Buttafuoco. Music by NoFX, Guttermouth, and more. Composed of hardcore, brutal, in-your-face skits such as The Porno Review, Arnold Schwollenbecker, Donna of the Dead, Dickman Fights Lesbians. The censors won't allow us to show you how far this movie really goes. The Underground Comedy Movie is guaranteed to offend your money back. Only $19.95. Order now and get a bonus video absolutely free. That's 2 videos for only $19.95. Can't charge it? No problem. Debit it. Also available on DVD. Don't wait. Call now to guarantee the bonus video. Call the number on your screen now. Must be 18 to order.
Speed Channel's coverage continues here from Circuit de la Sarthe, the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, and as you can see, the sun is coming up. It is one of the most beautiful times within this 24-hour period. We just updated you on how things sat within the LMP 900 class. Let's take a look at GTS. We have a lot of interest in this, particularly with the Corvettes, but you can't ignore these guys. The Velox Pro Drive Ferrari team. This is the 88 machine of Thomas Engert, Jamie Davies, and Peter Cox. It was the pole-sitting car. Meanwhile, while they have dominated for the majority of the time at GTS, things not going well for the sister car. It is out. We'll tell you more about that later. Early problems for the Corvette team. Oliver Gavin brought the number 50 in on the opening lap with throttle linkage problems. That wasn't the end of their troubles for the day. They got tangled up with the second, the number 16, Dome Judd, racing for Holland entry. Fortunately, not too much damage done there. They were able to continue. Their problems were shared too. The 53 car had an alternator issue, and that cost them a lot of time. However, both these cars still in the race. They are running 2nd and 4th, respectively, in GTS. So the race, the fight, is not over yet for Corvette. Class contenders in GTS. Remember, in our previous broadcast, we mentioned who they would be. Well, now you can see the number 80 Pro Drive Ferrari is out. That was the team of all the rookies. Kelvin Burt, Anthony Davidson, gone. Apparently Davidson had a little bit of an issue on Mulsanne. It wasn't a little issue either. It was enough to force them out. Corvette still running strong. and then that 72 Ferrari, the Luc Alphon Ventures car, still running hot and giving the Corvettes a nice hard time. And speaking of Corvette, let's hear from one of their main men.
Well, Doug Feehan is the program manager for this Corvette program, and I know you got the 50 car with Ollie and Kelly, and who am I leaving out there? Andy, I'm sorry. He'll get me for that one. You got them back up to second place. The nighttime was good for you guys.
Well, absolutely. You know, they call this endurance racing for a reason. It's not decided in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. I mean, we're approaching 15-hour mark. We've maintained a steady pace. We've encountered some problems that we don't ordinarily see, but we managed to chase those down, get those fixed, and keep a pace that we're comfortable with. And going into the last 9 hours, we'll see what happens.
And I know the way you guys think here, it's never give up, not only on the 50 car, but the 53 car also. They're sitting fourth right now.
Experience, once again, has taught us you never give up at Le Mans. Never.
You heard it, Lee, and I know, Bill, you and David both know that. Never give up at Le Mans.
Boy, isn't that the truth? I mean, it's just amazing that we thought the Ferraris looked to have a total runaway in this, and they were at one point 1, 2, 3, and Corvette's best was fourth. Now all of a sudden Corvette is up to second in the slightest slip. They still can come through and win this.
They could easily come through and win it. They're only 4 laps behind the Ferrari of Enger at the moment, and as we say, all it needs is a battery change, and it goes wrong a little bit. A couple of nuts roll on the floor, and boom, your little change is a long change.
Well, speaking of that, number 88 Velox Pro Drive Ferrari, let's hear from Andrew Marriott right now.
Yes, Lee, good morning, and I'm with Peter Cox. Peter's just climbed out of the car. It's going so well, Peter. Fingers crossed.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the car is running beautifully. We have not the least problem, and it's going really well.
With the problems with the Corvette, are you pushing as hard as you had to before, or are you taking it a little bit easy?
No, now we're taking it a little bit easy. We are 4 laps ahead, so we just drive how do you say, constant pace. Although I just put the fastest lap, so I don't hope Thomas is now going to push again, you know, because that's not what it's about now. Now we have to make sure we finish the race, basically.
Now your teammate Anthony Davidson in the other car apparently crashed out. Do you know anything about that?
Luckily he's all right. He's quite badly bruised, and he had a bit of a headache, so they're going to take him into hospital for a checkup. But thank God he's okay.
Did he just crash on his own, or was it collected by someone?
To be honest, I saw the crash happening, and then I had to go into the car, which was not a nice thing because he was still lying on the ground. So I asked the guys to inform me over the radio. And when I just now came back, that's all that I know. So I don't know what's with the car or anything. So I don't know.
But Peter's still a long way to go yet with your car.
A really long way. So still a lot can happen.
Peter Coxon, just to tell you, you were mentioning about the sun coming up. It is totally grey and overcast here at Le Mans.
That reminds me of a little story from 1969, going around the kink in the GT40 at about 205, and there was this blinding flash of light in front of me, and these 2 cars had touched, run and hit the guardrail, and as I came through the smoke and dust, which I couldn't see anything through, obviously, there's no point swerving, but I'm slowing up, and then I come out the other side, there's this Porsche bouncing down the road, and I'm wondering which way to go to miss it. And then the driver falls out and he starts bouncing down the road as well.
Did you like the driver?
Well,
at the time,
it was a fairly corpulent gentleman by the name of, it escapes me at the moment, a German driver.
Just as well.
And I came back into the pits and said to Mike Hill, my co-driver, oh my gosh, there's someone been killed at the King, he's right in the middle of the road, there's a whole hell broke loose down there. The guy got up and walked away apparently.
Yeah.
Fell out this damn thing at about 160 miles an hour, bounced down the road.
He was a good roll. It's so funny just listening to Peter Cox there, and something that he said, and it frequently comes true, that he just set the race as fast as his own fast lap, even though he's pedaling more softly. And it's so interesting that it seems when you drive the car more smoothly, as we're watching the number 8 Bentley come into pit lane here, you drive more smoothly and you brake a little bit softer and you carry more speed through the corners. How often does that happen?
And assuming that the track doesn't get too gritted up or oiled down, you know, it does get pretty quick as the weekend goes on. Don't forget these are public streets most of the time.
Yeah.
But it's that rhythm too, you know, you get used to it, and obviously they've plenty of practice by now.
That's right, just flowing into the rhythm. I think that's such an important part, that sometimes you can see drivers trying so hard and they overdrive the car to the point where they're actually slowing it down by braking too abruptly and turning in too sharply. And the smoothness is always the key.
That was a great shot of the incredibly confined space within that cockpit. You saw Formula One driver Johnny Herbert crammed in there. There is hardly any room, just enough to do the job, and that's certainly what Bentley are doing at the moment. The number 7 car leads the way with Dindo Capello. This car, Johnny Herbert second, 1 lap down.
Resistance is futile. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to MichelinMan.com to find out how.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain.
Chance for you to sound off no matter what kind of racing you like.
Dave's talking motorsports live.
Old Dave here, your big old self-centered TV windbag.
Wind Tunnel, Friday nights at 11, only on Speed.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving, by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Well, coming into this wonderful race, we pointed out some GT class contenders. You can read the graphic for yourself. You see that a couple of them have fallen. One of them is the Risi Semco Ferrari. We did not mention one car as a GT class contender, and guess what? They are leading the way. That is the Orbit Porsche. It's one of our American Le Mans Series races. Leo Hendry, the CEO of the Yes Network, the hot shoe German Mark Lieb on his rookie appearance here at Le Mans, and the American Peter Barron. They are having a really stunning run and now lead the GT class. Speaking of GT, we've been talking a lot about Kevin Buckler's Racers Group Porsche. They haven't had the run that they enjoyed last year, and telling us more about that, here's Andrew.
Yes, certainly. I've got Timo Bernhard. What's happening in GT? Everyone's having problems.
I don't know. We were leading at the beginning of the race after 4 or 5 hours, and then we had a problem with the clutch, and we had to change the clutch and the gearbox. So we dropped back, I think, 21 laps or something. And so we got back a little bit. We gained 4 laps back, and we're 6th now in class, I think. So the team did a great job, but unfortunately we lost we had a big problem in the beginning, lost all that time.
Timo, how do you motivate yourself in this situation?
Yeah, it's hard, but we want to do the best, and we're here for fighting, and we want to end the race and maybe on the podium. So still a long way to go, and we hope we can be on the podium. That would be a good aim.
Thanks very much. We're 16 laps behind at the moment. Thank you, Timo.
Well, that's it. They can't afford to give up. They've had so many sponsors come in behind them, like Carlson Porsche in Palo Alto in California, and, well, the list goes on. Porsche Club of America, and just so many people that got behind that Racers Group Porsche that wanted Kevin to get here, help him get here, and help him defend his title as Le Mans GT winner. It's looking unlikely that they will repeat that feat, but we still have such a long way to go.
Well, the 87 car there of the Orbit car is leading the 93 Porsche with Lucas Luhr at the wheel at the moment by about 1 minute and 54 seconds. The thing is that Lucas Luhr has got probably better backup with Sasha Masson, who's driving with him, because at the moment Lieb and Luhr are doing about the same times. So that's going to be a real knockdown, drag-out battle for the lead of that class, assuming one of them doesn't have another problem.
Yeah, you know, a fun story too. We go back to Kevin's car for a second. The one of the sponsors we talked about last night, Monster Cable, kind of the ultimate sponsor. This is a fellow who came on board just simply paying money for the advertising benefits, and has fallen so heavily in love with racing that he ended up buying Kevin's winning race car from last year. So when you get a sponsor that buys the race car from you at the end of the year, you can't get it much better than that.
Very convenient.
We're speaking about Orbit Racing. Let's get back to the pits and hear from those guys.
Yes, I'm with Leo Hendricks, just about to get into the car. Leo, you're leading the class. A lot of pressure on you now.
Well, P1 is a nice place to be, but it's hard to keep, and you know, we're still a lot of time. It's only about 8 o'clock here in the morning, so we got a lot to do yet, but we're excited. I mean, Mark has been running unbelievable. Peter did a very nice job in the night, and we'll just see if we can hold it on, but God, we're excited. You know, the sun's up, and you know, we're P1, so not bad.
Leo, did you know the New York Yankees won? The Yankees won yesterday.
Pardon me?
The Yankees won yesterday, and your car is in Yankees colours, and the Yankees won yesterday.
I'm sorry, I can't.
He can't hear us because he's got his helmet on, but we'll tell him afterwards. He's going to be pleased about that. Leo Hendricks.
He's wishing the time away as well. It's not quite 7 o'clock local time. He's giving himself an extra hour.
Say it's the mark of a good businessman. He's an hour ahead.
I tell you, there's an interesting story with that Orbit car, and Mark Lieb, he said that Lieb's doing similar times to Sasha Masson, both Porsche factory drivers. Lieb was originally meant to be in the Freisinger Porsche with former Le Mans winner Stefan Ortelli. Big surprise, Freisinger did not get invited, did not get an entry. All of a sudden, there's a Porsche factory driver, Mark Lieb, looking for a spot. Englishman Johnny Molan was originally in that Orbit Porsche with Leo Hendry and Peter Barron, and they got to a situation where they had to say, listen, Johnny, do you mind stepping aside? We've got a Porsche factory driver coming back in, and they reached an agreement, and everyone was happy, and Molan came up with that drive in the Risi car, which is unfortunately now out of the race. And Lieb really putting in some wonderful times. He won the last round of the FIA NGT Championship. Look at this, the Bentley coming right up on the back of the XL Racing Ferrari, and this has been a source of frustration for a lot of the prototypes. And this 8 we did not see in all that. We did see in all that not all that long ago.
Now, what's the problem here? Why would they? Okay, it's got to be a tire problem, or they wouldn't even be thinking about taking that wheel off.
He's only been out for 2 laps.
What is going on here?
This is lap 234 for Johnny Herbert.
I think he had a flat spot of them, David.
Yeah, that's always a good possibility, or a puncture. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff lying around on the track now, so you can pick up a stone or a chip.
Except they have shared so much of the technology with the Audi project that I'm sure they have the onboard sensors for tire pressure, so they could tell which tire was going down.
Look at the Ferrari and the Racing for Holland Dome. The prototype pulls alongside. These are wonderful shots. Great about the multi-class sports car racing situation where you get to see so much spectacular vision. Andrew, what do you have for us?
I've got John Wickham with me. John, was it about a puncture?
Yeah, we got a puncture on the telemetry on the right rear. He's going down slowly, so we didn't slow him down. He felt comfortable to get back to the pits more or less at full speed, but definitely it was on the way down.
So a little scare, and what's been a pretty good night for you?
Yes, so far so good. Car 7 running strongly. Johnny's just done a couple of very good stints, very quick times. We had one small problem, had to change a battery on car 8.
And you're looking so fresh, John.
Sorry?
You're looking so fresh.
Thank you. I don't feel it.
That's John Wickham, fresh as a daisy.
Well, all these team managers look pretty good. That Doug Feehan looked just incredibly fresh a few moments ago, the Corvette team.
They might have been back and had as much sleep as you have, David.
Well, they wouldn't have had that much, surely.
Time for a quick commercial break. We will leave you from Circuit de la Sarthe, but we will have so much more coming up. Stay with us here on Speed.
Introducing Lincoln's newest luxury SUV, the 302 horsepower Aviator, a smaller, spirited offspring of Navigator. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
It's the ultimate road thrill. 200-mile-per-hour road rockets rock road Atlanta. The American Le Mans Series stars and cars from the world's greatest auto race. European style, American attitude. Don't miss the Chevy Grand Prix of Atlanta, June 27 through 29. To order tickets, call 1-800-849-RACE.
Having your high school diploma keeping you from making the kind of money you want? With PCDI's James Madison High School, you can earn your diploma at home at your own pace. When you graduate, you'll receive this nationally accredited diploma and your own genuine custom-fitted class ring. PCDI also offers career training in some of today's most exciting professions. Get your career diploma in medical claims billing, paralegal, electrician, pharmacy technician, child daycare, medical transcription, interior decorating, private investigator, medical dental office assistant, or get your associate degree in criminal justice, accounting, business management, early childhood education, paralegal, healthcare management, human resources, or get your high school diploma. Call to get free literature on the career of your choice.
Call 1-800-493-8855 for your free literature. There's no obligation, so call now 1-800-493-8855. That's 1-800-493-8855.
The BMW Williams teammates make up the front row in Montreal. You can catch the Canadian Grand Prix live here today on Speed, 12:30 p.m. Eastern. We're back at Le Mans. One of the great shots. Look at the podium there. Who will stand atop the podium? Well, this car, the number 8 Bentley, needs a little bit of luck to go their way and needs some misfortune for the sister car. Otherwise, Tom Christensen can create some pretty amazing history. No driver has ever gone 4 consecutive wins here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Christensen has that in his reach. He could go that way and bring up Bentley's first victory here at Le Sarthe in 73 years. Or could it be this car, the superstar car? David Brabham, Johnny Herbert, Mark Blundell. We're yet to find out. We can answer that question for you in quite a few hours' time.
Well, Johnny Herbert just cracked up a 4:28.
With the pit stop.
Capello's last time was a 3:39, but of course that does include the pit stop. Funnily enough, an interesting stat comes through from Bentley many years ago, in the 20s and 30s. That is that Wolf Bonato only ever did Le Mans 3 times.
And won 3 times.
And won them all.
Yeah.
Oh, God, love a duck, I tell you. You can't believe it, can you? As Denny Hulme would say, you wouldn't read about it, mate.
Love a duck. My nanny used to say that. I haven't heard that saying in ages.
Well, I got that from my mother, who of course came from your part of the world, mate. But yeah, can you imagine doing the Le Mans race 3 times? Back then, when things weren't exactly super hyper reliable, does it 3 times and wins them all.
Well, we have Alistair Stewart, the president and CEO of Bentley America, Bentley Cars America, and you know, mentioning just how important racing is to the country. And there is the front page of the local paper. And that is the story, the number 7 Bentley. Nothing against these guys, but it's all going the 7's way at the moment.
The amount of bits of rubber and stuff at the edges of the road now after having run this far.
Well, of course, as it goes on, it gets worse and worse. Here's that very fast, slightly dodgy bit of track going down towards the Indianapolis curves. Corvette ready for the 53 car.
Brian Till.
Well, he's making the long run down pit lane. The crew is out. It looks like it's just going to be a routine stop. I don't see another driver standing by to get in. Brings it into his marks. Definitely are going to do tires. The Corvette guys, the GTS guys are doing tires on every stop. These big heavy cars really wear out the tires. They'll get the 100 liters of fuel in it before they are able to raise it up, put the tires on. Johnny O'Connell will stay in. It's a routine stop down here, guys. They're trying to claw their way on up from fourth where they sit now.
Johnny O'Connell from Flowery Branch, just north of Atlanta. And part of our SPEEDtv team as well.
Something unique here. Look where the fuel receptacle is on the car, how low it is actually on the fender as opposed to up on the roof where they normally mount it. I wonder if that's got some Corvette secret of a faster fuel flow or whatever. I'm sure it does, but I think Doug Feehan and those fellows, boy, they look at every angle. Kind of like the mirror that told you about David, that little hole in it.
I know, not amazing, yeah.
Taking advantage of every single thing. They really deserve the victories they've got because they have looked at every area possible. And now the Ferrari looks like it's laid down a whole new challenge to them. Boy, that Pro Drive car is quick.
Well, you knew it would be. Anything that Dave Richards gets his hands on is successful, from running the World Rally Championship a number of times, running the BAR Honda team now in Formula One, which has certainly stepped up to the plate this year, and the Ferrari is strong, but as we keep on saying, I mean, there's an awful long way to go in this race.
There is.
Corvette guys have had a long testing day. We are just after 7 local time in the morning, less than 9 hours to go. We'll be back.
Cadillac Escalade and the new Escalade ESV. The world's most powerful full-size utility. Cadillac. Breakthrough.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
For dry, red eyes, Clear Eyes is awesome. It removes redness and has an ingredient to moisturize. Wow. The difference is clear. Clear Eyes.
Ribbit.
Hey, it's the legendary Frog Prince.
Yeah?
And I bet you want me to kiss you.
No, actually, Princess, I need a Red Bull energy drink. It vitalizes body and mind.
All right, as long as you still turn into a prince. Oh, thank God, you're totally beefy. Wait, where are you going?
I want to check out the other princesses. Keep my options open. Excuse me.
Typical prince. Red Bull gives you wings. Whoa.
Who will be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with the distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees.
You join us back at Circuit de la Sarthe and you see the GT class leading car, Leo Hendry from Orbit Racing, pulls out of pit lane. Mark Lee, Peter Barron, his co-drivers, have done a great job, and Leo will enjoy this run early in the morning here in Le Mans. The odor eaters, class leaders, still the number 7 Bentley. Yes, still the Noel Del Bello Racing Reynard Lehman entry, and the 88 Ferrari of Cox, Enger, and Davies. And then we mentioned about Leo Hendry. There is the car that's chasing them for GT class honours. The Alex Job, Michael Peterson White Light entry. And what a team, Sasha Masson, Lucas Luer, Manuel Collard. You'll see this car, of course, back in the American Le Mans Series once we return to the States. Road Atlanta in 2 weeks' time. And what I find absolutely fascinating about these guys was, although they're second now, they were leading not that long ago when they had radiator problems late last night. Lucas Luer said, hey, we'll be leading by 7 in the morning, and they were leading before that. Yeah. Brian?
I'm here with Oliver Gavin, one of the drivers of the 50 car. Oliver, you guys have been working away through the night. You're getting somewhere.
Yeah, it seems to be working out pretty good. The Corvette's running well. The Goodyear tyres are performing very well in these conditions. It's turned out a little bit cloudy and hazy first thing this morning, which is not bad for us. That seems to be pretty good. The Ferrari is still a little way in front, but we reckon we should be able to, well, might be able to close it down. Andy's in the car right now, running around at a good pace. I'll be getting in the car in about 20 minutes. And I might be doing a double stint. We'll see how things go.
You guys have any problems other than the door latch?
Well, we had a little bit of a problem right at the beginning of the race with a throttle problem. We do have this little problem with the door latch and a couple of other little niggly things, but nothing major, nothing that's going to stop the car from running. So we're pretty happy, pretty confident, and we're just going to keep plugging away.
The door just takes lots of racer's tape, but they'll get that taken care of. Andrew?
Yes, I'm down here. I'm down here with Bentley number 7, and they're just refueling this. I think that is all they are going to do. One mechanic is at the back with a large torch just shining at the back of the car. Just a visible check, I should say there. And they're just so calm and collected. That was another very quick stop, under 45 seconds.
Dindo Capello in and out very quickly, but what about the sister car? Johnny Herbert has been flying.
Johnny really has been. He's been just doing remarkable times. But something I just saw right there, quite incredible. On that pit stop, the fellow who's cleaning the windshield.
Wasn't that great?
Fantastic. I mean, they've got this choreographed down to the nth degree. You saw him spraying the windshield as fast as he could with the right hand, starting to polish with the left. And after he finished using up the can, he flung it over to his left, and right there was the guy waiting for us, like a quarterback thrown to a wide receiver.
And then he does that double-handed wipe, and of course it is,
that was
you know, it's essential for these guys in these closed cars that those windscreens are kept clear, because once they start to gunge up, I mean, it gets very tricky. And we have had a cloudy morning, but if this slow line cloud, if it should burn off, and the sun comes up at this time, it's very tricky going up over the Dunlop curve in places like that.
Oh, you figure that windshield's got to be really pitted after running through the night.
Absolutely,
too, so
it will be, yeah.
The visibility will be pretty scratchy.
Older Johnny Herbert, the 8 car, has been cranking off lap times between 3:35 and 37 to 35, would have put him second or third on the grid.
That was their qualifying time, yeah.
So, obviously cranking him out. The Audi with number 6 out. No, he just had a pit stop. The Audi with Piero behind the wheel doing a 3:45, so nearly 10 seconds of lap.
Yeah. While we watch the Bentley on track, the lead car, let's update you on some of the other positions. We know that it's Bentley, Audi, and then it's the second Audi. It is the Team Go Audi. Seiji Ara still behind the wheel. The Judd Dome, Jan Lammers is 5th. The Panoz with Max Pappas on board is 6th. And let's just make a correction there, because last night we broadcast something that was actually incorrect. Max Pappas will be joining the PK Champ Car team, not the PK Sports Car team. So, and we will try and talk to Max a little later. We apologize for that error. So Pappas will be rejoining the Champ Car Series, and that's great for PK Sport, and that's from Portland onwards. We see the J&B Ferrari team in. Let's go back. We have a Courage sitting in 7th with Jonathan Cochet. Nicolas Manassian for Pescarolo Sport sits in 8th. Jean-Christophe Boulier in Courage sits 9th. And then it is the GTS leading Ferrari, 10th outright. What a performance from that car. Velox ProDrive Ferrari 550 Maranello. Thomas Enger, the former, well, you could say F3000 champion, then he got dethroned with those drug issues, and he sits 10th overall, just ahead of Andy Pilgrim in the Corvette.
Who right now is lapping about, well, half a second quicker than the Ferrari.
Oh no.
No.
The 53, this is the O'Connell car. We saw this in just 2 or 3 laps ago. This is the defending GTS class winner, Ron Fellows, Johnny O'Connell. They had Ollie Gavin in the car last year. They had Scott Pruitt in the car the year before. Frank Freon with those successful 2 guys.
And they're going to take that rear body clip off, so.
Sometimes it's going back into the garage. It's not as dire as it looks. The big advantage is that once it's in the garage, you can put as many people as you like onto it. When it's on pit lane, you're very restricted on the amount of people that can work on the car. But once you push it in here,
yeah, I like
you can all wail away at it.
The system they all have now by putting the cars on these little roller systems and whipping them in there. It's so fast.
Yeah. Audi came up with that. The 6 car, when they had that battery change, I mean, they whisked it in on there, the dolly, and a moment later it comes out again.
Remarkable. Talk about thinking of every conceivable option on making pit stops as fast as possible.
Brian?
It seems like it's an alternator drive problem. They're going to have to get to it. It's back there in the back. And, you know, we've seen these electrical problems. I was just talking to Brad Kettler at the Audi deal about the batteries, and I talked about electrical problems, and he said, you know, the battery issue is one of these things that these cars are so stiffly sprung. If the battery sits in there without any padding around it at all, it won't last a lap. We're experimenting with different densities of foam to try to keep the plates from separating. These cars are so rough. This is a different deal. It's still electrical, but it's an alternator drive issue, and they've got to have that alternator if they want to keep that battery going.
I think that's the second alternator issue on that car as well.
Frustrating times for Johnny O'Connell and the Corvette racing team. We're going to talk a lot about Tom Christensen going for 5 wins. Jackie Ickx has the all-time record at 6, and his daughter Vanina is still in this race.
There it is. Whoa. Change of plans, turn right. Scratch.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche, in a most unexpected form.
Hi.
How you doing? What? You hungry, boy?
Need a new way to wax? Introducing Eagle One Wax As You Dry. Just wash, spray it on a wet car, and dry to an amazing shine. Wax as you dry from Eagle One.
Next Saturday on Speed, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
Oh, we got trouble.
Takes on Memphis. The O'Reilly 200 from Memphis, next Saturday, 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
How much money do you owe today? 4,000? 6,000? Over 10? Credit card bills? Personal loans?
How long has it been? Feel any better than last month? The month before?
The plain and simple is life adds up. The answer is you don't have to just deal with it.
You can do something about it now, today, which could make every day better and bring you closer to becoming debt-free.
Call or visit for Care One Credit Counseling right now.
It won't cost you a penny. There are no upfront fees. It's a non-profit service.
Our guarantee is that we will treat every person with honesty, understanding, and respect.
Humility, humanity, and caring.
If you allow us to help, and you do your part, you will lower your monthly bills.
You'll feel better right away, and you'll be on your way to becoming debt-free.
You can do it. Care One will help.
Don't put it off any longer. Don't wait until it hurts. Raise your hand up, say no more, and make the call or visit online today.
Care One for you.
You get it wherever you can, whenever you can. Look at these poor guys. It is brutal. This race is just so unrelenting on these guys. The crews work so hard in the lead-up, and then whilst their star-studded lineups do the work out on the track, they catch whatever sleep they can.
Unlike the television booth where we are all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
Andrew, tell us about this situation with the Panoz.
Yes, I have to say I'm a bit mystified about this. They were just about to follow. They fired it up, and then Scott Maxwell started to shake his head, and now they're taking the front bodywork off. I think it might be a problem with the brakes. I'm not certain about that, but they were certainly looking at the brakes very carefully when they changed the front wheels, and now they're looking down into the engine compartment, actually. Obviously a front engine on this Panoz. So I'm sure this will unravel itself very soon, and we'll know what's going on, but until then, Lee.
The second Panoz of Scott Maxwell, Ben Leuenberger and David Salins, all 6 Panoz drivers, different nationalities. And this is Canadian Scott Maxwell, who's sitting in this number 12 Panoz at the moment. And that's a shame. They've dropped back to 15th. For the majority of this race, or for a good portion, they were sitting, both Panoz cars sitting in the top 10. We take a look now at our race-leading car. Time to take now at our pit stop summary in the Michelin 24 Hour of Le Mans. Some interesting figures.
Boy, that is interesting. Look at that. See, the Bentleys have had remarkable time, particularly that number 7 car, but look at the number 6, the Champion ADT car. 17 stops, fewer stops, but the total, that extra 4 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a lap plus a bit added on there because of that battery.
Of course, the amazing thing about the Audi, he did change the battery, and they could have, in fact, changed the entire rear end, gearbox and all, in less time than they took to change the battery. So they certainly got their systems down, but that is a pretty impressive record there. 18 stops, and they've only been in the pits 18 minutes and 48 seconds. Especially when you think the way the pit stops are structured here. It's not like you can just rush the car and do everything all at once. I mean, you've got to wait for everything to be done before other guys can start.
Well, I think part of that choreography that we just saw a few minutes ago with even the windshield cleaning, that, as Derek said last night, these guys have practiced over and over and over again, and now they've got it down to this. I'll bet you the team manager has probably timed every single person on his job and just made corrections where necessary to make it efficient.
I'm sure.
Is there such thing as the perfect run at Le Mans? The number 8 Bentley's had bad luck. The 6, the champion Audi's had its turn. The Japanese Audi, it's had his turn. The number 7, nothing has gone wrong as yet. Is there such a thing as a perfect run?
I think, in fact, our man Derek and Jackie Ickx had a couple of pretty nearly perfect runs back in the 80s there. And Christensen, I got to think he's had a couple of pretty nearly perfect runs in the Audis in previous years.
You know what? I think when you win, that's a perfect run.
It's perfect enough anyway.
Yeah.
I can see our Andrew Marriott down there next to Scott Maxwell. Andrew, what's the situation?
Yeah, I just had a quick... Larry Holt tells me that they're not really sure what it is, but there's a bad vibration somewhere in the front. But they can't find out what the problem is.
Oh, that's a bit scary.
Well, yeah, if the vibration started when he fired it up.
You crack it up around about 190 mark here on about 4 spots. You don't really want a nasty vibration from the front.
Larry Holt from Multimatic in Canada, engineering with the JML Panoz team this weekend, and Nick Potter handling the other car. And they wave Scott Maxwell out, the former LMP 675 winner here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And it's unlikely that Scott will stand on any podium today. It will be reward enough for these guys if they can just finish. They're now back in 15th position overall.
Scott Maxwell, a fellow I used to race against in Canada in the old Rothmans Turbo Cup series in Porsches. And his dad's been involved in the Canadian race scene for years and has a wonderful business with those little miniature race cars. God, just the most gorgeous little pieces. George Maxwell.
Nicholas Manassian in the Pescarolo Sport Courage Peugeot. He's the reigning ASCAR champion the Oval Racing Series run in the United Kingdom. Former runner-up in the F3000 Series behind Bruno Junqueira, who we're also familiar with in the United States in the Champ Car Series. This is the Luke Alphon Ferrari as Manassian winds out of the pits.
And we were hoping to see Manassian in Formula 3000 because, as you know, on Saturday mornings now, every other Saturday morning after Formula 1 qualifying, we have the Formula 3000 races from the circuits, not one this weekend because they don't go to Canada. And Nicholas Manassian did the first race, but unfortunately the team he was driving for pulled out, so Nicholas not in Formula 3000 again this year.
We're seeing a number of pit stops at the moment. The 15 car is in. This is Jan Lammers, John Bosch and Andy Wallace, two former winners in this car. And as we watch this pit stop, I'm glad you brought up that F3000 thing. I wanted to talk to you because I haven't seen you in a while. What was Bjorn Werdheim on about?
Oh my boy. Could you believe that? That ranks right along there with the number 10 car of Frank Bieler running the thing out of gas today.
Yeah.
I mean, those are two absolutely grotesque mistakes that neither of those two drivers are ever going to live down.
I know.
I mean, of all the races, I mean, the Monte Carlo race, the Monaco Grand Prix, and even though it was a support race, still an incredible feather in your cap for your resume, for the team, and for the driver. And all that crazy waving and slowing down and losing it in the last 20 feet.
He led the whole race, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Just dominated it.
Had a 25-second lead at one stage.
And then wanted to wave to his
Goes
crew.
to wave,
Wanted
yeah.
to wave to the crew and slowed down, and another guy that had been miles behind just cruised past because they hadn't got to the start-finish line.
And I'll bet his crew sure appreciated that wave.
Well, in this field here today, we have seen so many ex-Formula One drivers. There's quite a long list, almost 30 former Formula One drivers. A lot of people have said that's enough to end Werdheim's chances of going any further in his career.
Well, any team manager going to look at it and just think, wow, you know, the kid's obviously got a fatal flaw.
Yeah.
Time to take a quick commercial break. Bentley, Audi, and the Judd Dome. Stay with us.
Sport-tuned suspension, 280 horsepower V8, the new Lincoln LS, the driver's luxury car. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to MichelinMan.com to find out how.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Hermes, messenger of the gods, hearken unto Zeus!
What's up, dude?
You've stolen the drink of the gods. Now suffer my wrath. As punishment, you must hand over your winged sandals.
I don't need these ancient Greek sneakers anyway. I found something better.
Better than the divine ambrosia?
Yeah, it's Red Bull.
Red Bull, a new drink of the gods?
Nah, it's a new cold drink on Earth. It's more fun down there anyway.
And how do you plan to get back without your winged sandals?
With Red Bull. It gives you wings.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Friday nights, go trackside. This is the show of shows.
This is my people right here.
Trackside, Friday nights only on Speed.
The action continues here at the 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. Getting brighter and brighter as we get closer and closer to the finish of this race, but still some time to go. The Corvette race summary, you can read that for yourself, and we're up to 12 cars out of this race right now. We follow the progress of our GTS Corvettes. Second and fourth in class, nothing has changed there. But we did hear from Oliver Gavin recently, and he was sounding fairly optimistic, but they do need some misfortune in the Velox ProDrive Ferrari camp, that's for sure. We just saw a pit stop by the number 15 Dome Judd, the Racing for Holland entry, and Andrew Marriott is the 1988 Le Mans winner, Andy Wallace.
Yes, I certainly am with Andy Wallace here, and Andy, you've driven the Audi and the Bentley before. How does this particular car, this Dome, compare?
Well, really, it's a great little car. We've not had, so far, any major problems with it, and with each passing hour, the car gets quicker and quicker. So I'm not sure if we're going to have enough race left to get quick enough to catch the Audis and the Bentleys, but certainly happy with the way it's gone so far.
Now, you've done many Le Mans, Andy. This is one of the easiest nights, really. No weather issues at all.
Yeah, that's right. It's pretty tricky here if it rains at night. It's difficult enough to see in the dark anyway without the water. But yeah, we were lucky tonight. Looking at the sky, probably not going to rain till the end of the race either, perhaps.
Well, thanks very much. Let's go up to Brian Till.
Just got out of the number 50 Corvette. Other than having to get a razor blade to cut all the tape off the door to get you out, how's the car?
It's going good. Bit of a problem with the seatbelt that time. I think something was twisted or caught. So when I was out there, it suddenly loosened. I thought the belts had come undone, and they were very, very loose, which I hate. Some of the guys like actually loose the belts, but I can't stand it. So I was trying to tighten them up the whole time, but still running good times, so no problem.
No problem. I can't even imagine driving down the Mulsanne straight with loose seat belts. Can you, Bill?
Boy, I hate loose seat belts, too. It's just one of those things that it almost makes you more aware of what the car is doing because you get flung around all over the place.
Dreadful. And of course, not so much the GT cars, but some of these prototype cars, and you get into Formula One cars, I mean, you have to be absolutely strapped in, just become part of the seat because the G loading is extraordinary.
Yeah, basically, you do it as tightly as you can, then have your crew chief lean in and yank
it up
on
a bit more, right? Yeah.
Well, thankfully, finally, we get to see some GT class action on the track. Our host broadcasters here haven't been all that generous in showing some of the GT cars. This is now the GT class leader. They are back up on top. Sasha Masson, Lucas Luhr, Emmanuel Collard. And this is the very intriguing combination of Alex Job Racing and Peterson White Lightning Racing, because they're fierce rivals. They're enemies in the American Le Mans Series. But they've combined here their resources, staff, and car, and now they're back on top in GT. Here's the Tysan car, the 77 machine, and that has been running very strongly as well. It in class is, let's see, it's about fifth or fifth in class at the moment.
I went over and talked to Alex Job about that very thing, the fact that, well, you're running with one of your fiercest competitors. You want to win the race, but how many of your secrets do you put into the car? And he kind of smiled and said, well, we've taught them a few things, and we've learned a few things from them too. So it's a very difficult thing because you don't want to give away all your secrets, but you do want to prepare the car to win.
Well, the winner's us, isn't it? We'll get better racing in the ALMS as far as a result of those two guys. And the Riley and Scott is getting pushed into the garage. They've had a testing day, and it all began yesterday with a high-speed spin down in Indianapolis. Mark Goosens was behind the wheel then.
Yeah, that was a great shame. That got him off to a bad start. Never did quite find out whether he just spun it or whether that tyre went down first. But it certainly, by the time it had been across the gravel sideways at around about 100 miles an hour, it was looking a bit sick, and the tyre fell apart and then badly damaged the body section at the back. So they got off to a bad start, but it had been going so well.
Yeah, they've had a great run with that car. Jim Matthews did something that he adapted basically the Audi gearbox, that automatic paddle shift gearbox, to the Riley and Scott car. Here's Kevin Buckler's number 81 monster cable car coming in.
Sitting 6th in class, 27th outright. And these guys will not give up.
To get back to this Riley and Scott, and after Jim had spent the money, which it's a fairly substantial deal to adapt this gearbox, they think that it's somewhere around $200,000 by the time it's all said and done. But Jim said it makes the car so much better to drive.
Wow, that's a lot of money, isn't it?
Isn't that incredible for a gearbox?
And I think Goosens will run with Jim throughout the year in the ALMS.
I believe so, yes.
So that's going to be good to see that car. That Robert Yates engine is pretty fierce in the back of that. And they qualified 5th outright. They were the quiet achiever, and sadly their day has not gone to plan. We're looking at the number 11 Panoz, the JML team Panoz entry. Mad Max behind the wheel, and just repeating, if you've joined us, he will be back in the Champ Car World Series coming up at Portland, driving for the PK team.
Yeah, in fact, talking about that Robert Yates motor in the car, just looking down the speed chart here, some of the speed guns on the circuit just before one of the chicanes. The Riley and Scott was at 279 kilometers per hour. The champion Audi was 279. So
yeah,
that's how quick that car is with that Yates. Well, you remember the Panoz when they had the Yates motors? They were thundering monsters.
Looking at a good comparison here, the Panoz and the Bentley, the old and the new, the older I should say, and the new.
The Sopwith Campbell and the F-16.
I don't think the Panoz would like to be compared to Sopwith Campbell compared to an F-16, but they're certainly not
Spitfire?
Quite the same league as the Bentley, but still at all, they're holding it down well and truly down that long straight.
Yeah.
The Bentley quicker through the chicane and quicker off the chicane, but even then, struggling to get alongside and pass in.
Yeah.
Coming up onto some slower traffic, which is in his lane.
Yeah,
that may,
let's see what happens here.
That may foil this bid. No, just squeezes by.
And who else got caught out by the Panoz acceleration?
Mr. Bieler. Frank Bieler yesterday. I thought that was an absolutely grotesque error of judgment to try and overtake it on the left when he knew he was going to go right into the pit lane, and I just can't understand someone like Frank Bieler doing it.
No. That's one of those things that maybe he was concentrating so hard on trying to make the pass and forgot totally about the fact that he was going to the pit. But again, I agree, that's inexcusable. You have to treat your priorities.
Corvette still working in the pits. This is Johnny O'Connell, the 53 car, the defending GTS class champions. They were coming into this race looking for a three-peat, and that is getting further and further away from them at the moment, sadly, to report that. We had a lot of interest in this team. The brand new C5Rs hasn't exactly been the race they wanted, but the 50 is still in there fighting.
Perfect accessory for your right foot. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
Doing? What? You hungry, boy?
Need a new way to wax? Introducing Eagle One Wax As You Dry. Just wash, spray it on a wet car, and dry to an amazing shine. Wax As You Dry from Eagle One.
Sunday on Speed, we return to France for continued coverage for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Live from Montreal, Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix. Speed News Sunday wraps up the world of racing. That's all this Sunday only on Speed.
Go on.
Attention to the talk. Fire mission. What do you got? I have a sit rep from Alpha Company. What is? Building GPD ready to be verified. Verified. Number one.
Ever wondered what it's really like to be a soldier? Put yourself in the picture with this free video. You'll see over 200 great jobs in the Army and over 180 in the Army Reserve. You'll also see what skills you learn, how you can earn money for college, plus all the other ways you can keep studying while you're in the Army. You'll even get the chance to see what soldiers do in their free time. Call this number right now and get this free Army t-shirt and free video. Put yourself in the picture and see what it's really like to become an Army of One.
Welcome back. The 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues from the world-famous Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans. And the morning is here, but it's not the brightest of days. Quite an overcast, cloudy, and there's a slight breeze. In fact, it's for once, it's a little bit cool, and it's quite refreshing. We've had high temperatures and high humidity here.
You know, I just thought about something maybe I should bring to the viewers' attention. If some people who aren't familiar with these cars are wondering why they're working on the back end of the Corvette when we talked about an alternator problem. The alternator in that car is actually mounted and driven off the rear end of the car. And part of it is just simply to move more weight to the back to balance the car out, to try and achieve the mythical 50-50 balance that you'd like to get. So they're in the right area of the car. It's completely unlike your street-driven Corvette.
Well, let's talk more about this number 7 Bentley, because there's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line for each of the 3 drivers involved in this car. Bentley are trying to bring up their first victory at Le Mans in 73 years. They've been here for the past 2 years. They finished 3rd and 4th. If you want to get into nitty-gritties, they won their class, the GTP class, but they're the only cars in that class. We like to just talk about them in the 900 category, the LMP 900 category. But for all 3 drivers, young Guy Smith, it would be his first Le Mans win. Dindo Capello, it would be his first win. And the captain of the ship, Tom Christensen, it would be his 5th. That would mean he would draw level with Derek Bell. But more importantly, he would go 4 wins straight. Can you imagine winning 4 years in a row at Le Mans? It has never been done before.
I find the whole thought of it just sort of almost too overpowering, because it's such a difficult race to win. But he hasn't won it yet. He's got 8 hours to go, 8 hours and 20 minutes in fact. But it certainly looks pretty good so far.
Oh yeah, it does. That car just looks so solid.
They're clipping the curbs, but only just. They had
just
a bit
barely.
Of a scare with the curbs on Thursday apparently, when they did some damage to the underneath of the car.
Well, we've been talking a lot about Tom Christensen. Let's hear from him right now.
Tom, if I could just, I know you've been sleeping, and did you have a good sleep?
Yeah, I had a good sleep. I don't know how much, maybe a few hours.
It's going really well, isn't it? It must be everything crossed now.
Yeah, that's what they say. So it's good. Dindo is going well now in the morning, and we've been able to pull out a lead. I think the other car had a battery change, but this of course help us in car number 7, that we can maybe control the pace a little bit more and hope that the car will run just as reliable as has done until now.
Too early to think really, but it would be lovely to win this with Dindo, wouldn't it?
Hey, for sure.
The smile said it all, folks.
He doesn't care about Dindo, and Paul Guys really cares about.
I think he'd think it'd be lovely to win it with Hobbs. It'd be lovely to win it with Deffy, anybody.
Exactly, as long as he wins it. He don't care who's sitting in there with him. Oop. Got a bit of smoke coming out the left exhaust pipe.
Well, this is great for Dindo Capello. Such a strong, rewarding run. Wind back the clock several years in the American Le Mans Series. He was partnered with Alan McNish, who came in, blasted the field away, and won the 2000 American Le Mans Series. then went on to Formula One. He had that year of testing with Toyota. Then we know that now he is the test driver with Renault. But Dindo learned a lot partnering, hanging around in general with Alan McNish. And Alan really taught him a lot over that year of 2000. Then to go from Alan McNish to be partnered with someone like just such a well-rounded guy and such a terrific bloke as Tom Christensen, and what a driver, what a teammate. And this, I think, I mean, Dindo Capello's got championships behind him, he's got so much experience behind him, but he has grown over the last 2-3 years.
He has, but you know, something I talked about with you earlier this morning, Lee, when we were walking up to the booth again, is that, remember, just a short while ago in the American Le Mans series, he went through a spate of, well, just brain fade problems. Really, almost like what we saw happen early in the race, where running out of gas is kind of the norm. And he had a couple of incidents in a row that were just, I mean, almost shocking. I couldn't believe that a driver of his caliber did it. There was an incident of passing cars before the start-finish line at Road America. One where the green flag fell and he didn't even realize it was out, and other cars went blowing by him, and it looked like his mind really wasn't in the game.
I think his mind's in the game right now.
I'm sure it is right.
I hope so. He is a very, very talented driver. We've seen him, oh, a little burst of smoke off the right rear wheel there.
Yeah.
The 8 Bentley is in. Andrew Marriott's right there.
Yes, it certainly is right here, and we're going to have a driver change. David Brabham is climbing in, a fresh set of Michelin. The 19 litres of fuel is going in. I think that puff of smoke was a bit of a late braking effort, because the speed limit does start just before this particular pit. So this is where it's only a couple of 100 yards from the actual point where you have to enter the slow zone. That fuel's in. Brian Till, what have you got?
Well, Frank Freon is in the 53 Corvette. He's going to get in, putting the hood back on the car. They had to change the gearbox. Bill, you alluded to it. The alternator in this car drives off a shaft that comes out of the back of the gearbox. They had an alternator problem earlier in the weekend, and they replaced the alternator. It ended up stripping the teeth off of that shaft, and the only repair that they could make was to change the gearbox to get another shaft that had the splines to put the alternator on. So a very lengthy, timely stop for them. Not the weekend that they wanted to have, especially as defending champions. Andrew?
I had Johnny Herbert, but he just walked away from me because it has only just come in. I'm sure we're going to get him in just a moment, though, folks.
How disappointing for all these fellows in the Corvette team and carrying that flag from the USS LaSalle, and the letters they'd received. They were all so motivated to do well and to try and repeat their victory from last year.
And it's now 11 laps behind its sister car. The 50 car's got 222 laps on the board. This has got 211, probably about to go down another lap. So it's going to be 12 laps behind the Corvette. And of course, he'll be another 4 laps behind the Ferrari of Thomas Enger.
It was something that we were so fortunate to be able to accompany these fellas on their visit to the Armed Forces for 2 days. They were there for longer than that. We were there for 2 days, but it was just so nice to see them, and the fact that they and the people at Chevrolet were giving something back to the world, something back to the armed forces of the country. And the reception they got by the sailors was astonishing, absolutely remarkable. And these young guys and young women on board the ships were, it was like, well, it'd be like you and I seeing Shania Twain. You want to walk up and say hello, and quite amazing. And they were
Shania Twain.
I'll tell you sometime. But they would they signed and gave away over 5,000 shirts.
Let's get down to Andrew. He's with Johnny Herbert.
Yeah, Johnny, that was a great session you had there. Very good session, very quick times.
Yeah, well, the times are good. Just unfortunately, we've had a few little niggly things and they've just lost us a bit of time, but the car's still working well. I'm still pushing hard, so, you know, you never know what can happen. It's still a long way to go.
What about the track conditions? Because there's quite a bit of debris out there.
There is, but it's one of those things. Once the sort of the gravel goes on the track, it gets taken away quite easy. It's only when you're overtaking the slower cars that you then have a problem. But basically, it doesn't feel in bad condition, I have to say.
We're almost 2/3 of the way through. Can you push hard enough to catch the 7 car, do you think?
I don't think so. Not at the moment. They're just too far ahead, I think, just to do it as a straight battle. But you never know. We'll keep on battling.
Enjoying it? Look as if you are.
Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. You know, I'm enjoying doing the times, and it's as always good.
Life left in the old dog yet?
Oh, absolutely. Too right.
And we'll see Johnny this year driving the champion Audi in the American Le Mans Series. You heard Bill mentioning before, speaking of Corvette and that visit that they made to the USS LaSalle. We'll take a look at that visit when we come back after this brief break. The 53 is back running. Great to see.
Sport-tuned suspension, 280 horsepower V8, the new Lincoln LS, the driver's luxury car. There are those who travel and those who travel well.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you're driving around with worn-out brake pads on your car, that's dangerous. Get to AutoZone for a new set of brakes today. Get in the zone.
AutoZone.
Hello, I'm Derek Daly. Have you ever thought what it might be like to push a race car to its limits? Well, for most of my life, I did just that. And now I want to share those thrilling moments with you at the Derek Daly Performance Driving Academy. You can walk through our doors with no experience and have the thrill of a lifetime. From the classroom to the racetrack, and all just minutes from the world's most exciting city of Las Vegas. To begin your racing adventure, simply call 1-888-GO-DEREK and begin to live your dream.
The season reaches the halfway point in Montreal. Kimi Räikkönen and Michael Schumacher are gearing up for a classic F1 battle.
Räikkönen is right there.
Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix, live tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern, exclusively on Speed.
During the month of May, Corvette Racing took time out to visit some US troops abroad. Gaeta Naval Base, just north of Naples in Italy, was the location aboard the USS LaSalle. The team met the sailors, signed autographs, and ensured Corvette Racing would have some powerful support at this year's 24-hour.
And this is a great day, especially for all the race fans here on USS LaSalle. We can't be at the races, so this is the closest thing to home.
And I've always been kind of a Corvette freak. Everybody around here knows to the fact that I'm who I am because of my car.
When you go and you visit these troops and you see the impact that it has on them and the smiles on their faces and the little levity that we bring into their lives, that's important to me. It's a people issue for myself.
As we ride with the 53 Corvette, it is a people issue, Doug Feehan, and that's why this is an American icon. That's the whole reason. The 50 and the 53, Corvette's 50th anniversary since the first Corvette rolled out in 1953. Well, they may be getting a helping hand. Look who is in the pit box. It is the Luc Alphon Adventures Ferrari 550, and this helps because this car is sitting third in class. The 53 Corvette is fourth. Andrew, the 53 car needs this Ferrari to stay in for a long time.
And I think it will, because Frederick Dorr has just climbed out and he told me they have a clutch problem. It's slipping quite badly. They're going to try and work on that now, but this could be a very long job. I think big disappointment here for the Solution FT.
Remember, one of the old solutions to a slipping clutch used to be to spray some carbon tetrachloride into the clutch and try and get rid of any oil buildup. But, well, this could be big too with that front engine V12, and see how easy it is to remove the gearbox, but I can't imagine it would be a fast job.
I'm going to go and
as they work hard, there's frustration down. This is an interesting trio. The 72 car, Luke Alphon is a former multiple-time world downhill skiing champion. Freddie Dorr is the guy who owns this car. He owns the Velox, the two Velox ProDrive Ferraris as well. He's a shipping magnate that lives in Switzerland. And Jerome Polican, who won the Rolex 24 at Daytona, and they've been running very, very well. Up until now.
Yeah, they have. I think they've had a surprisingly strong run. That was a car that I really didn't think would come up and challenge the ProDrive cars, but they had a real good battle with them for quite a while.
Yeah, they were going well, and of course, obviously, Switzerland is the sort of place you'd definitely expect to find a shipping magnate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. See, it is getting brighter and brighter as the morning comes on here, but it's still this overcast. I don't think there's any sign of rain around. Well,
it's just like, actually, it's more like fog than
yeah, it is like fog.
It'll burn off. You can see the sun just coming up here through the low cloud. I don't think it'll rain, but it's very humid out there, but a lot cooler than it's been, which is nice for the driver.
It's nice for us too.
The 53 Corvette is some 9 laps behind that blue 72 Ferrari 550, so we will keep you updated as to the progress of the Corvette and the problems of the Ferrari.
They should be able to make that. If they're going to do an amazing clutch job or even change the clutch on the 72 car, they'll make that 9 laps up easily.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's 36 minutes right there in the 9 laps. So.
The 93 Porsche. Is that what we're looking at? No, it's not. It's 77 Porsche. The 93 Porsche is Emmanuel Collard now driving.
What a team that
is. Cranking off times of 4:11. Leo Hendry is turning in times of 4:29. So the 93 car really pulling away from the Orbit racing car now.
Well, Emmanuel Collard, what a fantastic, all three of them, the entire team in that car is just the best.
77 car that we're looking at now, in fact, is lying 4th in the class. But he is 9 laps behind the lead car.
It's pretty remarkable. I remember last night looking at one of the graphics showing the manufacturer wins over the years, and I think it was Porsche had 16 wins on one. So just, these things are bulletproof cars.
Yeah. I was here the day they won the first ever overall with Richard Atwood driving the 917.
Really?
He should have been second. I won't say who should have been first.
And do you want to tell us who was second?
He wasn't. He didn't finish.
Oh.
It was a very ideal opportunity. It was raining and Mike Held was going like Jack the Ripper, and we were running in 3rd spot at about 7 o'clock at night. And unfortunately, he had contact with a car that was already parked on the Dunlop curve.
It was already parked.
In the heavy rain. And so we went back to the hotel, the La Charte, Hotel de France, and had a rather good evening. But it wasn't the evening I had planned. And of course, we were lucky really because we had the 4.7 litre 5.
The GT40.
No, this is the 917.
Oh.
They had the 4.5 litre engine. The other three works cars had all got 5 litres, and they all broke. The 4.5 litre car was won in the hands of Richard Atwood.
Speaking of those manufacturer wins here at Le Mans, let's take a look at an on-screen graphic that just shows you how strong Porsche has been here at Le Saf.
Incredible.
Bentley are hoping to get one closer to Jaguar. You think about those legendary times here at Le Mans for Jaguar, so that would mean a lot to Bentley to get up there as well.
Bragging rights.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Interesting to hear Alistair Stewart when I questioned him last night about if you win, will we see more racing from these cars?
Yeah.
He did a little bit of tap dancing.
He did a lot of tap dancing, I thought, yeah. Typical CEO.
It was a jig.
He didn't really give us a straight answer, did he? But have a look at this. Have a look at this. The chicane here, and all the markers everywhere. They've just been belted completely off the inside of those turns. There's no markers left there. Another pit strategy graphic for you. This time it's in the GTS class. Total time in pits, that tells the story of the woes of the 53 Corvette.
You know, the 8-minute difference right there, that is 2 laps, and currently the Ferrari has a 4-lap lead, so that would take it back.
Race leaders in, Andrew Marriott, tell us more.
Yes, this looks like a completely routine stop. All the usual things we see. The man with the torch looking at the back, the windscreens being furiously clean. The fuel going in, as we said several times now, at 7 litres a second, and just working that out. That's, well, it's almost 2 gallons a second, isn't it? That's not as quick as they have in Grand Prix racing, and we don't see the same sort of issues as we've seen before. Just looking in, Dindo Capello, they've opened the doors and they're clearing out bits of rubber which have got between the doors and the actual sill, and that just shows how much debris flies around. But Dindo looks perfectly happy, perfectly calm, and the car will now fire. There was a sound of speed.
It certainly was.
We could do with giving that mechanic that caught the spray bottle there a job in the English cricket team.
It wasn't the mechanic, it was Tom Christensen. He was standing by.
He can't play for the English cricket team.
I think that fellow who does the windshield should open his own detailing shop, because he could wax your car in about 1 minute and 12 seconds.
I've worked it out that guy, our mate, who cleans the windshield, he just throws that can, and whoever's standing there, that's their job to catch it.
Hope he doesn't clunk it off the head of the
pocket.
Tom just happened to be standing there. All good fun here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We'll have plenty more coming up. We're going to be with you for another 2 hours.
Let's circle back to Cincinnati with those figures, you know. I'm worried about Red.
Oh, no. It's off? Okay, I'll be right there. Guys, I gotta go.
I think we can achieve substantial organ penetration in the Pacific Rim.
That's awful. Really sorry, but I have to go.
The new Boxster. It is perhaps the perfect getaway car.
Come on, lads! Call yourselves soccer players? You're a bunch of idiots! 5-0, it's only half-time!
Easy, coach. You know what's missing?
Yeah! Talent, commitment, skill, discipline...
No, that's not it. Our defense is great, but we have no winger. Professore, dottore, maestro, you must listen to me.
Speak English!
We need wingers.
Look here, before the second half, we'll all drink Red Bull energy drink.
Why?
Because it gives you wings!
Where do you go?
Auto insurance, loans, retirement. AIG. We know money.
Who will be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with the distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees.
Stop wasting your money on hard vitamin pills that do not even digest in your body. See, this is what happens inside your body. Did you know that 90% of vitamin pills don't even dissolve in the body according to the physician's desk reference? Finally, there is a liquid vitamin and mineral supplement called Daily Complete that works and tastes great. You get 211 vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, fruits, vegetables, and important herbal ingredients in just 1 ounce a day. Watch how fast your body absorbs it. Most of my patients see results in less than 10 minutes.
After taking an ounce of Daily Complete, within minutes I have results, and I have energy throughout the day.
The energy level went up with me.
I like the energy boost I get in seconds.
My mood is actually more consistent. It doesn't go up and down during the day.
My hair is not falling out anymore. My nails are healthy and strong.
My skin looks better. My hair looks better.
It's got a great orange flavor to it.
Stop wasting your money on hard vitamin pills that do not even digest in your body. Put your health first. Call now and order Daily Complete.
The middle weekend of June, most championships in the States and around the world are already well into their season. And you can talk to our Dave Despain on Wind Tunnel every Friday night at 11 about whatever championship you like. Tell him what's on your mind, have a discussion and have some fun. Dave Despain, Wind Tunnel, each Friday at 11 p.m. Eastern. We continue on, and the champion team continue to be there and to continue this pressure on the number 8 Bentley. They keep plugging away. They're sitting third outright. Emanuele Pirro again, multi-stinting as he has and has done so confidently, but so too has JJ Lado and Stefan Johansson, another star-studded lineup in this car, and pushing as hard as they possibly can, flying the flag for Audi. The Audi Sport Japan Team Go car is pretty much out of this. It's too far behind. Well, there is still a long way to go, but you can't discount anyone at this stage. But if things keep going as they are, this is your top Audi from Pompano Beach, Florida. Emanuele Pirro, former ALMS champion 3 times and defending Le Mans 24-hour winner. And he is our #1 Audi at the moment. Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe. Lee Diffie with you here, along with David Hobbs and Bill Adam in the booth. Andrew Marriott, Brian Till down in pit lane. Derek Bell will join us later on, the 5 times winner. So too will Martin Haven. He'll be back down there in pit lane. We will be with you here for another 2 hours. Then we hand over to the Autosport Radio Le Mans crew. John Hindhoff and the boys will take you for another 3 hours. That's bonus coverage that we are offering. And then we'll come back for the final 3 hours to the finish and then have a half-hour post-race show. So we will be with you one way or another right through to the checkered flag of the 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. We had a little bit of fun before we went to the break with our man on the windshield. Have a look at this and look in the background at Tom Christensen. Hey, who wants to catch this? Tom? Whoop. Yeah.
Jerry Rice.
He's the man.
He didn't even move till it was halfway there.
That's amazing.
I think Andrew has more on this. Do you, Andrew?
Certainly do. I have Thomas Leutsch, who's the crew chief on the #7 car, is also the windscreen cleaner. You're very good at cleaning the windscreen.
Yeah, it's so much dirt on the track and oil on the windscreen, so we have to do the best to get it clean, to get the drivers good view.
When you throw the bottle back, do you just throw it at anyone and somebody catches it, or do you actually aim it at Tom Christensen?
No, luckily I just find a guy who catch it. I just throw it because I have to clean the screen then.
But are you watching for other things as well as you're the crew chief?
Yeah,
you
have to, yeah. You have to have your eyes everywhere, keep an eye of everything, what's on the car, look to the radiators, the brake ducts and everything else. All the time you have to watch on everything.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Brian. Thank you.
Well, #6 Audi is coming down pit lane. Brad Kettler had told me last time it did not start with authority after the last pit stop, and he was hoping they're not going to have to do a battery change, but they have the equipment set up here to take the car into the garage if they need to. Right now, they're just doing fuel. They'll wait to see how the car starts and if it's got enough charge in it. So like we were talking about, these batteries take a beating in these prototype cars because they're so stiffly sprung. And when it damages the battery itself because of the pounding that it takes in the side pods of these cars, they have to replace it. It's not so much an alternator issue as it is just the abuse that they take inside these vehicles. 90 gallons of petrol is in. 90 liters, I should say, he's down and away. It started much better that time. Celebrating here.
I'll bet. I saw the Michelin representative down there just take a bend down and look at the tires. They gave him a thumbs up. No need to change them at all. So that's a huge advantage. And Michelin, I guess, have really been the ones to pioneer this longevity in tires. See, the Corvette team running on the Goodyears don't have the luxury of being able to double or triple stent like so many others can do it. Michelin have a huge advantage.
When Pirro came in that time, that stint was 15 laps. That's raised their average to some 13.9 laps.
They are the best.
That's pretty good. And we thought going into this race that might be their secret weapon, but the Bentleys really have been just too fast, and it's rather negated the fact that the Audi, especially the champion Audi, is able to run longer stints.
The Calpont Riti Competizione Ferrari, the combination of Anthony Lazzaro making his debut at the Le Mans 24 Hour, Terry Borchella, and Ralph Kellner's a successful trio, but it has not been a successful run for this car. Sadly, they are well down the order. They are not in contention in the GT class. Remember, this is the car that finished second overall, second in class at the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona. It has not been as successful today, that's for sure.
I think this is a different level of competition here. This is much more serious and much more prestigious, and you're up against the best in the world at this track.
This high shot gives you an idea of just how murky the atmosphere is. Because in the old days, the fog on the Mulsanne Strait in the mornings always used to be a big thing, but it was much more rural then than it is now. The tentacles of urbanity have spread down the Mulsanne Strait. There's a couple of Home Depot type places down there. The Mulsanne, the chicanes are actually now at road intersections. There you can see the arrows on the side of the road there where they're left turn lanes in real life. So as I say, urban life has crept down the straight and you don't get it now. But in this dip like that little dip before, always used to have fog in it in the morning. And we can see where it came from because that's exactly what we've got today. And that high shot showed it, and that long shot from the rear going down the straight, you can see the fog up in the trees, but the heat of the buildings and concrete has forced it away somewhat.
I thought I saw one of the tentacles of urbanity just creeping onto the track there a while back.
Well, there you go.
Lovely to see as we look behind the Rizzi Ferrari 360 Monza. Lovely to see this, the Denblar Avis, the DBA 04 Zytec powered LMP 675 prototype, still going. Great to see, well done. Ferrari Motorsports, there's your update on the 675 class. We'll be back.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche in a most unexpected form.
The Dremel Rotary Tool. You cut, Dremel cuts. You sand, Dremel sands. You grind, Dremel grinds. You hammer. Did I mention we cut? The Dremel Rotary Tool. For every problem, there's a Dremel solution.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
The season reaches the halfway point in Montreal. Kimi Räikkönen and Michael Schumacher are gearing up for a classic F1 battle.
Räikkönen is right there.
Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix, live tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern, exclusively on Speed.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Porsche for the pure sport of driving, and by Chevrolet Corvette. Chevy, Wherever there's a winner's circle, we'll be there. And in this anniversary year, we're hoping they will be in the winner's circle come the end of today. Hey, let's not forget that your vote counts in the Driver of the Year competition. 2003 second quarter drivers were announced last night on Speed News. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Gilles de Ferran, Sebastian Bourdais, Larry Dixon, JJ Yaley, Matt Kenseth, Jimmy Johnson and Bobby Labonte. You can get your vote in on Speed TV. Your vote counts. Get amongst it, get involved. And JJ Lato is with our Andrew Marriott. Let's get down to the pits.
No, I'm afraid he's not, but a lot of activity down here. The number 13 Courage Judd, one of those cars just inside the top 10, is just about to make a pit stop. But let's go to you, Brian.
Actually, Lee and Andrew, I've got JJ. I can talk like Andrew if you want me to, though, Lee.
Very good.
But actually, JJ, Emanuele comes in, you're all ready to get in the car, he won't give you your toy back.
Yeah, seems to be that we are still very happy to drive the car. All of us.
Things are going good, but it just looks like the restrictor size is really hurting you guys, especially in a straight line.
Yeah, I mean, a part of a little battery problem earlier on. We lost a little bit of time, but it's just the car has been running really well, and Champion Racing really prepared the car well for the race. But you know, it's too slow. You know, basically with the new restrictor, which is smaller, we lose so much power, and the acceleration and the straight line speed is very bad. So we are struggling a lot to get by the other cars, and that's where the Bentley is getting a lot of advantage.
I think that's what you see, guys, when you see the professionalism of the three guys in this car and they're able to keep up with the guys with more horsepower. Shows what kind of drivers they are. Lee?
Well, we've just seen some pretty fraught moments for the number 7 car there with Capello at the wheel. You know, with so many cars out of this race now, and all the ones that were running all seem to be in the same spot on the road at the same time there. Him and the car of the Audi and Pirro trying to weave their way through all that traffic, a lot of which was quite high speed traffic. The Courages were there, and it just really was quite a cluster there.
I think this could be good fun right now too, because here you've got two ex-teammates that are coming to play with each other, and there's got to be a lot of pride on the line at this point, a lot of ego. You got Capello, who's sitting in the Bentley, and Pirro right now is in the ADT champion Audis. Well, there they are, just nose and tail right there. So.
And don't forget that Pirro is going to fight off going down another lap.
I think
Currently, Capello has got 256 laps in the book. Pirro is some 3 laps down. He will not want to go 4 laps down. So watch that fight between the two Italians. The sole remaining Velox ProDrive Ferrari is in. This is the GTS class leader. And yet, there's been some minor problems, but nothing too time-consuming for this car. It's been fast, it's been nimble, it's been agile, it's done everything that's been asked, and so too have the drivers. Andrew Marriott.
Yes, indeed, that car is halfway through its pit stop. In fact, Jamie Davis just climbed in, and I was talking to Jamie a few minutes ago, and he told me that hit that Anthony Davidson had in the night was a really big one. He says it was a huge accident. I think maybe because it was so dark we hadn't appreciated that, although obviously we knew he was a bit bruised and battered. So this pit stop continues, and Thomas Enger from the Czech Republic has climbed out the car, and in just a moment I'm sure Jamie Davis will be off in the 88 car. And now that actually there's a problem at the rear, and they're rocking the rear wheels backwards and forwards. I just wonder if they're checking the diff.
Andrew, on their last pit stop they checked the wheels. The mechanics put the car up on the jacks and they checked both the front and the rear wheels. Do they have a problem with the wheel bearings on these cars, or might they have a problem with the wheel bearings?
Yes, so I'm just diving into the garage now to see if I can find somebody who'll give me a quote on that. And Jamie actually has just escaped. Yeah, here's Thomas Enger now. Thomas. I noticed the mechanics were checking the rear wheels. Have you got a slight problem with the diff or the wheel bearings?
No, they were checking the wheel bearings, and they were checking also a little bit the brakes, because it's quite crucial at this time of the day, and we have to be sure that nothing can happen when you drive over 300 km per hour.
You had a very good run.
Well, fantastic. I mean, everything is going well so far. Still, the pace is very good, so now we are 4 laps ahead of the nearest rival, so we are just cruising into the finish of the race.
Thanks, Thomas. He's certainly not a bouncing check.
I had noticed him doing that on that last pit stop, and I had wanted to comment on it, but of course, being in this booth, you couldn't get a word in edgewise, so... but I noticed him doing it on the last stop. They put the car up.
Look at
you
this.
think they're going to change the tyres, and they did a lot of that very careful checking of the wheels. Obviously,
this is just such a perfect chance to compare the two cars. Like, watch them over the bumps, and then let's see how the acceleration compares. Just keep in mind that the Audi does have the bigger motor and a bigger restrictor. I'm sorry, the Bentley.
Yeah, there's that bump you were talking about earlier on. The Bentley definitely seems to have more vertical movement.
It does, doesn't it?
Than the Audi. What about here? That's a bit bumpy going through.
Yeah, a little bit. There was
both
one.
look pretty good there.
Now, well, when we get down the far end of the track, oh, the Bentley's going to get a real good draft off him right here.
Keep in mind, Emanuele Pirro is trying to fend off.
Oh, look at the draft.
Capello. He does not want to lose yet another lap as they approach the Corvette, and he has no say in it whatsoever.
Yeah.
Now 4 laps down.
Boy, horsepower. Wave the yellow flags there. What's that all about?
A lot of dirt there. See all that gravel has been dragged onto this chicane.
Let's see if Emanuele
Now they'll both get a draft off the Corvette. The Corvette, of course, will give them both an absolutely lovely draft.
God, look at the horsepower of that Bentley. Yeah. The Audi can't even stay in the draft. That is just pure horsepower.
Now he is going to draft the Bentley to try the Corvette to try and whistle around the Corvette and give himself a bit of a leg up, but he's going to be all too late because they're coming to chicane. There he goes.
Riding with the 53, Frank Freon driving.
Yeah, I think they needed to leave the restrictor size back where it was on the Audi to keep this better balanced.
There's the John Nielsen, Hayanari Shimoda, Casper Elgaard are in Motorsports Zytec. Some extended work going on down there. We'll return to the pits and the track here at Circuit de la Salle.
Could have seen it coming. Cadillac, breakthrough.
Why do I like Pep Boys for service? Cars have no concept of time. If they did, they wouldn't break down after 5 when garages and dealerships are closing down. I take them to Pep Boys. They're open late. They know that cars never pick a good time to break down.
Our ASE certified technicians are here 7 days and 6 nights a week.
Import or domestic, we'll help you get the most out of your car.
Dealer quality service at prices you can afford.
Pep Boys, we're car people.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain.
Chance for you to sound off no matter what kind of racing you like.
Dave's talking motorsports live.
Old Dave here, your big old self-centered TV windbag.
Wind Tunnel, Friday nights at 11, only on Speed.
Hi, Billy Mays here with another unique product from the Invention Channel. It's called the Rotomatic. It has the power to drill, the strength to grind, and the versatility to buff and polish. The Rotomatic even has the precision to etch and engrave. The secret's the 10,000 RPM motor that allows you to cut, sand, and drill all in one simple step. It'll remove rust and sharpen a dull blade. Even personalize your most prized possessions. It makes old grout look like new. Similar products sell for as much as $80. Call now and you'll get the Rotomatic for only $19.99. But call right now and we'll include the 50-piece accessory kit absolutely free. That means you get all this, a whopping $100 value, all for just $19.99. But you gotta call now. Here's how to order.
To order your Rotomatic, call 1-800-762-9696. That's 1-800-762-9696. So call 1-800-762-9696.
The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues here live and exclusive on Speed Channel. We continue to watch the number 88 Velox Pro Drive Ferrari, the part of the Care Racing Group. And we were looking earlier, and David Hobbs picked it up, that how closely the mechanics were looking at the wheel bearings, checking it. Andrew Marriott has more on this situation.
Yes, indeed, there's a very good reason why they're checking those wheel bearings, because they have decided that that's why Anthony Davidson was tossed into the barriers down there at Tete Rouge. And so they are a little bit concerned about that. There appears to be no problems with the other car, the Enger car. Also, update on the blue Ferrari. When I talked to Freddie Dorr, he said he thought the clutch was on. In fact, it's broken a drive shaft, and they're changing that. And that's going to be at least a half-an-hour job, Lee.
Wow. And all the time, the O'Connell, Freon, and Fellows Corvette gets closer and closer. You remember I said earlier that when there was a 9-lap deficit, it's now only a 2-lap deficit. So the Corvette gaining ground. Just saw one of the Racing for Holland Dome Judds fly on by. The best placed of those is Jan Lammers, his car, his team, former winner of this event, and they sit top 5. That will be a nice result if they can maintain that.
There's that corner that bit quite a few people yesterday afternoon, and as Derek was saying, Derek Bell, that is an off-camber corner that in the Audi speed chart they take it round about 131 miles an hour, so everybody's going there pretty quick. It has no camber to help you at all. In fact, it falls away a little bit.
Look at how black the sides of these cars are getting now from all that carbon brake dust down the side.
Carbon.
Filthiest stuff.
All the stuff is lying around the track now too, so when people like the Bentleys come up to lap some of this stuff, you know, it's very difficult. You've got to be very careful when where you pick your way to go around them, because there's an awful amount of clag and debris lying around on the track, and once you get in it, I mean, it sticks those red hot racing tires like, well, like it sticks anyway.
Yes.
It's very nasty. Brabham, David Brabham in the 8 car, cranking out some good laps, as is Capello.
See, Capello's running a 3-minute 43.9. Brabham's a 3:45.8, and Pirro, just an example, is 3:45 flat. So they're all fairly all within a second.
Just looking at our GT leading Porsche, this is the Alex Job Peterson entry, the number 93 machine, Lucas Luer, Sasha Masson, and in the car right now, Emmanuel Collard. Second in class is the Orbit Porsche. So 2 cars that regularly compete in the American Le Mans Series, 2 American cars, 1 and 2 in GT. Of course, an American car won last year, Kevin Buckler and his Racers Group Porsche. That is very unlikely that will happen again this year, but those boys will not give up. Jörg Bergmeister is currently in that 81 Racers Group Porsche. Third in class, we haven't spoken much about this car in GT, is the 75 Thierry Perrier car. Michael Newgarden, Rolex 24 winner earlier this year, Nigel Smith and Ian Kahn. They currently sit third in GT.
And fourth in GT is the 77 car that's just right in front of the 93 car at the moment, and setting some pretty good times as well. 4:16 was his last lap. The Manuel Collard's last lap was about the same. And of course, this is an all-Japanese crude car.
We showed you an interesting statistic earlier involving the amount of wins that Porsche has enjoyed and experienced here at Le Mans. Let's take a look at a piece of Le Mans history involving that wonderful manufacturer, Porsche. While Porsche's time of dominance was still years away, 1955 marked a significant achievement. The German giant enjoyed its first top 5 at Le Mans at the hands of Helmut Polensky and Richard von Frankenberg. Porsche's first overall win in the world's most important endurance race came in 1970 with the famous 917 and Hans Hermann and Richard Atwood. 15 more times in the next 28 years, Porsche would win Le Mans. The last time was 1998, when this GT1, driven by Alan McNish, Laurent Aiello and Stefan Ortelli, scored the 11th 1-2 finish for Porsche. And that car was an awesome car that McNish, Aiello and Ortelli won, and this is an awesome car as well. Will it go all the way to victory here at Le Mans today? We will find out. There's rumours floating around, and no one has stepped up to the plate to confirm this. And I say just rumours, but they have to start somewhere, that there is a Porsche prototype in the works.
Well, we might as well start that rumour right here.
Well, it's already started. I mean, you talk to people, and the talk is in the industry already that now that, I mean, Porsche was so hung up with getting the Cayenne out.
Well, I think they're going to make a challenge. I think that's going to be the racing car. It's going to be the Cayenne prototype. So you have they want to have a 6-passenger car win the Le Mans 24-hour.
Capable of running over those tentacles without any damage to the Michelins.
Stop at the Home Depot and do some shopping in the back on the way to the pit.
You know, while we're talking about Porsche too, I have to mention that at the track here is Alvin Springer, who is getting out of racing, and it just gonna miss Alvin. I first met Alvin when he was still part of Andile, the great Porsche engine builder in the United States, and Alvin is finally taking a retirement. He's going to enjoy life with his wife and son, and in fact, Alvin's now a grandpa.
He's not only a grandpa, but he is going to tour. He wants to do something he's always wanted to do. He's crisscrossed North America a million times on planes. He's going to get in a Porsche Cayenne and go and tour North America.
Right, gee, good for him.
Have a good look at it.
The man replacing Alvin is a man named Uwe Brettel, who used to be in charge of the Porsche Super Cup. Delightful guy too, really nice. I saw him down the paddock as well, and he's a perpetual smile.
For those of you who are just joining us, perhaps you've just come in after a night out. The situation here at Le Mans is Bentley 1 and 2. It's the number 7 car leading the way with Dindo Capello. He has a 1-lap gap over David Brabham in this car, the number 8. Then it is the Florida-based champion Audi team sits third. We'll be back. Stay with us.
In 2003, the Corvette legend continues. Corvette Racing and the dominant C5R will celebrate Corvette's 50th anniversary this year by continuing its unprecedented success in the world of racing. Corvette Racing looks forward to a repeat of its season last year that brought home 9 victories in 10 races, including hard-fought wins at Sebring and the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans race. This year, everyone can help Corvette celebrate its victories at the Corvette 50th Anniversary Celebration in Tennessee. Nashville will sing with a choir of engines on June 27th and 28th, when an estimated 15,000 Corvette enthusiasts come together for the ultimate Corvette party.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to michelinman.com to find out how.
I have worked since I was 16. I had all these investments and money in the bank, but I felt like I didn't know where I was going. I have a 10-year-old, so I also have to protect her future. My goal was to protect what I have, but at the same time, make it grow. Now I know where I'm going. My advisor is always there when I need him.
How does that make you feel?
Oh, I feel comfortable. I can sleep well at night.
Introducing Bear Advanced Power Force Grass and Weed Killer. One application knocks out even the toughest weeds. Fast.
1, 2, 3, it's over!
Guaranteed. Bear Advanced. Better thinking, better results. Bear Advanced Power Force Multi-Insect Killer. Nothing kills bugs faster. Guaranteed. Bear Advanced. Better thinking, better results.
Friday nights, go trackside.
This is the show of shows.
This is my people right here.
Trackside, Friday nights only on Speed.
Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. We continue on. One of the cars just coming in for a regular pit stop. Rio Fukuda behind the wheel of the Mugen-powered Dome. And what a great rising star he is. French F3 champion, BAR F1 test driver last year, and this year he's back doing Formula Nippon in Japan. And he did have a start here at Le Mans last year. One of the Bentleys is in, can't quite see the number. It is David Brabham in the second placed Bentley. Andrew, tell us more.
Lee, I wish I could. I'd have to run down there because we were just in another garage. But this looks like a fairly routine stop. If I can still keep breathing when I get to the end. Not bad for someone who's 59, eh? So I'm running down here as quick as I can go. And it certainly does look... yeah, the car's going to go out, just fuel on this stop. So another routine stop for the number 8 car, no driver change.
Remember your age, Andrew. Yeah. Don't go running up and down pit lane.
That's right. We don't want to see you impaled on the fender of that Bentley as it leaves the pits there, Andrew. I think Andrew's found himself a little still in somebody's pits because he's always, oh, I'm in somebody else's pit right now.
We were speaking about Rio Fukuda and the number 9 team Kondo Racing. Brian is right there.
Well, the man in charge of that Dome Mugen is Hugh Chamberlain. Hugh, you've been around Le Mans for a long time, and you've seen all kinds of problems pop up here and there. You were telling me something that in all your years of seeing all these different problems, you've never seen them pop up in one event. You guys have had just about everything, it seems like.
Yeah, it's just been a bit hectic this last, God knows how many hours. It was, it started before the race started when the car sprung a leak, a fuel leak. And unfortunately it was a place that you couldn't actually get to without taking the engine out. The engine change is about a 5-hour job, and we had an hour and a half to get it on the grid, 2 hours to get on the grid, something like that. So we actually managed to disconnect most of the things and pull the engine back and get out the fuel seal and redo that. And since the start we've had a minor problem with an engine, which wasn't anything to do with the engine at all, it was to do with a sensor. We rebuilt the gearbox twice. So we're our third gearbox now. Drive shaft's gone and been replaced, of course. We had a crash, and we thought we had a fire, but we didn't have a fire. But we put out our non-existent fire. There's just a lot of smoke. I think that the thing's just getting a bit tired. The car was trying to work out something else to do to us, but luckily it does it. It has a sense of humour.
It has nothing else in its bag of tricks?
Well, I don't know. There's a heck of a long way to go yet, so they could do all sorts of things yet. I hope not, but it might.
Well, stand by, guys. It seems to have a mind of its own, and Hugh certainly has a sense of humor to deal with it, that's for sure, Lee.
Hugh Chamberlain has been incredibly busy this weekend because not only is he overseeing that Kondo Racing, but he and his staff were also overlooking the TVR project as well. Unfortunately, both those cars are now out of the race. There's our GT class leading Porsche. continuing to power on, and we've just seen the number 12 Panoz in the pits again. Scott Maxwell and has just exited pit lane. Andrew?
Yeah, that's Scott Maxwell. I've got Max Papis here. Max, that was a great session. I think you did a 3-stinter.
You know, we ran 3 stints. You know, it was very difficult because with the first stint I was, you know, the quickest that was ever been from the 45. We were on a pretty soft compound tire. Second stint we lost a couple of seconds per lap. Third stint the rear tires were gone, but still the Michelin tire hold on greatly. You know, we're still able to run a very good pace. You know, definitely. Three stint helped us a lot, you know, but it was kind of a physical and mental effort.
You still enjoy sports car racing, don't you?
Sports car racing is what took me into a high level of motor racing, and I love it, and you know, I own a lot of it.
Nevertheless, you're focusing on a new drive, aren't you? Tell us all about moving to Champ Car, back to Champ Car.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I'm really looking forward to go to Portland next week, but at the same time, I'm looking forward as well to continue the relation I've got here with Panoz in all the remaining races I've got. At the moment, you know, I'm really thinking about the 24-hour Le Mans, and I wish the best of luck to my guys over there in Laguna Seca. But wait for Ben Max is going to be back in car.
Yeah, but we must ask you: are you going to test the car before you race it in Portland? Will you get a test?
I guess that the 24-hour test is plenty. I'm going to be there in Portland on Tuesday. And I'm gonna talk to my guys tomorrow, so we're gonna see.
Mad Max, thanks very much. He's a great guy.
Always so wonderful to hear from Max Papis, and we congratulate him on that Champ Car ride with PK. And we see the Racers Group Porsche in pit lane. We saw Timo Bernhard getting ready to step into this car. It's been a tough old day at Le Sath for these guys, but they are not giving up, and that is the true spirit of Kevin Buckler and the Racers Group. There was a fabulous, I can't remember if we've played the interview yet or not, or I remember seeing a piece on tape earlier this weekend with Kevin, and he said, we just come here, we don't shoot our mouths off, we don't big note ourselves, we just get in, we drive as hard as we can, and the results will show at the end of the day. Well, they haven't had the luck this year, but they have still kept their end of the deal. They've done exactly what Kevin asks of the team, and these two Works Porsche drivers, Timo Bernhard and Jörg Bergmeister, have worked incredibly hard, just like they did at Daytona for Kevin.
They do a great job. And you know, something I just noticed as I was looking at the cars sitting in the pits is the damage that we have seen in this particular race from vehicle contact. We have hardly seen a thing. And the Phoenix rises again.
The Spiker is back.
It's been retired 17 times, I think, once an hour, and it just keeps coming back out.
Andrew is with Jörg Bergmeister.
Here's a man I have to look up to, 6'5" of Jörg Bergmeister. How was that session for you?
Oh, it was pretty good. The car's handling very well. We are doing pretty good times, and it's just fun. So I'm pretty happy.
What about your motivation, because you've been so far behind?
Yeah, we are just going as fast as we can now and having fun, so it's okay. I like to do that.
You've always raced Porsches. Would you like to race something else one day?
Oh, right now I would like to stay with Porsche, so I'm very happy here, so hopefully I can stay for the next years.
Good political answer from Jörg. Thanks very much, Jörg.
From GT to GTS, let me tell you this, that the Corvette of Frank Freon, Ron Fellows and Johnny O'Connell is now third in class. That Ferrari is still in pit lane, and they now have a 2-lap buffer. It is the Ferrari, the Velox ProDrive Ferrari, that leads GTS. Then it's the Corvette, the number 50 of Kelly Collins, Andy Pilgrim and Ollie Gavin, second in class. And the second Corvette is third overall. That's wonderful news for those guys. And up front, this is far from over in that GTS class fight, because if that Ferrari runs into problems, they only have a 4-lap buffer over the number 50 Corvette. The 50th anniversary celebrations still could happen here at Le Mans. Stay with us on Speed Channel. We will be with you right through to the checkered flag.
Keep our highways beautiful.
Carrera.
Hi.
How you doing? What? You hungry, boy?
Need a new way to wax? Introducing Eagle One Wax As You Dry. Just wash, spray it on a wet car, and dry to an amazing shine. Wax As You Dry from Eagle One.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker. It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
The season reaches the halfway point in Montreal. Kimi Räikkönen and Michael Schumacher are gearing up for a classic F1 battle.
Räikkönen is right there.
Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix, live tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern, exclusively on Speed.
Following is an urgent message for all inventors. Who cashed in on your last great idea? Do you have another invention? Do you need a patent? Then you need InventTech.
Everyone laughed at my pot that cooked and drained pasta. If I had the patent, I'd be rich.
Snap your fingers, turn on a light. That was my idea, but I never thought to get a patent.
Call InventTech now for a free inventor's kit and get our free video or DVD with your confidential submission. Call 1-800-409-5959.
I've got to tell you, a few weeks ago, I saw the White's metal detector ad on TV. In no time at all, my local dealer had me out treasure hunting. I was finding the good stuff my first day. And the best part? You can see what's in the ground before you dig it up.
Your treasure hunting adventure can start right now. Call for your free catalog.
My wife said I needed a healthy hobby. She's proud of the weight I've lost and really proud of this.
Call now.
Welcome back. The Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues. This just happened moments ago. Gunnar Jeanette on board the number 11 Panoz. This is down at Arnage, and he has gone straight on into the tire barrier.
Look at the trailer rubber. You can see he's locked the tires up and just got it way too deep under braking.
Well, he was lapping that car, and I guess he just lost concentration and, of course, got out onto the marbles.
Wow.
Which is what I was just saying like a few minutes ago. And that's pretty much, I think, what happened here when you see him come into the Indianapolis. This is they're doing 185 mile an hour on the approach. And he's, as you said,
way
out.
Completely missed the apex there.
I think he must have had something go wrong first, so he would never be that far off the apex. I wonder if the left front tire had gone down a bit, and they wouldn't have sensors on that car, and took him out wide.
Yeah, I thought I saw a little bit of smoke off that right rear tire, but that could be just sort of a last-minute deal where he realized, ooh, he's in a lot of trouble. He better jump on the brakes and do what he can.
It seems hard to believe it to be that far offline, but he certainly was.
And you know, that mistake by Gunnar Jeanette was fairly costly because this car, Jan Lammer's car, was the 5th place car. Jeanette was 6th, so he really needed to capitalize on that. We'll keep you updated on how that pans out.
The tire is down, and I just suspect that tire was down before he got there.
Yep. This is very similar to the Riley and Scott, isn't it?
Yeah,
with that rear left.
He was so wide going in there. I can't believe he'd be that far out.
Let's see if he does similar damage.
Oh, there's the sister car going by. All that gravel is more of a hazard to other cars coming through. So one of those Bentleys could still pick up a big chunk of gravel and jigger the tire.
Boy, he's got to keep that slow.
Well, you have got to keep it slow, but it's such a long way, and even slow. How slow is slow? You know, I mean, that's what happened to Mr. Donahue and myself at Sebring in 1971. We had a coming together with Pedro Rodriguez out the back of the track, and same thing happened. The tire shredded on the way back. That was back in the days when Sebring was nearly a 6-mile circuit, and it ripped the oil cooler off and tore the bodywork up. And
good year that 1971.
It was a good year. Now, who was born in 1971?
Look at Andy Waller standing by. You could just hear one of the crew members earlier giving him the instructions on what is going to happen, the order of running when Jan Lammers finally brings this car in. And he's able to still go at a pretty decent pace, Bill.
Yeah. I mean, he's driving very wisely right now. He's just holding it very... Look at that thing. Jeez, stones flying every place.
And Tom Christensen set to get back in as well into the lead car. Dindo Capello will bring the number 7 in, and Dindo is in. Lead car is in pit lane. And Tom Christensen, who was flying earlier, setting some amazing lap times. He and Johnny Herbert have been outstanding in these cars.
Okay, here's our windshield guy now. Let's watch. Oh, well, I guess we can. That's the world feed we don't have control over.
Well, we're watching the drivers get in, and we've already said these cockpits on the Bentley are very, very small, and it's a tight fit. Here comes Jan Lammers with that.
Yeah.
He's very lucky that tyre did not come apart.
And no body damage. So
no body damage, just a lot of gravel in the car, so they're going to have to check that very carefully to make sure there's no gravel jam between the wheels and the brake calipers and that sort of thing, which can machine a wheel down quicker than you can say machine a wheel down. or urbanity.
Octopus.
Or urbanity.
Tentacly.
Christensen is away. Andrew Marriott.
Yes, I'm here. I've never seen such a dirty race car in all my life. And as you say, the rear wheel has certainly kept together. Jan's experience really came into play to nurse that car home. Jan has stepped out of the cockpit. Andy is sliding in now. And, well, they've had such a brilliant run, these boys. Let's hope it doesn't affect that 5th place. And, of course, Jan, you know, he's the team owner as well as the lead driver for this team. He's done an outstanding job. And a little later, I'm sure we'll catch up with him and find out what the true story was here.
Just waiting for our timing monitor to cycle through because the lap times are so long here. It takes a while for that to cycle through. The Panoz may have been able to pick up a lap and go within 1 lap of this car. They were 2 laps behind the number 15 Dome. Gunnar Jeanette in that Panoz may be able to pull 1 lap back. Depends on how much damage was done to the front of that Panoz.
Jan Lammers, of course, a winner here in 1988. In fact, did he drive with Andy Wallace?
Yes, he did.
With Jaguar.
With his teammate Andy Wallace, exactly, yeah. So, getting back together again.
You know what really surprised me there too, David, is that as that car took off, the crew were still kind of reaching into various scoops, pulling out stones. They didn't spend.
Look at the stones still coming out of it. Look at them all.
That's wrong. That is wrong.
Gosh, I'd have taken a few more of those out if I'd have been.
Definitely.
There's Dindo Capello, some cool towels just to refresh him.
A triple stint age you like wonders, won't it?
Well, let's hear from the man in question. Jan Lammers is with Andrew.
Yes, he is. Jan, can you tell us what happened?
I just had a left rear puncture, so coming into Indianapolis, just where you don't need it. I was just actually lifting off, planning to brake, and then the car just started twitching a bit. So I'm very glad with the runoff area they made there. But anyway, new set of tires, everything looks okay, so we're still running.
Used all your experience to bring it in without doing any bodywork damage or other suspension damage?
Experience or luck, I don't know what you call it, but the car seems to be fine. I think the car ought to be built to stand a little shock, of course, like this. And so it's still okay. They cleaned the radiator, so I hope we make it to the finish now.
What a great run you've been having.
Yeah, the car was really lovely, and when it's hot, then we're not in good shape. But this morning, nice and cool, and I could see a bit more than in the night. That, yeah, we're in good shape.
Thanks to Flying Dutchman. What a great guy.
I hope they're in good shape, but there's an awful lot of gravel left in that car. They might have done a bit better to clean some of that stuff out, but let's hope it doesn't get jammed in any vital parts.
There's a 1-lap margin between the first and second Bentley. There's a 2-lap margin, rather a 1-lap margin between the second Bentley and the first of the Audis in third, and Panoz did pick a lap back on that Dome. We'll be back.
There it is. Whoa. Change of plans, turn right.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche, in a most unexpected form.
To all those dads who choose the minivan over the sports car, the vacation in Orlando over Antigua, chicken fingers over chicken cordon bleu, here's a Father's Day reminder. Those days are numbered. Retirement savings from AIG. Retirement Loans Insurance. AIG. We know money.
Now this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline's Max Life. Max Life, the first motor oil specially formulated to recondition used seals to help prevent leaks, helping your higher mileage engine run for a long, long time.
After our naps, we'll flush the radiator.
Now there's an entire line of Max Life products that'll help keep your higher mileage car around for a long time.
Sunday on Speed, we return to France for continued coverage for the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Live from Montreal, Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix. Speed News Sunday wraps up the world of racing. That's all this Sunday only on Speed.
We continue on here at Circuit de la Sarthe. The 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans continues. There's a lot of tired old souls around this place. You can see there the Luke Alfan Ferrari still stationary in their pit box. That has been a costly time.
I'm sure that young lady didn't like bad choice of words there. Poor old soul.
Tired.
Tired old soul. I wasn't talking about her. I was just meaning everyone in general. There's a lot of tired bodies around here, and one guy who's worked very hard. He's just finished his most recent stint is Dindo Capello. He's with Andrew right now.
Yes, this is not an Egyptian pharaoh. This is Dindo Capello. Dindo, that was another good stint you had out there.
Yeah, I did 4 stints.
You did 4?
Yeah, I did 4. It's 52 laps. It's a little bit too much, but I felt good in the car. I asked the engineer to do the 4th stint because the tire were as at the beginning of the first stint very, very good till the end, and we could push and we save at least 20 seconds. And it was a good choice to do 4th stint.
Are you trying to get 13 laps out of a stint?
I did always 13, and in the previous stint I did twice 14 laps.
Very good. Now you've got your race boot off here, Dindo. Have you got a bit of trouble with your foot?
A little bit of cramp, and also my right foot is very, very hot at the moment. After 4th stint is getting very, very hot.
Not surprising after 4 sessions in the car. Well done, Dindo Capello. I'm going to massage his foot a bit for him, I think. Give him a little bit of a massage.
Interesting to see those boots there as well.
Did he say 52 laps?
He did 4 stints. He just said he did quadruple stint.
That's 400 miles.
Yeah.
That is a lot. Especially in one of these high grip, high downforce cars. I don't think you could have done that yesterday afternoon in that heat, but
3.5 hours.
Very stout. Very stout.
Car 18 is in. Henri Pescarolo's Peugeots is in with Eric Ellery, winner 10 years ago.
They're lying in 8th spot overall behind the 13 garage. Stefan Gregoire behind the wheel at the moment.
I think he'd have to be reasonably pleased. These things have been fairly robust so far.
They had a few little problems, didn't they, earlier on, little minor stuff.
Yeah, I think nothing major.
Older Pescarolo made me laugh last night in that interview when he said All my drivers are all very intelligent, and they're a very good driver, very enthusiastic and intelligent, and they follow my directions exactly.
Yes, I tell them what to do and they do it.
They do it.
True meaning of a boss and an employee.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember that when I go back to the States. My employees are very intelligent. I tell them what to do.
Let's work as a team and do it my way.
Exactly. It's just a great team here, as long as you realise that I'm the boss.
Yeah.
Ne deviate pas from what I say. Great high shot. I'm glad I'm not the cameraman. If you've seen that gantry, you'd be glad you weren't the cameraman as well. 130 foot up on a spin to the pole.
Looking at Andy Wallace, the 1988 race winner, he has a one-lap margin over the Panoz. And is this the Panoz in question?
Yeah, I was just wondering that.
But is it the one though? Is that Gunnar Jeanette? You have to look for that polka dot helmet.
Yeah, the orange and green polka dots.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can see.
I think it is.
It may be the second one. Scott Maxwell, the number 12, has dropped all the way back to 23rd. We've seen that in a number of times. And let's get it back down to the pits. Andrew.
Yeah, I'm with Stefan Sarazan, who's been doing a great job, but the car just hasn't got quite enough speed, has it?
Yes, we are in a good position. We are 9 now. And during the night, we had a problem with the brakes. So everything is okay now, so we can push.
Stefan, you're a great all-rounder because you can also win international rallies. Recently, you won the Rally du Var.
Yes, also I did one rally, but it was just for fun. And now I drive in World Series Nissan in one very good team, and also with Pescarolo in here in this race.
You did one Grand Prix in your career. Would you like to get back to Grand Prix racing? Do you still have that as a focus?
Yes, I try to do again, but it's very difficult. And it was very interesting Grand Prix with Minardi.
Yes, that World Series is a growing series, and to a degree is eclipsing Formula 3000 a little bit, guys.
Yeah, it is. Ricardo Zonta, the reigning champion in that series, and it's just given a lot of guys who may have been out in the wilderness some focus again and something to do at a very competitive level. This is your lead Bentley, the lead car, weaving its way through the traffic. Just got past the Labra competition Viper. Christophe Bouchou in that car, winner of this event 10 years ago with Jeff Brabham in the Peugeot 905. Will it be Jeff's brother's day-to-day, David?
Definite haze of smoke coming out the back of the 7 car then. Could be breathe of smoke, but...
I saw that too.
Yeah, we thought Bouchou, actually, when he won that race, he was pretty much a rookie here, and honestly, it looked like he was really going to go far, and his career kind of stalled out somewhat. There you see those bumps that you don't like still?
No, that car really does look twitchy. It almost gets up and hops over 6 inches.
Seems to be hopping over them with a fair old lick. Just on the 341. The 8 car, just on a 340, sorry. Good lap time.
JJ Lato getting set. Emanuele Pirro is coming to the end of his stint. Last time Emanuele brought the champion ADT machine in, JJ was standing by, and I think we will definitely see a driver change this time by. The Finn ready to go to work, and we still have very cloudy, overcast conditions here at Circuit de la Sarthe. The sun is trying to push through as we approach 9 o'clock in the morning local time. Some Father's Day wishes to the dads back home. Will return.
Resistance is futile. Cadillac CTS. Breakthrough.
I
felt very comfortable with Prudential for the insurance needs that I had. I was pleasantly surprised to find out that they also did financial planning. I'm a dentist, I'm also a family man. My Prudential financial planner listened to me and they tailored this plan for me. Investments, insurance, college funds, retirement. This is my future in a nutshell.
To arrange for your personal financial plan, call your local Prudential office today.
Introducing Bayer Advanced Power Force Grass and Weed Killer. One application knocks out even the toughest weeds. Fast.
1, 2, 3, it's over!
Guaranteed. Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results. Bayer Advanced Power Force Multi-Insect Killer. Nothing kills bugs faster. Guaranteed. Bayer Advanced. Better thinking, better results.
Who will be named the 2003 Driver of the Year? Now you, the fan, along with the distinguished media panel, will decide which driver in American motorsports deserves this prestigious honor. Log on to SPEEDtv.com now to cast your vote for this quarter's nominees.
Following is an urgent message for all inventors. Who cashed in on your last great idea? Do you have another invention? Do you need a patent? Then you need InventTech.
Everyone laughed at my pot that cooked and drained pasta. If I had the patent, I'd be rich.
Snap your fingers, turn on a light. That was my idea, but I never thought to get a patent.
Call InventTech now for a free inventor's kit and get our free video or DVD with your confidential submission. Call 1-800-409-5959.
I've got to tell you, a few weeks ago, I saw the White's metal detector ad on TV. In no time at all, my local dealer had me out treasure hunting. I was finding the good stuff my first day. And the best part? You can see what's in the ground before you dig it up.
Your treasure hunting adventure can start right now. Call for your free catalog.
My wife said I needed a healthy hobby. She's proud of the weight I've lost and really proud of this.
Call now.
Less than 7 hours to the finish of the 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's right, we are getting closer and closer all the time. Let's take a look at hour 17 highlights from Circuit de la Sarthe. Gunnar Jeanette, while trying to bridge the deficit to the dome, made this little error at Arnage, ran on, just could not pull the Panoz up, and just nudged ever so gently that tyre barrier. But look at this, Jan Lammers. A flat left rear sent him spinning at a very high speed. Scary stuff. Almost a carbon copy of what happened to Mark Goossens in the Riley and Scott yesterday. Thankfully, Jan was able to get that car out of the gravel trap with plenty of gravel flying and was able to ease it back to pit lane with not too much damage done to that Judd-powered dome. The Odoritas, class leaders. Pretty much the same as it has been for a long, long time. We had some seesawing in the GT class, but Alex Job, Michael Peterson, their car sitting on top. The smaller class, Lucas Luhr, Sasha Masson, and Emmanuel Collard. Well, an incident just a few moments ago with the Luke Alpham Ferrari. This car sat in the pits for a long, long time, gave up a podium spot in GTS. It's in pit lane now.
I'm not surprised it's in pit lane now. If we're going to see again what happened to his tyres just about a lap ago.
Yeah.
It's early. That, folks, is not engine smoke. That is all tyre smoke.
Boy,
look at them. Every single wheel is locked solid.
Completely locked.
So, and they're sort of fairly new tyres. Only been out about 2 laps. So, Arms had to replay all
Well,
that.
you know what? The back wheels are still turning around, David.
Yeah.
It's only the front.
Let's get it down to the 88 pit. Andrew, what's happening down there?
Yes, they're doing that check on the rear wheels again for this rear wheel bearing problem they've had, and they've decided that it's okay. Jamie Davis stays at the wheel of the Ferrari. Still a bit of confusion here now, and Jamie Davis will fire it up, and the Maranello disappears with all that beautiful V12 horsepower.
If you've just joined us here on Speed Channel, just to bring you up to date on what all that is about, the sister car to this one the number 80 Velox Pro Drive Ferrari. Anthony Davidson had a massive crash during the night, and they suspect that it was a wheel bearing problem that forced Anthony to crash into the Armco barrier. So that's why the team is so concerned, and we've seen them now, what guys, probably 4 times checking those wheel bearings?
Every stop they do a real positive check on both the front and the rear.
That is the lead car in GTS, so they are being very, very meticulous. They are being very proper about it, and there's a lot of concern. Here's the car that is driven by the daughter of the 6-times winner here at Le Mans. Jackie Ickx's daughter, Vanina, shares that number 84 car with Patrick Bourdais. Sebastian Bourdais' father, as a matter of fact, is in that car. And Roland Burville. Second place, Bentley. Second place in the race. David Brabham brings it in.
And that didn't look like a fully organized stop right there.
Andrew.
I think you're absolutely right. I can't see what the problem is now. They brought what? No, they've decided against doing anything. That windscreen is being cleaned, and it's going to be topped up with fuel. They brought something that could have been a battery. I'm not quite sure, and they've decided to take that away. So the fuel is going in now, and once this pit stop's over, we'll find out exactly what the problem was from Alistair McQueen or one of the other engineers down here.
Surprise at Bentley. The team not expecting that. We'll get the lowdown now. The door comes open again.
Well, remember, they can't refuel and work at the same time, so they chose to put the fuel in first, get that out of the way. I guess because they wanted to have a full fuel tank in case sparks were there.
What are they doing?
Get rid of the fumes.
It's a battery change again.
Andrew, can you update us on this?
Yes, I think it is the battery. It's a canister. It's taking a little while to actually come out here. What actually is this down here? Battery. It is the battery, as we thought, yes. And that's going in, so a second battery problem here for the Bentley.
Well, they were a lap behind and a lap in front of the Audi, so this could put them right in the clutches of the Audi of J.J. Leto.
When David Brabham brought this car into the pits, he had a 3-lap buffer over J.J. Leto. That will now go back to 2, we would imagine. They lost their way off the lead lap due to the same problem during the night when Mark Blundell was behind the wheel. They were on the lead lap. They were only 1 minute and 15 or so behind the race-leading car, the sister car number 7. So this battery problem has now struck twice.
And it was about 10 past 5 when the first battery was replaced, so now it's 10 past 9. That means
might have another one to
they
go,
might have to go through another one at this rate.
Yeah.
Now, I made a comment about...
One of our producers has just made an incredibly rude comment about English cars and their electrics, which I won't mention over the air. Probably German electrics on here anyway.
I made a comment, too, about the fact of filling up the fuel tank, and you actually do have a smaller chance of a fire or explosion by having a full fuel tank when you can get rid of some of the fumes, because the fumes are the things that ignite most easily.
So the 7 car is given another. Now, why hasn't their battery had a problem?
Why haven't they had any
German
problem?
battery.
They have not had any problems whatsoever. Now the 8 car is released, and they are now 2 laps behind the number 7.
Now let's see if the Hobbs jinx comes into play here. They're talking about that perfect battery in the number 7 car, so that means halfway around this lap it will totally fail.
The Murray Walker jinx, as soon as he's going to win the race, he stops. So.
Let's hope that problem goes away for Johnny Herbert, David Brabham and Mark Blundell. They're now 2 laps behind, trying to make that up. Stay with us.
There it is. Whoa. Change of plans, turn right.
Introducing Cayenne, pure Porsche. in a most unexpected form. It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Why do I like Pep Boys for service? Cars have no concept of time. If they did, they wouldn't break down after 5 when garages and dealerships are closing down. I take them to Pep Boys. They're open late. They know that cars never pick a good time to break down.
Our ASE certified technicians are here 7 days and 6 nights a week.
Import or domestic, we'll help you get the most out of your car.
Dealer quality service at prices you can afford.
Pep Boys, we're car people.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Wind Tunnel with Dave Despain.
Chance for you to sound off no matter what kind of racing you like.
Dave's talking motorsports live.
Old Dave here, your big old self-centered TV windbag.
Wind Tunnel, Friday nights at 11, only on Speed.
You're looking at the ADT champion Audi. JJ Lehto, the Finn, behind the wheel. And he is pushing as hard as he can. He knows that he is within a lap of the number 8. Oops. Whoa, problem for one of the WR Peugeots, the 675 cars. And perhaps that is the end of its day.
Yeah, and I hope
looks pretty much like the end of the day.
I hope all of the oil is being burnt in the exhaust pipe and not spitting out the pipe.
I hope he's easing up a little bit in case the thing grenades completely on the road.
I think that car is second in class.
Pulling offline at least as he went around Arnage, as long as he stays offline. Through the Porsche curves is where he really needs to stay offline.
Yeah.
That thing dumps oil en masse at the Porsche curves. It would not be a pretty sight.
Car is well down in the order, 33rd and 3rd in class, 3rd in LMP 675. Getting back to the Audi situation, Lehto is pushing as hard as he can, and he's trying to catch the number 8 Bentley of David Brabham. Speaking of that car, Andrew Marriott can add to that battery problem situation.
Yes, I've just been in the garage, and apparently the first battery definitely had a fault. Something broke in the battery. They are specialist racing batteries, and that's why they're that very unusual shape you saw as the battery went in. They haven't analysed the second battery yet. They don't know whether that has also failed, and why should they both fail on the 8 car? And one thinks that maybe there was something else causing them to drain, but they did tell me the first one was definitely a fault inside the battery.
Looks like 6 Z-cell batteries just racer taped together. Corvette coming in back in the pits.
The 50, second in class. This is Kelly Collins bringing the car in. And they are only 4 laps behind. You say 4 laps, that is a long time and a long way around here at Le Mans, but a long way to go, and this car's going into the garage. Brian Till is there.
Well, it was unexpected. They were lined up for a regular pit stop, and when they pulled in right at the last minute, they've turned to back it in the garage. We don't know what's wrong with it. The car sounded on tune when it came by, so I don't think it's a power-related issue. We'll see if we can get a word with the guys as soon as they get a minute and let us know what's going on with this 50 car.
I wonder if that alternator problem that the number 50 car has had twice is maybe systematic with.
Finally got around to the 50 car. Yeah, could be. So in fact, all our GTS leaders are running on somewhat borrowed time, because you know the Ferrari of Davies, Jamie Davies, currently leading, has got a potential problem with the wheel bearings. Apparently they had it with the other car. This car has now got a problem, had that problem with the throttle linkage very early on. The 53 cars had 2 alternator changes. So yeah, I mean, things are not running smoothly for any of these guys. Before you know where you are, that the Chrysler of Bushu in currently lying behind the ball could win this car yet.
Jeez. Brian.
Well, it sounds like it's something in the drive line. The driver was saying when he came in, he feels it in the tunnel in between the engine and the rear end of the car. So it's something in the drive line. Could be a U-joint or something like that, but there's some kind of a vibration coming from the drive line in the center of the car. Like I said, he feels it in that center tunnel.
Remember going back to Sebring, that Oliver Gavin was in his car when they suffered a very rare drive shaft failure late in the race, and I wonder if this could be the same thing.
Wow, could be. Of course, very late in the race at Sebring is, what, 7 hours ago now?
Yeah.
So this car's done a long way compared to what it would have done at Sebring.
Of course, this track, by comparison, is so much easier on the drivetrain because all of the corners have smooth pavement on the exit, so there's no wheel hop and the wheel spin taking place over bumps.
Real transmission brake at Sebring. Here is a lot smoother.
Yeah.
It's a lot longer. And of course the transmissions and drive lines on these cars have all had their work cut out for them since they put the chicanes on the straight in 1990, which has added hundreds of gear shifts per race in the 24 hour.
The closest challenger to that Velox Pro Drive Ferrari, and now the Ferrari team, whilst anxiously and nervously monitoring that wheel bearing situation with their number 88 car, kind of say thank you very much, because the 4-lap margin is about to turn into a 5-lap margin. We ride with the 53. This is the sister car, of course, well down on laps, but still running third in class, and it's following the GTS class leading Ferrari. Jamie Davies doing a good job, currently 10th overall.
Now, Lee, you were about to make an incredibly brave announcer prediction on what car was going to win the GTS class.
I know.
The kiss of death?
It was, but I didn't make it publicly, did I?
Well, we can make it public for you if you like.
Yeah, thanks. Don't do it to these guys.
I need to elaborate on my comment about the English cars from our esteemed prod. And that, of course, is that in the days of MGs and Triumphs and Jaguars and Aston Martins, of course, they were all powered by Lucas Electronics. It used to be known in America as the Prince of Darkness. They did not have a great reputation.
The reason why English drink warm beer as well.
Yeah, because Lucas make all the refrigerators.
Yes. The Orbit Porsche is in. These guys have had a wonderful run so far. You can see some race tape and some damage on various parts of the car, but time for another change. Combination of Leo Hendry, Peter Barron and Mark Lieb, the Porsche factory driver. The Yes Network car, and they keep pounding on and pushing as hard as they can, and extremely well placed in class at the moment. Second behind Lucas Lewis, Sasha Masson and Emmanuel Collard. So it's a very, very productive day. And have a look who's running still, the Spiker. How many laps behind, David?
130.
Is that all?
So, well, actually, it might have gone up a bit now.
So they're about ready to make their charge.
73, and the Spiker has done 144. So that is 129 laps behind. So they're biding their time, ready to strike.
Ready to spike.
Strike with a spike.
But it will mean something if they can say they finished. Despite how many laps down.
Despite how many laps down?
What's that?
Despite how many laps down?
Exactly.
Yeah, but it's always suspicious when you finish a 24-hour race and your car is perfectly clean.
Yeah, looks brand new. Brian Till has more with that Corvette situation. Brian?
I'm down here. We're going to try to get a word with Kelly Collins. It looks like they're going to work on the drivetrain of this car. I was speaking with Doug Feehan just moments ago. He said it looks like they're going to take the drive shaft out. They have to do that. It shouldn't be too big of a problem. If it turns into something that's in the rear end, that's another story altogether.
Well, it may be a double rear end change. There's Oliver Gavins walking away in pain. Remember, they changed the rear end in the other car, so perhaps that's going to happen in this one as well.
How much things can change and turn in the period of 12 months. This time last year, Ollie Gavin knew he was heading for a GTS victory. This year, it's very different.
Escalade ESV, the biggest of the breed. Cadillac, breakthrough.
Hi.
How you doing? What? You hungry, boy?
Need a new way to wax? Introducing Eagle One Wax As You Dry. Just wash, spray it on a wet car, and dry to an amazing shine. Wax as you dry from Eagle One.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
Some people believe there's a carpentry gene, and I think I got it. Hanging things, I'm a little hit or miss on. But with the Black & Decker Bullseye, it's foolproof. I just find a stud, hang it on the wall, and it self-levels. Gives you a straight line every time.
The Bullseye from Black & Decker.
Friday nights, go trackside.
This is the show of shows.
This is my people right here. Trackside, Friday nights only on Speed.
I'm the one causing the trouble here.
The shocker comedy you've been waiting for. It's the Underground Comedy Movie, available only through this special TV offer. Damn funny, say critics, and the single most offensive movie ever made.
Oh, not now, honey, not now.
With supermodels in the John, taking a with Gina Lee Nolan, Michael Clark Duncan, Slash, and Joey Buttafuoco. Music by NoFX, Guttermouth, and more. Composed of hardcore, brutal, in-your-face skits such as The Porno Review, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Donna of the Dead, Dickman Fights Lesbians. The censors won't allow us to show you how far this movie really goes. The Underground Comedy Movie is guaranteed to offend your money back. Only $19.95. Order now and get a bonus video absolutely free. That's 2 videos for only $19.95. Can't charge it? No problem. Debit it. Also available on DVD. Don't wait. Call now to guarantee the bonus video. Call the number on your screen now. Must be 18 to order.
Welcome back to Circuit de la Sarthe here in Le Mans for the 71st running of this terrific event. You're looking at the GTS leading car. Speaking of the GTS category, the guys that were just 4 laps behind, but that's now growing, that number behind this Ferrari. Let's get it down to the pits. Here's Brian with Kelly Collins.
Kelly Collins was driving the 50 car when it had that problem. Kelly, we've been surmising what it may be. You know much better than we do. What seems to be the problem?
Well, I just found out. On the front of the transaxle, there's a big bearing where the drive shaft is, and the bearing blew. So the loud was quite, I mean, the noise was quite loud, and it just happened right here on the front straightaway. So not knowing what it was, whether it was a half shaft or a drive shaft or something in the drive line, I knew that. I had to nurse it 8.5 miles back, so luckily we got it back. It's better to have a little bit of luck than no luck at all, so they're going to just change the whole transaxle. It takes about 12 minutes.
Wow, a whole transaxle change. Let's get down to Andrew with the GT leader.
Emanuele Collard. Emanuele, a very good run. You were doing regular 215s. It's a great time for a GT car.
Yes, it's great. The car is perfect, and the tires also, so at the moment we have absolutely no problem. Everything is fine.
What's the strategy now?
Just to try to keep the car now, because we are leading with the lap now. So I think we are going to slow down now, maybe.
Nice to have a Frenchman in the car with two Germans.
Thank you, yes.
And what an effort from Alex Job and Michael Peterson, White Lightning Racing, because neither of those two teams, and we talk about that it's a combined effort, neither of those two teams have ever been to Le Mans before. So to win on their first time here would be quite an achievement.
Still quite a bit of traffic out there because Sod's Law being what it is, you always catch it at the wrong places at the wrong time. There's the 53 car. They've had a few upsets, of course, with the alternator. They have got 235 laps in the book. Ferrari, leading the class, has got 251. So that is quite a gap back from the Ferrari.
That's an impressive car, that Ferrari.
They've obviously got a problem with this wheel bearing issue, which they're looking at very closely every stop. You know, when all's said and done, we've still got another 6.5 hours to go yet.
I wonder how they determined that that was the probable cause of the crash. I'd like to know that.
6.5 hours, of course, for them will be around about 700 miles.
Speaking of those GTS class leaders, the mighty Ferrari that we can see on screen, Andrew Marriott has more on those guys.
Sorry, Lee, I didn't catch that.
Just update us on the 88, Andrew.
Yeah, no, the 88 car is not coming in. In fact, it's the Simoni who's waiting to get in the yellow and red Ferrari. So, sorry, that was a bit of misinformation from my part. Apologies, guys.
J&B Ferrari still running in GT. Fabrizio Di Simoni, the leader in FIA NGT at the moment, as we continue to watch this. And what do you, for Bill, David, I mean, what are your thoughts on this? It's a new car. We've spoken about that already. They raced the old C5 at Sebring and went to GTS class honours there. But essentially, Johnny O'Connell was telling me, essentially it's the same engine. They've got that different gearbox in it with the sequential shift. So really, it's just a new shell, a little bit of new aero.
Yes.
Is that going to make all that much difference?
No, it shouldn't. I mean, I think the problems they're suffering here, problems that could happen to anybody that we've seen the Audi go through, for example. It's just one of these things that on any given day, any given piece can break. And the Corvette is an evolutionary model rather than revolutionary. The changes are all just subtle upgrades in every area. So if anything, the car is stronger than last year's. But they haven't had luck.
Yeah, they've obviously got a couple of weak points, one of being the alternator, which the 53 cars had two of already. And you just sort of, that's the thing about endurance racing. And they do all that testing too. I mean, it's not like they don't test.
That's right.
But boy, you've got to keep a close eye on it when you do test. You've got to make sure that the tests are really, really, really meaningful. You can't do 5 hours today, then 5 hours tomorrow, and then 5 hours the next day, and 5 hours the next day, and say you've done, you know, 20 hours, because it just doesn't work like that. You've got to hammer these things around. If you want to do 24-hour races, you've got to hammer them around for 24 hours.
Yeah, do you remember?
Preferably 36 hours.
Remember back in, what was it, December of '83 that you and I were both racing for Jaguar at that point. We simulated a 24-hour test at Daytona by splitting it up into 2 12-hour days. And I thought, I wasn't going to complain. Didn't have to drive through the night, and it was a lot better.
Riding with the 53 Corvette, Frank Frion, the third member in this fellows O'Connell team.
Yeah,
native
something
of France.
Something on this car. Earlier this week, I had a chance to listen to something. And the Corvette fellows have had radio assistance for the past couple of years from the Motorola people, and they keep trying to develop the radio inside the race car. That has always been one of the biggest, most pain in the tush problems, is getting a radio to work in a race car. It seems that you have no range and the clarity is about 0. And what the Motorola people have done now is to switch from an analog to a digital technology, and they're using the same digital radio standard as what the Department of Homeland Security is now using in the United States. And I got a chance to listen to the 2 different versions, and the clarity was remarkable. It was like, wow, like sitting in a living room and talking compared to sitting in this noisy race car talking. Just amazing progress.
I mean, radios were just sort of coming in my day. You had, and of course the communication was absolutely zilch. I mean, I never heard one word from anybody in the pit ever.
Yeah. And usually, once you got out of sight of the pits, you couldn't talk to anybody again because the range was just dreadful.
Interesting to see the Corvette, Frank Freon, running with the Ferrari there, and they've been doing that for several laps now, and Freon just making a point saying, look, you guys, we can run with you. And look, the Corvette's gone past the Ferrari now, making a point even stronger. We can go with you, we can pass you. We've had the bad luck, you haven't had any.
Well, I'm not sure who's making the point. That might be Jamie Davis making the point of, look, we can let you go by because we know you've got to go by a lot more times yet before you can win this class.
Frank Freon and the rest of the Corvette team, while the 53 car is out on the track, the 50 is still in the garage. We'll have plenty more from Le Mans right after this.
Let's circle back to Cincinnati with those figures, you know. I'm worried about Ted.
Oh, no. That's awful. Okay, I'll be right there. Guys, I gotta go.
I think we can achieve substantial market penetration in the Pacific Rim.
That's awful. Really sorry, but I have to go.
The new Boxster. It is perhaps the perfect getaway car.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
For dry, red eyes, Clear Eyes is awesome. It removes redness and has an ingredient to moisturize. Wow. The difference is clear. Clear Eyes.
Michelin designed the cross-terrain SUV tires specifically for SUVs to help provide responsive handling and a smooth ride. You'd be surprised just how smooth. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires. Want to help Special Olympics? Want a Michelin Man bobblehead? Go to MichelinMan.com to find out how.
It's going to be Ward Burton. It's hard to beat the excitement of a NASCAR race, unless it's here in the quiet excitement of the outdoors. I drive race cars for a living, but I relax here at a National Wildlife Refuge. Refuges are a great place to hunt and fish. With 540 of them, there's always one near you. This year marks the 100th birthday of the National Wildlife Refuges. Discover America's best kept secret at fws.gov.
We roll on here at Le Mans, the 71st running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the number 7 continues to roll on. It doesn't just roll, it powers on. Tom Christensen in the 30s again, a 3-minute 38-second lap time, and he is not easing up. They have a 2-lap buffer over their team car, the sister car, David Brabham at the helm. We have about just under half an hour left with you. We then hand over for some bonus Insomniac coverage for all you back home that just can't get enough of this wonderful race. We thank the Auto Sport Radio Le Mans team. They will be bringing you 3 hours of coverage from Circuit de la Sarthe. We will then rejoin you from 7 a.m. and we'll take you right through to the finish at 10, followed by a half-hour post-race show. So you won't miss a thing. If you don't mind not sleeping, we are here all the way to the finish.
It's so funny looking outside right now here, 9:35 in the morning here at Le Mans, and the grandstand area right in front of us that was just packed with hundreds of thousands of people yesterday. It kind of looks like the Battle of Little Bighorn after the Indians were finished with Custer and his fellas, because it's debris out there.
7 is in, race leading car is in. Let's watch this stop. Thomas Leutz goes to work again on the windshield.
I'm here.
Andrew, what do you have?
This is a routine stop. You say, Thomas, he really does polish it. He uses both hands to polish, left hand and right hand. Absolutely amazing action he has. And then he's we're going to see who he's going to throw the bottle to. Well, this time he didn't, but this is just a stop for fuel, and the car will go out. And it just, the way it leaves the line is just phenomenal. And that's quite a bit to do with that correct fuel injection that it uses.
And why is this team so slick? Why is it so? Why are personnel like Thomas Lloyd so impressive? This is the Yost team from last year. The red car team that has won this race for the past 3 years in succession. It is that personnel. They've just lifted them from that team and placed them on the number 7 Bentley team. Very experienced, very slick, very polished. Say no more.
Yeah, what they have on this car, actually, Andrew just made a reference there to the way they leave the pits, and it is pretty spectacular. Like the Audi, they actually have a button for leaving the pits, and when you shut the car off, you press this button on a restart, and it automatically goes to a preset RPM and holds that RPM. I think it's for a 3-second period. It's to help, number one, for stalling the car. It just makes sure that you get off the line because the revs are held at that RPM. But it does make for good launches. You've driven an R8 down at Sebring. I mean, what's it like when you just gas these things? Well, you know, it's the funniest thing that we did an acceleration test for Car and Driver magazine. And initially, since we hadn't really abused a car like that because they're not designed for it, we didn't know what. And tried dropping the clutch at 5,000 RPM, and it virtually stalled the car, and then dropped it at 6, and it did about the same thing. So what you have to do is almost anticipate by giving full throttle, which closes the wastegates, and then let the clutch out as the revs are climbing, but not too high, or else you disappear in that great cloud of smoke.
The Scorp Motorsport Viper still going, which is testament to the Dodge's strength, and a car that has enjoyed so much success here at Le Mans.
And also the car that David Hobbs picked to win the GTS class.
In our pool.
Picked in the draw to win overall.
Overall. Ah. Then it was an optimistic pick.
Well, I didn't actually pick it.
Well, you did actually pick it, but...
You may as well have just gone and thrown 10 euro out of the window. Now the sun starts to punch through here at Circuit de la Sarthe. We've had a very heavy cloud cover ever since daybreak, and it's starting to dissipate somewhat, but there's still a lot of cloud around, but the sun is really punching through now. That Scorp car, a little loose on pit exit there.
Sure did.
It's going to get pretty warm actually the day progresses, because it's that mist that's lying around is a sign of very high density.
Boy. That's longer than 12 minutes.
That's the 50 car of Ollie Gavin, Kelly Collins, and Andy Pilgrim. Been in some 24 minutes in the pit box, in the garage.
It is now 10 laps behind the Ferrari, the 88 Ferrari of Jamie Davis.
And it was 4 before. So
that gives the Ferrari a huge cushion.
Yeah.
Which allows them to run much slower for the rest of the day. Here we see the Ferrari. To run much slower for the rest of the day if they feel they do have any sort of problems with running gear.
And then even that could be a problem, because I remember years ago, a friend of mine was racing a BMW M1 and suffered a motor failure one day when he was just taking it easy. And it turned out that on that particular motor, when you shifted at lower than red line, it was into a really bad area of vibration of harmonics.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? So it was easier on the engine to constantly run all the way to red line and shift. Just one of these curious things. And the other thing that you always have to worry about is that as you run slower, you tend to relax your concentration. You're much more capable of making mistakes.
That is the big problem.
Mm-hmm.
Huge problem. Number 6 is still turning some good laps. Last lap was 3:39.
Wow.
David Bradman in the Bentley just on 3:36.
The nose of that poor car is just getting
decidedly beaten up, isn't it?
It sure is.
Let's get it down to pit lane. Andrew Marriott.
Yes, indeed. The news here is that ProDrive are going to actually change the rear suspension upright units, which include that bearing they're so worried about, and they're going to do that at the next pit stop. Be very interested to see how long it takes. My cameraman is just joining me, actually, so if you bear with us, I'll show you the actual unit they're going to put on, complete with the various ducts and stuff. Here it is. This is the one for the left-hand side. So they're going to change this and the other side, and then they won't have any worries. But how long is it going to take? It could lose on the lead of the class.
Yeah, you know, that's something always to worry about too, is that I think the idea to change the pieces is very good. They're concerned about the safety of their drivers and the fact they're leading the race. But the thing that really is of concern to every mechanic that does this is what happens if a bolt breaks, if something goes wrong, and that's just the sort of thing that can happen.
And in the background there, Frederick Dorr watching on from the care group. He is the man who owns all those cars and keeping a close eye on the GTS class leaders. The Courage powers on. We'll continue to as well right after this.
The most important thing in auto racing is good maintenance. The checkered flag depends on it. The same is true in nature. For a century, national wildlife refuges have been maintaining nature through active wildlife management by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Today, refuges are the only network of federal lands where wildlife comes first. Find out more about America's best-kept secret at fws.gov.
Hi, Billy Mays here with another unique product from the Invention Channel. It's called the Rotomatic. It has the power to drill, the strength to grind, and the versatility to buff and polish. The Rotomatic even has the precision to etch and engrave. The secret's the 10,000 RPM motor that allows you to cut, sand, and drill all in one simple step. It'll remove rust and sharpen a dull blade. Even personalize your most prized possessions. It makes old grout look like new. Similar products sell for as much as $80. Call now and you'll get the Rotomatic for only $19.99. But call right now and we'll include the 50-piece accessory kit absolutely free. That means you get all this, a whopping $100 value, all for just $19.99. But you gotta call now. Here's how to order.
To order your Rotomatic, call 1-800-762-9696. That's 1-800-762-9696. So call 1-800-762-9696.
You're looking at some very frustrated Corvette racing workers and some tired guys down there, but they are not giving up. Coming into this 2003 Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans, it was billed as one of the battles to watch. Corvette versus the Velox ProDrive Ferraris. It has not let us down. The battle is not over. Ferrari also have some problems. Let's have a listen and have a look at what the two teams thought coming into this race.
They've obviously got the experience of doing this before, and that will play to their advantage, I'm sure. But I think we've got the car and the drivers to do it.
They don't have so much experience in endurance races. We really think the experience will be a great advantage for the Corvettes.
This circuit is not really for cornering and braking, is it? It's for the speed. You need the speed in the car, and we have the speed.
Our strengths here at Le Mans, we're better under the brakes, and in the Porsche curves, we're significantly better.
Well, we know the Corvette is a well-proven car in these type of races. It's a reliable car, and I haven't driven this Ferrari before, only once this year in America. I wasn't involved with the program last year, but what I do know from this year is we've done a lot of reliability testing. We've done a lot of long-distance testing without any problem. So, in my mind, reliability is not a problem with our car.
So this team has learned how to win and learned how to prepare a car to go the whole 24 hours. That is our strength, and has been, if you look at last year here and also Sebring. We like what we have with our Corvette.
There's a lot of people watching on Speed Channel that like what you have too, Ron, with the Corvette, and we ride with the 53 machine right now. Updating you, it sits 14th overall, 3rd in the GTS class, but a lot of laps down. However, we know that that situation is happening with the Velox Pro Drive Ferraris. Andrew Marriott, what do you have with that team?
I'm with Hugh Chambers here. Hugh, are you going to change these parts, do you think?
Not necessarily. We've evaluated the parts on the car which crashed, and at the moment we're pretty confident that they're going to go the distance.
This isn't a problem you've had before?
No, we did have a rear wheel bearing problem last year at Le Mans, but that was something rather different. That was to do with brake cooling.
Any idea how long it would take to change these two upright assemblies?
It's around about 20 minutes.
Thanks very much, Hugh.
Okay, thanks.
The engineering powerhouse that is Pro Drive, and Hugh Chambers saying they think they can go with the way the car is.
So that means they'll almost certainly change them.
Yeah. That's it. I almost believed what he said.
Read my lips. Springs to mind. Like our
so if
president
of Bentley North America. Skirting around Alistair last night, skirting around your question.
Are you going to race some more? Well, yeah.
We're almost bound to be involved in some sort of...
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
With Lucas.
Yeah, Lucas is going to be one of our main partners.
That's right.
Race leading car, Tom Christensen, now has 281 laps down.
God, and how precise he continues to be. He went through that corner, swept all the way to the outside of turn 1, right to the edge, without actually going over the white paint.
Speaking of that white paint, that's a very good point. At the test day here about a month ago, the ACO were enforcing some really strict rules. If you run over the white line, we're going to penalise you, and your time won't count, and you won't go out for the rest of the day, or whatever it was. You ever heard of anything like that in your 2 careers? No, it's pretty silly stuff. And I remember talking to Johnny O'Connell about it, and he said people weren't even driving anywhere near their limit. They're trying to stay a foot inside the white line. He said, how can we possibly drive and find the full parameters of our cars just to avoid the white lines on the outside of the track? And I don't know what the rationale, the way of thinking from the ACO was, whether it was to avoid people going off, dirting the track, stopping punctures, which would then avoid larger crashes. I have no idea. But anyway, eventually they reversed that decision towards the end of the day, and everyone kind of breathed a sigh of relief.
Well,
it's France.
Sure they would. I wasn't going to say that, but I'm glad you said it. Well, I mean, that's just a cockeyed rule, isn't it? Who on earth would dream up something like that? Same bloke that dreamt up the train change in traffic pattern yesterday night, leaving here to go back to the hotel for 4.5 hours sleep, which turned into about 2 3/4 hours sleep.
You got that much?
Get out of the place.
I think we got...
yeah, I don't care what you got.
Okay. That's true, you don't care what. We were going to phone you in the middle of the night, too.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Wake-up calls.
So I took the phone off the hook.
Ah. You might have done that. The lobby said your phone wasn't working.
Yeah.
Maybe that does explain that.
It doesn't work because they don't press the button.
Look at how pretty that is.
Isn't that? Oh, it's a gorgeous...
This is one of the great events to attend in the world. I really believe that you go to the Kentucky Derby and you go to certain things just because they are magnificent events. And Le Mans is the absolute mecca, I think, for all motorsport fans.
I think it's one of those, it's just one of those, as you said, the Kentucky Derby, the English Derby, the Indy 500, the Monte Carlo Formula 1 race.
Yeah.
I mean, these are all events that you just don't, whoa, locking up there.
Hard to explain just how spectacular they are when you get here.
Andrew Marriott, what do you have for us, or what would you like from us?
Well, I want to show you these incredible high-tech pit boards that they have at Bentley. I think you can see that down behind you. In fact, the 8th one says, "One more stint?" question mark. They're actually asking questions. And nobody hangs these pit boards out. They press a button. These were developed by Yost originally for Audi, but they've made them more sophisticated this year. They press the button and the actual board swings out to the track. And when the actual driver's gone by, then they press a button, it swings back in again. David Hobbs, you never had anything like this. You had some rusty old numbers.
Rusty old numbers or chalk, and mechanics frantically rubbing it off with a wet rag before you get round the next time.
But see, that's the beauty of the Corvette system with their Motorola radio. They now can talk with complete clarity and go, would you like 1 lump or 2 at the next pit stop?
The 13 Courage competition prototype continues.
Hey, what is this down the track? Somebody jogging through the woods?
It's a marshal gone to collect something.
Lunch.
Ran across there, he's safe now though. Brian, what do you have?
Well, the Corvettes, they may have good communication on the radio, but their drivers can't tell time. I don't know how this turned into 9 minutes. We're well into 36, 37 minutes on this change right now. It took over 20 just to get the old transaxle out. The new one's going in. They're getting it hooked up. It's been 36 and a half minutes, so you got to believe it's going to be at least another 10 minutes to get this done. A 45-minute change. Really, I think saying it hurts their chances is an understatement.
I wonder what caused the failure of that bearing originally, because that's not a part that I've ever seen them have trouble with before. Is it maybe a bad bearing or something that is misaligned to create extra wear on it?
Yeah, well, I can't imagine that they, well, you know, they do some pretty funny things, racing car people, and I wonder if they changed. Oh, I wonder if they changed the bearing. Oh, I know what we'll do. We'll just change this bearing because the other one's good, but this one will be better.
Yeah.
The Corvette gang continue to work hard. It has been a very testing and trying period of time for them, but they will do everything to get that 50 car back on the road. We are just about done, but the Autosport Radio Le Mans team are coming on, and then we'll be back for the finish. Stay with us.
In 2003, the Corvette legend continues. Corvette Racing and the dominant C5R will celebrate Corvette's 50th anniversary this year by continuing its unprecedented success in the world of racing. Corvette Racing looks forward to a repeat of its season last year that brought home 9 victories in 10 races, including hard-fought wins at Sebring and the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans race. This year, everyone can help Corvette celebrate its victories at the Corvette 50th Anniversary Celebration in Tennessee. Nashville will sing with a choir of engines on June 27th and 28th, when an estimated 15,000 Corvette enthusiasts come together for the ultimate Corvette party.
Race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing on all 2002 model Aprilia 1000cc Italian motorcycles. Check out the Street Smart Falco, the Adventure Touring Capo North, the Sport Touring Futura, and the track-ready Miele and Miele R Superbikes. Visit ApriliaUSA.com or call 877-APRILIA. Then race into your Aprilia dealer and roar out with up to $1,250 savings or 3.9% financing.
It's there at your fingertips. Armor All Protectant Wipes. They don't just clean and shine. They protect with just a wipe.
The Dremel Rotary Tool. You cut, Dremel cuts. You sand, Dremel sands. You grind, Dremel grinds. You hammer. Did I mention we cut? The Dremel Rotary Tool. For every problem, there's a Dremel solution.
The season reaches the halfway point in Montreal. Kimi Räikkönen and Michael Schumacher are gearing up for a classic F1 battle.
Räikkönen is right there.
Formula One, the Canadian Grand Prix, live tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern, exclusively on Speed.
Speed Channel's coverage of the Michelin 24 Hours of Le Mans is brought to you by Rolex, the watch of champions the world over, and by Porsche, for the pure sport of driving. Live and exclusive from Circuit de la Sarthe. Welcome back. We are wrapping things up now, but we will handball it over to the Autosport Radio Le Mans team. They're coming up for our special, what we like to call Insomniac bonus edition. Daytime here, but middle of the night back in the States. And then David, Bill, Brian, Andrew, Martin Haven will join us. Myself will be back a little later in the day. This is how it sits overall standings with just a shade over 6 hours to go. Yes, we are getting very, very close. and that number 7 Bentley has been flawless. Unbelievable. The champion Audi still sits 3rd. The Japan Audi still sits 4th. And then it's the Dome and the Panoz. Yes, we still have one up there. Jeanette, Beretta, and Pappas. And it just keeps on pounding around. We've been talking a lot about GTS. This is how it sits. It's still Ferrari, Corvette, but there is a huge margin in terms of laps between the Ferrari and the number 50 Corvette, which is still stationary in its box. We have word that the one of the Panoz cars has just left the circuit. We will find out more about that. The GTS leading car is in pit lane and has just left pit lane. Word is it was the number 12 Panoz, that is the Scott Maxwell, David Salins, Ben Leuenberger car that ran off the circuit. Here's the replay. And it looks like David Salins in the car.
Has he got a puncture? The way the car's bouncing around, I wonder if his right rear's flat.
Yeah,
it is, isn't it? Look at it. It looks awfully low.
And that has run straight on. Brian Till.
Well, I guess my final thoughts, Lee, would be that I'm surprised by the Bentleys and the Audis. I thought the fuel mileage of the Audis would catch up to the Bentleys, and it hasn't. Of course, I'm surprised by GTS because I really thought the Ferraris had something, or that the Corvettes, I should say, had something for the Ferraris. I thought the Ferraris would be fast, but I didn't think they could keep the pace up in the race. But why should I be surprised? It is Le Mans, and anything can happen. Andrew?
This race is never over until it's over. You know, twice Toyota almost won this race and were denied with only an hour to go. There's a lot more of this motor race to come yet. Yes, the Bentley is absolutely dominant, but will it remain so? We'll find out later on.
And the 8 is in. David Brabham will step from the car. Looks like Mark Blundell set to jump on board.
Nearly killed our man Andrew then. I was just standing right in the way a bit. Everybody trying to pluck him out of the way.
That's why you saw the front of the car just bounce a little bit. It's
Andrew's foot.
Andrew's checking out the under tray right this moment.
Mark Blundell straps himself in to the number 8 Bentley. All 3 of these guys have put in some very, very impressive laps and their stints, their multi-stints. But two separate battery problems have hampered them.
You can see one weakness in their team there, that their windscreen wiper guy only does one-handed, just as a bit of a white.
We checked that replay of Jan Lammers spinning earlier today. Now, whilst we're going away, the coverage is not going away. Coming up next, John Hindhoff and the boys from Autosport Radio Le Mans. Radio Le Mans is an institution here at Circuit de la Sarthe, and the boys will carry you through the early hours back in the United States. On behalf of the entire team, we'll see you back later today.
Keep our highways beautiful. The 911 Carrera.
When I was 8 years old, all my heroes were motocrossers. Well, I've got a new motocross hero, and he's only 8 years old. Curtis Herman lost his sister Brianna to a brain tumor, and he decided to fight back from the seat of his motocross bike. He rode 5 hours straight and raised $14,000 for the Rye for Kids program to help other kids win their battles with brain tumors. It's amazing what you can do on a motorcycle, isn't it? Visit the Rye for Kids website and find out what you can do too.
Following is an urgent message for all inventors. Who cashed in on your last great idea? Do you have another invention? Do you need a patent? Then you need InventTech.
Everyone laughed at my pot that cooked and drained pasta. If I had the patent, I'd be rich.
Snap your fingers, turn on a light. That was my idea, but I never thought to get a patent.
Call InventTech now for a free inventor's kit and get our free video or DVD with your confidential submission. Call 1-800-409-5959.
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. Then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a nonprofit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-641-8880. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
Welcome to Le Mans 2003. This is John Hindorf at the controls, well, nominally, of Radio Le Mans on 91.2 FM around the circuit with Autosport.com, and a particular welcome to the viewers of SPEEDtv in the United States who are joining us now and watching pictures of the Luke Alphonse Adventures car in the pit lane. The Ferrari number 72 has crawled its way back after a bit of an incident out on the circuit, but it has got there, and as ever, our Radio Le Mans pit crew are down there. A little bit more information, please, gentlemen.
Well, John, the car came into the pit lane and totally lost its engine. It just crept in. It was virtually on takeover. The team ran down to it and were a bit unsure as to whether they were allowed, under the rules, to actually push the car in. They were then given encouragement by the marshals, sort of a hurry up, get it done. They pushed the car in. Driver stayed at the wheel. I think it might be Luke Alphonse himself who was at the wheel of the car. It's had its quarter of fuel. Can't really tell what exactly the problem is. There's something, all that they are meddling with is the drinks bottle, from the driver's drinks bottle, so that's not really going to cause the car to shut down. We are now plugging in the old laptop. We're going to acquire data. When we've acquired the data, we'll find out just what the problem is with this number 72 Ferrari in the GTS class. We'll hand them to Henry further up the pit lane. Henry.
Yes, indeed. Jan Magnussen is at the wheel of the number 5 Team Go Audi. It was purely routine. Marco Venner got out of the car. The car took on fuel only. Meanwhile, I was just standing a few moments ago back at the number 50 Corvette garage. That car, of course, we heard earlier, was having a routine transmission change. That work is now done, and Andy Pilgrim is poised to get back into that car.
The voices you just heard were Henry Hope Frost, and before that, Joe Bradley, part of the HRO Radio Le Mans pit lane crew, and the Luke Alphonse Adventures 550 Maranello Ferrari, the big V12 restored to life and pottering back out onto the circuit and a little gentle Sunday morning drive. I would think far from it. Also, you might have caught a quick glimpse of a Panoz making an off-track excursion. That was David Salins in the number 12 car. That's the slightly worse placed car of the two Panoz that have been entered this year. Gunnar Jeanette is still at the wheel of the number 11 car, 6th place overall. Probably a good idea at this stage to bring in Paul Truswell, who's overlooking the action in the Tribune, and just have a quick look at some of the positions. It's been a bit of a Bentley benefit if you've been watching the race on SPEEDtv or listening to us here on Radio Le Mans, and no change really at the front, Paul. That Tom Christensen car, the man who set pole position to put that car at the front of the grid, now back in, I suppose he would call it his car, and he's just reeling off the laps, and that car really has been dominating for the last 14 hours.
Well, yes, I mean, it took the lead on lap 27. I mean, it's been dominating for the whole race practically. It took the lead on lap 27 at just after 5:30 yesterday afternoon and hasn't relinquished it since. It's putting in decent lap times. The last lap time was a 3 minutes 39, and that's quicker than anybody else is going on the track. So not only does he have a lap of a lead, but he's going faster than anybody else is anyway. So it is going very nicely indeed, but that's not to say that in the next 6 hours something small, something big, anything could happen. So number 7, it is the Christensen Bentley that leads. In second place is the other Bentley, as I said, just over a lap behind. Mark Blundell having just got into it. That's the number 8 Bentley. And then the 2 remaining Audis in 3rd and 4th places. JJ Leto in the Champion Racing car, number 6, is a lap and a bit behind the number 8 car. And then behind JJ Leto is the Team Go car, the Audi Sport Japan car, which has Jan Magnussen at the wheel, and that one's really been flying with Jan at the wheel, and he's in 4th place. having dropped a few laps away, as that car has had problems, small problems, niggly problems to do with electronic control units and things. That's dropped it away a little bit. In 5th place is the Dome, which Jan Lammer's team has entered the Racing for Holland team. Andy Wallace is driving it at the moment, and bar one little off-course excursion in Jan's hands, that car has not put a foot wrong. It's in 5th place, as I say, in number 15, and then the 6th place car, as you mentioned a moment ago, John, is the Panoz, going very nicely indeed, number 11. And down in the pits, Henry Hope Frost has Oliver Gavin with him.
It's just come in for some slightly frustrating transmission work. Has it gone to plan?
Well, any transmission work like this is never really to plan. Unfortunately, we've had to change the gearbox on the Corvette. The boy's done a fantastic job in doing that. It's just dropped us back down the leaderboard a little bit, so I think we're now back behind the 53 car, and just going to see how things turn out now.
I suppose you have to hope that that red thing breaks, don't you?
Well, I think really now we do, yeah, because we had no real chance or hope of catching it on speed. So Andy's now just going to go out and see how things are and play it by ear.
Are you still pushing quite hard, even though you've got to really try and conserve a bit of energy?
Well, I think really now we're just going to run. We're going to run to the finish now at a sort of a set pace. We're not going to try and push the car too hard because we're going to try and get it to the finish. So yeah, in terms of actually pushing for a time, I'd say it's not really on the cards. Just going to make sure that we can keep ourselves either in 2nd or 3rd place. And you know, if something happens to the Ferrari, then benefit us. Great.
You seem very fresh after more than 18 hours. What's the secret?
I don't know, actually. Just I managed to get a couple of hours sleep, and I suppose having a good team and a good few teammates, and you know, just having all the right things around you. Certainly, the setup here that Corvette's got does help when you're trying to prepare and trying to sort of get yourself ready for another stint. You know, we've got Jimmy Schmidt here, who's a dedicated chef for us, for the drivers, and we've got a good place to go and get your head down, quite quiet, and so you can get reasonable rest. And you know, like I say, the other drivers have been doing their bit, so you know, everybody gets a reasonable amount of rest in between the stints.
You've been coming here for a few years now. You know the drill, don't you?
"24 hours of Le Mans," it's almost like doing a full Grand Prix season. You know, just all rolled into one. Every single stint you can tell a story.
Good stuff, Ollie. Thanks for talking to us, and best of luck.
Ollie Gavin from the number 50 Corvette, which is back out on the track at the moment after its gearbox problems. However, does have its 4-way hazard flashes on and isn't moving as quickly as I'd like to see. And that's David Salins out of the Panoz, which now we find out why he went off the track. Charles Dressing, senior editor of Racer magazine, looked like he lost a wheel coming into the chicane there. Very nasty incident.
Well, it really did, and just as he impacted the barriers, you saw his arm come up almost reflexively. You could tell at that point he had given up trying to get the car stopped. But he got out of the car fine. He just hurt the number 12 Panoz, which has been having its problems. It is the have-not entry in the Panoz team.
Yes, and a reflective looking David Salins, who's sitting at the edge of the track as the Bentley Steamroller continues. If you are just joining us here at the circuit, so welcome back to full coverage of the 2003 Le Mans 24 Hours. It's 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com and around the world at Autosport.com and www.radiolemans.com. Still that number 7. Christensen Bentley leading the way in 2nd place. Mark Blundell now at the wheel of the number 8. He's there because David Brabham has just given up the seat, and that means that he's available to talk to us with Joe Bradley in the pit lane.
David, what sort of car did you hand over to Mark there?
Well, the car's in pretty good shape. You know, we've had quite a few delays, which has been unfortunate. We've had 2 battery changes, one in my stint, which obviously cost us a lot of time. But, you know, the car was good. The tyres were gripping pretty well. Just pushing as hard as they could. It was nice to get into a bit of a rhythm. I found it really difficult at night to get into a rhythm. I felt like giving up sometimes because the traffic just, I mean, my times were just all over the place, and you get so frustrated when you're out there because, you know, you just can't get into a rhythm. You just can't get into a flow, and I always seem to get them right at the wrong spot. That's the first stint where it kind of flowed, so made the most of it.
What sort of influence did the battery problem have on the performance of the car? Did it show at all?
No, because it wasn't actually the battery. Mark had a problem with the battery, and it was the battery. So when it came up again, we obviously thought there was another problem. So we think it was actually something in the telemetry, a little bit of a spike or something, but it kept on all the way in. So I thought, I've got to come in. So at least we know that it wasn't the battery, and if we see it again, then we can probably just reset it and then see what happens, you know.
David, what's the mental approach from here on in? Is it a flat-out race, hoping that the sister car will break? Do you have to keep the pressure up?
Oh yeah, I mean we have to. We just got to keep pushing it. I mean, obviously it's great to see Bentley's 1-2. Obviously from our side we'd like to be number 1 at this time, but you know, I've been around long enough to know that anything can happen. So we just got to keep our heads up, just keep pushing, and you know, obviously you don't want disaster to happen to your sister car, but you know, we need a little bit of luck just to be able to catch up.
Well, if you guys had if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all, I think is the way the song goes. Thanks for talking to us, David.
Just seeing some more pictures there, Joe and Paul, of that rather nasty incident, losing the wheel coming off completely and taking part of the suspension with it. And David Sallins, Paul, just a passenger there as he went into the tyres rather heavily at Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation, that, because you've been driving this thing which has a steering wheel in front of you, which has been working for however long we've been going now, about 18 hours, and then all of a sudden when you turn the steering wheel, nothing happens. You kind of, what do you do now? And as you say, you're just a passenger, you have to sit there and accept the inevitable. And thanks to the way that the circuit's designed, it's very safe, and the car obviously stood up very well to the impact. But yeah, sadly, that's one of very few accident retirements that we've had. Most of the retirements have been down to mechanical fragility rather than that kind of, or a mechanical fragility in the pits, I should say, rather than one that stopped the car out on the circuit, as happened in that case. So that means brings the number of retirements up to 14, with just a mere matter of 6 laps to go, John.
Now, we've been watching those pictures and the replays of that Panoz going into the wall. Henry Hope Frost has gone down to the pits. What can you tell us from there? First of all, do we know if David's all right, Henry?
Well, John, Joe Bradley actually beat me down there.
Yeah, as ever, I have got the Swifter trainers on this morning. There's nothing coming back to the team so far. I may be able to get a word with Benjamin Leuenberger. Ben, we need to step out here because I'm going to lose my signal. Ben, is any news gotten back from David across the radio? Do we know what the problem was with the car?
Yeah, it looked like he lost the tire, maybe a puncture. But we don't know if the car is coming back or not. We hope to get the car back and get it back on the track soon.
We know we lost a lot of time with that suspension problem during the night. Do you think it's connected, maybe?
Actually, I don't think so, no. We fixed that problem, and it's a different one now.
Have we heard from David, and is he fine and okay? Because it looked a heavy impact.
I didn't see it exactly, but I don't think he had a hard impact. He just lost a tire and went to the gravel and got stuck there.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Ben.
This is the Insomniacs coverage of Le Mans 2003 on Speed TV. Welcome if you're just joining us in the United States of America, or perhaps just returning to the circuit after some sleep and a shower and a bit of a tune-up yourself. 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans. John Hindorf in the studio with the usual gang, bringing you coverage of the world's greatest motor race. Delighted to say that we're joined in the studio just at the back of the paddock here, where we're situated amongst the tyre trucks, by Tim Pendergast from Orbit Racing. Tim, second position overall for your car at the moment?
Yeah, we've been battling very good with the Peterson Racing Alex Job 996 GT3 RS. Kind of trading back and forth through the evening. We've both had a couple of minor setbacks. We had a radiator go bad, they had a radiator go bad. Just some minor things going back and forth. The GT class has been very competitive. Yeah, extremely competitive. Since the beginning of the race, really battling. You know, we dropped back to 7th or fought our way back up. Same with Alex Job and the Peterson guys. We were expecting the racers group, but unfortunately they had a transmission difficulty and had to change the transmission early in the race, dropped them way back. And there have been some other difficulties with some of the other cars that have actually helped us tremendously. The Semco Ferrari blew up motor.
While it was leading?
Yes, they had just taken the lead from us and then promptly had a motor expire and some other cars. So we're very happy. The team is, you know, ecstatic.
It's no coincidence, is it, that the top GT teams from the American Le Mans Series are the top GT teams here. You can't underestimate the effect that the American Le Mans Series is having on the race that really started the American Le Mans Series. It's almost like bringing back something to the whole place where the American Le Mans Series started, at least where the rules came from.
It definitely is. The big advantage they've got, as opposed to running, if they're running in the FIA series or if they're running in the Japanese series, is that they run 8, 9, 10 races a year to the same set of rules over and over and over. They're very familiar with the cars and how everything works. When you come from a different series with a different set of rules, it does present some difficulties. You know, so in these three teams, Racers Group, Alex, Job, Peterson, and Orbit, as well as the Risi Competition and Semco, you know, all very good competitive teams in the American Le Mans Series, and it shows, and it's really nice that our teams are making a showing.
Just a quick thought now about this time of the race. It's early morning, everybody's tired, it's been a long night, and yet we've still got, you know, almost a third of the race to go. How do you keep the team motivated at this time of day? Because this is where mistakes can be made.
It definitely is. I mean, ultimately, with the American Le Mans Series, we run 2-hour and 45-minute races, as you're aware, and as most people are aware, we've got 2 full American Le Mans Series races left before the end of this race. But you just take it. We're running a very consistent, safe pace, and you know, that's what we've got to do.
Tim, thanks very much. I know you've got plenty of work still to do, as you mentioned, 2 full races, if you like. I like that analogy. Very good indeed. Tim Pendergast, thanks very much indeed. Good luck to the guys down at Orbit.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that.
This is the Radio Le Mans coverage of the 2003 Great Race. It's the 24 Hours of Le Mans. We're well into the morning session, and as you can probably see from the pictures, if you're anywhere near a big screen or if you're watching on SPEEDtv back in the US, the sun has come up. It's a beautiful day. The threatened rain, Charles Dressing, has not arrived, although this morning at 5:30 when I ventured back out and wandered over, it looked very threatening. That's the dark cloud has cleared up, and it looks like it's going to be another scorcher.
Indeed, what I did is I got out of bed, ran over, opened the shutters, and looked out to see whether it was Bentley weather or Audi weather. It was Audi weather. When I got to the circuit, it was Bentley weather. But here it is. We are now at 10 o'clock, and this is the time when Briggs Cunningham's team started paying attention to all the other cars in the race. So the race begins. The GT cars have finally, the GT leader has finally penetrated page 1 of the Le Mans scoring. So this is the time of day when things are going to start to happen.
And if you are listening on the web, don't forget live timing and scoring at the Radio Le Mans website at autosport.com. Also, the ACO can bring you that as well. You'll be used to those kind of features from www.americanlemans.com, where we cover all of the American series as well. Just great pictures as the Ferrari comes down into Mulsanne Corner off the main road, of course, here at Le Mans. We were driving it ourselves, as of course you have to do when you come here at least once a day while it's open. It's the law. And John Nielsen's car has had its problems as well, Paul, and just in a couple of seconds, that car has its problems, but it's certainly got back up to speed now, the Demblar Avis, the 26 car.
Well, yes, and by working hard at it, which the team undoubtedly has been doing. I mean, there's a lot of work that goes on, but it's still second in the class because there's been so much attrition in the LMP 675 class. It's second in the class, so you know, that's their reward for all the hard work.
That was Paul Truswell up in the tribune. He's got the best view of all of us here at Radio Le Mans. He can see the whole of the pit lane and the start-finish straight. I'm John Hindhoff, and this is 91.2 FM Radio Le Mans with autosport.com. We'll continue with our coverage of the world's greatest motor race, the 71st running of the 24 Hours Le Mans, when we come.
Following is an urgent message for all inventors. Who cashed in on your last great idea? Do you have another invention? Do you need a patent? Then you need InventTech.
Everyone laughed at my pot that cooked and drained pasta. If I had the patent, I'd be rich.
Snap your fingers, turn on a light. That was my idea, but I never thought to get a patent.
Call InventTech now for a free inventor's kit and get our free video or DVD with your confidential submission. Call 1-800-409-5959.
Every day, AmeriDebt helps more people with money problems.
My credit card debt was outrageous. Then I called AmeriDebt. They contacted my creditors and got my payments almost cut in half.
AmeriDebt is a non-profit organization that offers free consultations to consumers seeking to eliminate their debt.
Every month I pay our credit card bills, but the balances never seem to get smaller.
AmeriDebt got our interest rates reduced, and now the balances are dropping dramatically.
Call 1-800-641-8880. AmeriDebt, helping America get out of debt.
Welcome back to coverage of the 2003 Le Mans 24 Hours. This is John Hindorf in the studio. Let's go straight down in the pit lane for an update on pit activity. Joe Bradley.
Well, no activity as yet, John, but we're due some very soon. We've got the Orbit crew, the car 87. You've just heard from Tim Pendergast there how that car's been going during the night, and it's been a bit of a scrap between itself and the Alex Job team. Both teams are looking like they're gearing up to pit their cars. Certainly the Orbit team's presence on pit road is imminent, and also looking further down the pit road, I think we've got a Bentley stop due. I think that will be the leader, maybe. Have we got the leader due, Paul?
Yes, we have 291 laps, and the leader, number 7, should be in. It's on its 291st lap at the moment, so the lap it's on, this is assuming it sticks to this kind of regular 13 laps on a tankful, which Bentley have been doing so far during the race. When we see it come into view, I think that might have been it just coming out of the Porsche curves at the moment. It'll pull off into the pit lane, and then it'll be what is becoming a very routine activity for this Bentley squad, because the two cars have been coming in, they've been serviced, they've been sent on their way again, and it becomes a routine, and that's a danger in itself as well, because you know how it is down there, Joe. You get used to it and you think, oh, I know what I'm doing, and then that's the point you drop a clanger, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, we've got the crew ready, and we will see Tom Christensen bring the car in. Now, I'm just making my way down there, and I'll see if I've got another driver suited and booted, maybe in readiness to take over from Tom. If he doesn't and Tom stays in the car, he'll be entering his 3rd stint. This is the end of his double stint.
Yeah, that's right, and I can see cases for staying out there. He's settled, he's used to it, he's probably the quickest driver in the car, but the temperature's getting up, the track temperature will be getting up, and that will cause increased tyre wear. The last thing Bentley can afford to do is to take a risk at this stage in the race. So it's a hard one to call for them, but I'm still waiting for them to come into view in the distance. It's come past all the sector zones that we've got, but it hasn't come into the pit lane yet, so just waiting for the number 7 Bentley to come into sight. There's a fast-moving car right in the distance there that's just come into sight. We'll be able to pick it out by its little white identification light.
He's due any minute, Paul, because the boardman has just stepped out into the middle. And of course, Bentley is at the first pit. Is the first available pit. He's on pit road now. The leader is on pit road. The number 7 Bentley then slews to its right and then to its left into the garage of people created. People standing around the world's media. The fuel is going in. We get another acrobatic act as the guy crawls across the front of the car and then cleans the windscreen simultaneously with both hands. Also on pit road, the 87 Orbit car just passes me. More of that later. The fuel is going in on the Bentley. Are we going to change tyres? We know that the temperature has come up. We know that it's very, very hot out there already at 10 a.m. on Sunday morning. And as expected, Tom Christensen stays in the car. Only fuel, no tyres there for the lead Bentley. Henry.
The Rizzi Competizione car number 94 has come in for a driver change and tyres. Ralph Kelleners has got out of the car and Terry Borchella has got in. The sister car to this, of course, driven by Englishman Johnny Merlin, sadly retired in the night shortly after Johnny taken over. This is the remaining Rizzi Competizione car. It's taking a rather long time. Actually, in fact, we've got a pad change. Got a pad change on the 94 Ferrari, near side front. This, tell you, those boys at Quick Fit could learn something from this. And it's a disc change as well.
Henry Hope Frost and Joe Bradley in the pit lane there. Paul and I are watching the first and second place cars very close together indeed on the circuit, but let's not get too excited here, Paul. I believe they're still a lap apart, aren't they?
Yes, well in fact they're 2 laps apart now. This is the first time, oh, no, sorry, it's not the first time, but they're 2 laps apart exactly now. For a lot of the race, the number 7 Bentley's just been easing ahead. The number 8 Bentley's had a couple of glitches in its schedule, and they've had a couple of extra pit stops which I haven't needed. They've had a couple of delays. And that's all it takes. There was a safety car situation fairly early on in the race, and
oh, that's very close
indeed. It gets very close when they're doing something like 200 miles an hour, doesn't it, John? You don't want to do that.
You don't want to be doing that. We've been talking all the way through the broadcast, Paul, about how difficult it is, even for the top prototype cars, to be able to get by the quicker GTS cars. The speed differential is not that great at all, and now the leader is caught up behind the 29 car. Is that, Paul? I think it was, as it went into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's
into the chicane.
Yeah, that's the leading LMP 675 car. So.
And that was very close indeed on the Corvette as they went by. Both drivers, I would have thought, slightly chastened as they come down towards Mulsanne Corner, and I have to say that Mark Blundell is looking a little racy. Tom Christensen stayed in the 7 Bentley. He's on old tyres. Oh, a big slide there from the front end. Mark Blundell lost the front end of the number 8 Bentley as they go by. Is that the Spiker out again? Yes, it is. The number 85 Spiker, my favourite part of the circuit, and it looks like Blundell is going to have a little go on his teammate. Dodges out to the right of the slipstream. He's letting Tom Christensen know he's there. Now, surely Tom is not going to try and fight him off too much. This is the closest we've seen these two cars for quite some time, and yeah, absolutely. Going into the right-hander, Tom Christensen, discretion being the better part of valour. There's no need to fight him. 1 lap gained back by Mark Blundell in the number 8 Bentley. That's the car that's in second place at the moment. He has got a lap back, but then he's going to come round and do it all again. And of course, he owes us a pit stop as well. Now, whilst that action was going out on the track, the GT leader, the Orbit car, we were just, the GT leader, the Orbit car's in second place. The GT leader has come into the pits, and Joe Bradley, this is not a regular stop by any stretch of the imagination.
Absolutely not. Lucas Lowe drove the car straight into the garage nose first. That car is in for what looks like an alternator change on the car. It's up on its jacks. They're changing pads, I think, while they're at it, but they're changing an alternator. Now remember, on these Porsches, that engine compartment, that engine bay is very, very confined, and these things are very, very hot, so it's a tricky job indeed. Before that, we had the Orbit car, the number 87 Orbit car, come in for new tyres, fresh set of fuel, fresh tank of fuel, I should say. Leo Hendry taking over from Mark Leave now, and that car is now gaining on this GT leader as it sits static in the pits.
Joe Bradley down in the pit lane as part of the Radio Le Mans HR-owned pit lane crew. Olivia Beretta has taken over the number 11 Panoz. Henry, is that right?
Yeah, that's right, John.
Just him and tyres, I'm supposing.
Yes, indeed. It is now the remaining Panoz in the race, of course, after David Silence problems just a few minutes ago.
And that pit stop has just dropped it momentarily, Paul, back down into 7th position. It has been as high as 6th, and we're looking for an equaling or a bettering of Panoz's best finish here, which would be a 5th position.
Yeah, wouldn't that be amazing after after the lack of ceremony, apart from Don Panoz dropping the flag? But Panoz came here with probably expectations, but probably there were more hopes than anticipation, and they've been going so well, and I daren't look because of what might happen, but no, it's going well so far for them.
And again, Paul, just look at the cars coming down the straight there. The old lady, the Panoz Spider, is some 7 years old as a chassis now, went back to the big engine, and yet on the straights there, giving very little, if anything, away to these slippery coupe Bentleys.
She may not be as elegant as the Bentleys, but she's a quick little so-and-so, isn't she? Yeah, she's a fleet of foot, little Panoz, and of course the problem that Christensen has at the moment is A, he's on old tyres, B, he's full of fuel, whereas Mark Blundell's car is lighter on fuel and has much newer tyres, and that, I suspect, is part of the reason why Mark felt honour decreed that he should get past, purely because his car was in better shape than Tom Christensen's at that point in the race. So it's hardly to be surprised. It's hardly to surprising that he's being able to pull away from the race-leading car in this fashion, purely because 7 is full of fuel.
Charles Dressing, senior editor, Racer Magazine, is in the studio.
You're calling my favorite prototype car an old lady, and I won't have it. Remember, that old lady with that Elan Power Products engine is the to this hour is the only engine that ever really beat Audi in a straight fight.
That's true.
Now that is about to change if things stay the way they are, but that old lady has a lot of muscle.
And still, you have to say that the engine in the front concept, Dr. Don Panoz and his team have remained true to that. And to have a car, and it's very easy for me to remember because it's the year of my birth, the last time a front engine car won here at Le Mans was 1962, and the rear engine revolution was well underway.
Well underway in Formula One, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And the next year, that when the Ferrari came with the engine in the back, that changed sports car racing forever, didn't it?
It changed sports car racing very much as the Jaguars' victory 50 years ago this weekend changed it. Then it's another, the 63 race was another change, and then Ford's came and everything changed.
Now let's get back down into the pit lane. We saw a problem for the class-leading GT car. Joe Bradley has got Lucas Lola, who can hopefully give us some better news, Joe.
Well, the Alex Job Peterson Motorsport boys are working frantically on the back of that 93 Porsche. Lucas Lola, the driver who brought the car in, Sasha Masson it is, taking the car out when it's ready. Lucas, what's the problem with the car? What's going on?
We had some little problems with the alternator and with the voltage, battery voltage, and they just double-check everything to be sure that nothing is wrong and we don't stay on the track. So they just double-check and make a full service.
So you've got a little bit of a cushion, about 10 minutes, we think. So there's still plenty of time in hand.
Yeah, it's plenty of time. I mean, the car is great. I think we had 6 minutes and a couple of seconds lead when I came in, and the car is fantastic. It's really, you are able to push and go really fast lap times. So so far we have no worries.
Thanks, Lucas. Well, guys, as I was speaking to Lucas, the wheels were about to go on. We were pushed aside from the pit entrance as if the car was going to be wheeled out. They're about ready. There's just a little bit of work to be done on the right rear of the car, and as you heard from Lucas, that 10-minute cushion down to about 6 minutes now. The GT lead still with the Alex Job Peterson Motorsport car. Still remains to be seen, though. It's still static, it's still on its jacks, and it's still getting attention in that right rear corner.
Joe Bradley, part of the Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com pit lane crew. Now, on the half hour, we're a little bit late because of that report, so I apologise for that, but on the half hour, it's one of our regular features that we try to bring people perhaps coming back to the circuit who've been away or have had their radios turned off back up to date. Let's do that now with Paul Truswell.
The hourly updates with Audi. Audi, Le Mans champions. www.audi.co.uk.
So the situation with 293 laps completed, 18.5 hours into the race. The number 7 Bentley of Tom Christensen still leading, and it's doing so relatively comfortably. They've not had any more hiccups. They've been in for another pit stop. The car's taken on fuel. It keeps on going. Keep your fingers crossed. In second place, number 8 is the second placed Bentley. Mark Blundell is currently at the wheel, and they are chasing. They are going faster at the moment than the lead Bentley, but they're just under 2 laps behind. In third place, the number 6 Audi of the Champion Racing Team. This is the one being driven at the moment by JJ Leto. The other drivers in the car, Emanuele Pirro and Stefan Johansson, and JJ is about 2 laps behind the second place Bentley. In fourth place is the number 5 Audi from the Audi Sport Japan team. Jan Magnussen is keeping us right royally entertained with some very spectacular driving out there, and he's as rapid as any of the other cars in the top 4, but unfortunately his car has slipped 3 laps behind the leaders now, so work to do from that car. In fifth place, the number 15 car for Racing for Holland, Andy Wallace, former winner here, teamed up with his old mate Jan Lammers and John Bosch, who is in 5th place, and that's the car which has been going very, very strongly indeed throughout. As far as the classes are concerned, we've got in GTS, we've got the Ferrari of the Velox Pro Drive team, but Peter Cox is in charge there. In second place in the GTS class is the first of the Chevrolet Corvettes, the number 53 car, which is being driven by Johnny O'Connell and Ron Fellows and Franck Freyon. And in third place in the GTS class is the other Corvette, number 50. Both the Corvettes have had problems, and it's Andy Pilgrim at the wheel at the moment. This is the car being driven by Oliver Gavin and Kelly Collins as well. In the LMP 675 class, there's only one car in it really, and that's the number 29 Noel Del Bello Reynard, which is so far ahead of the rest that I think he's going to be the only car that gets classified as a finisher. We'll have to work on that one to see if it's true. And in the GT class, we've got this fantastic battle, which is about to change, we think, between Sascha Marson in the number 93 Alex Job Racing Porsche and the Orbit Porsche, which is being driven by Leo Hindery at the moment. And those two battling it out, one on the track, one in the pits. Third, he's back on the track now, the number 93 Porsche. So good news for Sascha Marson. He can defend his position, but it just goes to show how close these things are and how quickly things can change. The third GT car is the number 75 car, which is the Perspective Racing car, entered by Thierry Perrier, driven by Michel Neugarten and the two British drivers, Ian Khan and Nigel Smith. That's the hourly update at 10:30 in the morning.
The hourly updates with Audi. Audi, Le Mans Champions. www.audi.co.uk.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com. This is John Hindorf in the studio. You just heard Paul Truswell with the hourly update. 25 minutes to 11 here in France. Welcome along if you're just joining us. The sun is shining. We are set fair through till 4 o'clock this afternoon with uninterrupted coverage here on Radio Le Mans and indeed on SPEEDtv, because we'll take you through for another 2.5 hours or thereabouts, and then Lee Diffie and the boys will be back to take you through to the checkered flag at 4 o'clock here local time. And we're watching on the track, or we were watching on the track, Paul, that Alex Job car back in the race. Joe Bradley was down there watching it. They turned that around very, very quickly, Joe. They were aware they had some time to play with, but not too much.
Well, 10 minutes feels like nothing when you're working as frantically as those boys were, and full credit to the Alex Joe Peterson Motorsport boys. They got a lot done there, John. It looked as though, well, it certainly was an alternator change. You heard Lucas Lowe, the driver who brought it in, say that there was a drop in voltage and charge from the alternator. So as a precautionary measure, they soaked up that 10 minutes. They used that 10 minutes effectively, and they virtually fully serviced the rear end of that car. Replenished the coolant, the lubricants, and the car has gone back out. Yeah, it may, and you'll be able to tell me, you've got a timing screen in front of you. They may have lost 5 minutes, but 5 minutes is 2 laps. They've still got 2 laps maybe.
Yeah, the gap has actually just crept up a little bit. It was 2 laps they lost in the pits. It was down to 35 seconds when they came out of the pits, and it probably went down a little bit more than that as they got up to speed. But we've got these sector timing points around the circuit nowadays, and so 2/3 of the way around the circuit, Sascha Marson, driving flat out, has now managed to open up the gap just a little bit now, up to 40 seconds. So we'll time it again as they come across the start-finish line in front of these huge grandstands and where everybody else can see it. This is the gap between the number 93 and the number 87 Porsches for the lead of GT in this 24-hour race. Can you believe that they're separated by just half a minute after 18.5 hours of racing? Phenomenally close.
Yeah, and that's the joy, isn't it, Paul? Excuse me. That's the joy, Paul, isn't it, of what we're watching here and why we enjoy sports car racing so much, because it's the ebb and flow of the whole thing. We talked earlier on about how exciting it is when two guys are racing, and here at Le Mans that can be 4 miles apart, but they're both pressing on as hard as they can, and then other times we do actually have them almost inside of each other.
Well, yes, and the other cars where that is the case is this group that I've been talking on. It seems like all day and all night, and it's probably true. The bottom half of the top 10, behind all these cars at the front, is this lovely battle that's going on at the bottom half of the top 10. But I'm a bit worried because the number 15 Dome is vanishing off the screens. It's gone missing.
Yeah, well, we'll be able to find out exactly why that has happened with Joe Bradley in just a few moments' time. I'll remind you, you're listening to 91.2 FM. Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com. We have people in the pits, we have people in the tribune, we even have the spectators here helping us out as well, sending us messages, emailing us and sending us texts over the phone system here in Europe to make sure that we get all the action back to you, whether you're here around the circuit or around the world on www.autosport.com. I'm John Hindhaugh and this is Radio Le Mans and Speed TV together. We'll be back.
Mario.
Debt recovery. Are you there?
Ever wish you could make collection calls? Just go away and stop all those bills from coming? There is a better way.
Pay Up Collection Company. Call us immediately.
Did you say something?
If you've got $5,000, $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans, don't go to extremes. Call for Care One Credit Counseling today. This nonprofit counseling can help you save money every month, help you consolidate your debt, feel much better about your finances, and put a stop to collection calls and notices so you don't have to. Others will charge you startup fees. With Care One, the counselors are nonprofit and the service is free.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, it's Bill Zoros.
Oh, can you hold up for a second?
If this is how you feel about debt, don't go to extremes. Go to the phone or visit us online. Call for Care One now, get a free consultation, and become debt-free faster.
John Hindhaugh in the studio at Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com. Let's go straight down to Joe Bradley for news on that number 15 Dome dropping off the top 10 leaderboard, Joe.
Yeah, well, it went missing from Paul. I found it in the pit. We were talking to Jan Lammers just a little while earlier, and he was telling us that the car was experiencing a little bit of overheating problems caused by what they thought was debris caught in the radiator ducts. Well, they brought the car in, and with that overheating problem, it's become quite busy down here all of a sudden. I'm in the middle of a courage.
Oh, I do like that a lot.
You know, for someone like me, there isn't no better place in the world to be than down here, isn't it? What was I saying? Yes.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Let's just listen to the engines.
Absolutely. They've been blowing air through the radiators and replenished the coolant in that dome. We know from experience that doesn't necessarily work for a very long time. So don't be surprised if you see that number 15 Dome back in the pits with that overheating problem.
That's Joe Bradley down the pit lane, and the car on the screens at the moment has, and again, we don't want to put the hex on this one, Paul, do we? But we have been quite impressed with the progress of the little blue Courage.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's got a similar configuration to the Dome. It's got a Judd engine, and it's got a good driver lineup. The only difference is, whereas the Dome is racing for Holland, with Jan Lammers trying to get money in from various people in Holland to support him, the Courage is not exactly a French national team, but it's Yves Courage is a local man, lives in Le Mans, he's got his factory in Le Mans, I find this hard to believe, but he's even more of a Le Mans enthusiast than Joe Bradley is, and Joe loves it here, you love it here, John, but Yves Courage is even more of an enthusiast. He builds these cars, and that number 13 car has been going very well indeed. The poor old Dome, though, I mean, I reckon it lost about 11 minutes in the pits, maybe 11 and a half minutes, and that dropped it from a comfortable 5th to 8th, and when 11 minutes can drop you 3 places, you know you're watching a close motor race, John.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't argue with what we have here. It just, Joe said it. It just doesn't get any better than this. We love the guys who come over from the States and race. It's great to have the Europeans here, and this race just seems to pull everyone together. And of course, we're going to be back here, Paul, in November for the trophy race, which is going to give 12 positions up for next year's race, and I've got a feeling in November the weather will be considerably different from what it is now. In fact, I was saying to David Ingram last night of Audi UK, who suffered that absolute nightmare for them when Frank Beeler unfortunately couldn't make the pits and ran out of ran out of fuel. I said, "Are you interested in that race?" He said, "Yeah, we'd love to come. I think we'll be here. We've just got to work out whether Michelin do studded tyres for us, because it could actually be snowing here at that time of year." And that's true, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, they're talking about making it 1,000 Ks or a 6-hour race. Now, I've heard somebody say already, I don't know if it's true, but the race will start at 10 o'clock in the morning. Well, by my reckoning, that means it finishes at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, where I live, 4 o'clock in the afternoon in November, it's dark. So we'll be having racing into the dark. You know, I mean, we're better to do it. But yes, it will be dark. It could be snowing. I mean, it doesn't bear thinking about, but it's a great initiative. I mean, this the so-called Le Mans Endurance Series. It's a great initiative, and I think what they're trying to do is to unify the world of sports car racing a little bit, working together. There's been a number of disparate series, and I think it's giving the additional opportunity for the teams that want to run the bigger races, the longer races on the big European tracks, the opportunity to do so.
Paul, just to break in on that thought, because we're seeing another development in this unfolding story of the GT battle. Now we have the Orbit racing car in the pit lane receiving some attention. I heard Tim Pendergast from the team earlier on saying it's been ebb and flow there all night. They've had problems, other people's had problems. Joe Bradley is lurking, and this doesn't look good either, Joseph.
No, it doesn't look good at all. I'm trying to get a word from the inside, but it mirrors exactly what we saw for Alex Job. We've got a problem with the radiator. It's they've got debris that's punctured a radiator at the front of the car. That's caused an overheating problem. The car is now in. It's having a new radiator fitted at the front. I don't know what sort of a job that is, but it looks extensive. They'll obviously be replenishing the coolant for the whole system. It's a shame, because with Alex Job taking up that cushion and soaking up that lead that they had, and relinquishing the lead that they had, or such a lead, to this team, it put us in good stead for a fight to the finish in the GT class. Now that lead is going to extend back. It's going to perhaps go out even further, because I'm quite sure a radiator under these conditions, absolutely red hot conditions. I'll keep you updated. It's Orbit losing time in the pit.
Yeah, that GT battle is far from over. We've got the Bentley of Mark Blundell coming into the pits, the number 8 car in second position. Remember, overtook Tom Christensen 3 or 4 laps ago. Comes into the pit lane, hits his marks spot on, and Joe Bradley walks down the couple of pits from Orbit to what looks like a routine one. Is there a driver change going on there? I can't quite see from the pictures, Joe. No, there's not.
Can't quite see. Paul's got a better view, probably even more of an area view. It shouldn't be, because Blundell, by my estimation, is just going into his second stint.
That's absolutely right, Joe. I haven't seen, because you can see a helmet sticking up from where I am. Didn't see it happen. Looked like fuel to me, and lots of checks to make sure that everything was all right. And on his way, he's gone. But he's got, oh dear, it's getting very tight in the pit lane, because the number 16 Dome wanted to come out straight into the side of him, but he had his wits about him, and just tucked dutifully into the what limited slipstream there is at that speed. But off they go, and a marvellous sound as they head back out onto the track. Mark Blundell with another tank full of fuel, John.
Yeah, and he's been turning some pretty good laps, hasn't he, Paul? He was. It seemed like he was out there to prove a wee point in some way, shape or form, and went by Tom Christensen, in fairness, as we said, that right-hander as you go down into Indianapolis and Arnage is not somewhere you want to try and defend too stoically, because that would be a big off there. And
when they give you your racing license with one hand, they give you an ego with the other, and you have to keep them both in check.
Yes, absolutely. So the two Bentleys then have made their stops, which means that Tom Christensen in the 7 car is back ahead on the road as well as on the timing screen. So all has been restored with the world.
And it means that now it is a real 2-lap advantage that the number 7 has.
Behind that Bentley on the screen, the number 8 car, which is Blundell getting back up to speed, is a very slow-moving car, and I hope I'm wrong, but it looked like a light-coloured Audi. So keep your eyes peeled on that. Meantime, Kevin Buckler is out of the Racers Group Porsche, which was going so well earlier on, and Joe Bradley can have a word.
Porsche number 81 in the GT class, Kevin Butler, the Racers Group team. Kevin, you've just handed the car to Jörg Bergmeister, but you've had quite a torrid time here at Le Mans this year.
Yeah, you know, I guess they say that's racing. We had a little problem with the clutch early on, and we've just driven flat out since then. It's a coulda, shoulda, woulda thing big time, because without that, we'd be about 4 laps up on the field. But you know what? It's just the way it goes. And my teammates are doing great. The crew's doing great. The car's really good right now this far into the race, a testament to that little Porsche. So we're going to keep pushing, hope we can end up on the podium by some chance.
Are you still driving it hard, Kevin? Anything can happen, as we can see.
Say it again?
Anything can happen, as we can see. Are you still pushing hard?
Yeah, we're pushing really hard, all three of us, as hard as we actually can. Since we're behind, sort of like we got nothing to lose. We don't want to damage the car, but we're not leaving anything on the table right now. We're running qualifying laps. So
fingers crossed. Hopefully we'll be speaking to you later on this afternoon. Thanks, Kev.
A dream year for Kevin Buckler last year in the Racers Group. Won just about everything there was to win. Charles Dressing, he started this year. In fact, it was a 12-month, wasn't it? Not just a calendar year.
Well, it is a year. It was, well, 13 months, actually, if you add January 2003 in. And
started this year off pretty well with the Daytona 24, but he's not had Lady Luck smile on him here this weekend.
Well, they got into Daytona and drove that race like it was a 30-minute sprint race, except they added 23.5 hours to it. They ran really hard. You bump up against the best in the world when you come to Le Mans. That's what they have done. They've come from Florida, and they found that the water here is without bottom.
The car that I saw moving slowly, panic not if you're an Audi follower, because I've now convinced myself it was probably just the DBA Zytek car struggling around a little bit and getting back up to speed after its pit stop, because both of the other Audis or the two remaining Audis that are in the race, this one here that we can see on the screen, which is the number 5 Audi Sport Japan car with Jan Magnussen at the wheel, seems to be moving nicely, and JJ Leto at the wheel of the 6th champion Audi. Dave Mirage's guys from Pompano Beach, Florida. There's someone else who might feel that they are owed 1 or 2 results. They've been very close, not least down in Miami, where they had a race at their mercy, but for a slight miscue in pit lane, they would have had that Miami Grand Prix in the LMS last season, Charles.
And the Sebring looked the same way. That team had the 12 hours of Sebring by the throat. There was a yellow flag, and they bumped into the man in the white shirt and the black pants.
Who is Reinhold Jost, by the way, those of you who don't know, who is here. And I shook his hand yesterday as I walked over to the tribune. He was fully Josted up in his corporate gear, and I walked over and said, hello, it's nice to see you. And he said, it's nice to be back here. Shame we're not racing, but I'll see you in Atlanta in a fortnight. So.
And you thought, really? Good for them. No, it's good to do that. And when I first saw Reinhold Jost yesterday, it was right after we had left the studio on our shift. We were walking down the hill. The number 7 car had just taken the lead when we left the studio. And the first person I see who I recognize, Reinhold Jost. 7 car, I thought, omen time.
That is a big omen. Reinhold Jost, and the number 7, Paul, is stuff of which legend are made, aren't they? He had so much success with that number 7 car.
Yes, he did. I mean, the sort of the new man Porsches in 85, 86 were the ones that kind of made it for him, weren't they? Because it was the same chassis, and then he came back with the TWR Jost Porsches and won those. And no, I mean, he sort of suddenly created this this omen that he had the spirit of Le Mans cracked. Anyway, I think you said it was your favourite car, didn't you, John? The number 85 Spiker. It's in the pits having a pit stop. It looks fairly routine.
Yeah, well, that car, I have to say, has and a bit of gravel being thrown up there by Jan Magnussen, driving the Audi R8 for the first time. Charles?
He just tried to make the Mulsanne a little bit longer than it should be, 3 or 4 car lengths, but that's the dirt you saw flying through the air.
1 or 2 people have missed braking points there. David Brabham had a problem in the Bentley there yesterday in the early part of the race, and rather sensibly didn't try to do any heroics, realised he'd got some dirt in his tyres, and there is a lot. We've been talking about it all the way through the broadcast. Offline is an absolute disaster area waiting to happen for these 900 cars.
Yeah, it's almost as bad now at 18 hours and 52 minutes as Sebring gets in 4 hours.
And the Orbit car was in the pit lane, and we were a little worried about that. That's the 2nd place machine in the GT, Le Mans GT category. Joe Bradley has been watching over it like an expectant father. Have you waved it off?
I've been lending a hand, mate. I was under there loosening hoses and stuff. Just couldn't quite reach, and I've got small hands. But that's another story. The car has left. It's gone back out. A fine job done by the team there to replace what I think was a radiator. I can see bits and pieces. We've got the fluids replenished, and I didn't put a stopwatch on that, but I think that was in good time, and they've maybe relinquished that 10 minutes back to Alex Job's car, but the battle is still on in GT. There's still a long way to go.
Yes, there is that phrase. There is still a long way to go. In comes Jan Magnussen at the wheel of the number 5 Audi, up to finally give Henry Hope Frost in the pit lane a little bit of work. I'm trying to work out. I think he'll stay in the car, Paul, won't he?
He might actually go for a change. I think this is his third stop. Let's just go back. Yes, this will be his third. This is the end of his third stint, so he should really give someone else a chance.
Pulls in right in front of Henry Hope Frost.
Jan Magnussen is indeed getting out of the car, guys. Marco Werner is getting in. Interestingly, Marco handed over to Jan last time, so Seiichi Ara is missing a turn. But that may be something to do with the fact that they want to put the quicker guys in this car to try and get back on terms with the other Audi. The fuel is going in. This is a full-scale pit stop. This is fuel, tyres, and a driver change for the Team Go Audi. Fuel is in. The car is on its jacks.
I think it is the right sequence here. Sorry to be a bit pedantic, but Paul's been writing it down. So I think we haven't missed a turn, as it were.
So Seiichi Ara was in the car before Jan.
Yes, that's right.
And they're on their way again.
Marco Werner, thanks Henry. Marco Werner, an underrated driver really. I'm sure many of our international listeners won't have heard too much about him. He's been plying his trade quite successfully without really breaking into the big time though, Paul.
Well, yeah, but he didn't put a foot wrong when he was driving the Yerst car last year.
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't criticising that. It's just he's one of these guys that's just sort of bubbling along, and he does a great job, but nobody really talks about him.
Absolutely, and you know, it was his debut run at Le Mans last year, and to bring the car home in third place, you know, third place out of one entrant is a good record, and I mean, it's on the back of that he's got the run here, I think, and you know, so I think he's done well. I mean, all these Audis have got a great little driver lineup. I mean, Seiichi Ara has been putting in some fantastic lap times. You know, he's not as quick as Magnussen, but he's been out there. He's putting in some solid lap times. I think, you know, this Audi, the Team Go, the Audi Sport Japan car, has done very well, and it's had some bad luck, but it does happen at Le Mans that private Audis seem to have bad luck, and we go back to this Yerst magic. When Team Yerst run the cars, they just run like clockwork, and even when they have bad luck, it just turns into good luck, and they finish first, second, and third. Another Audi in the pits, so Henry can be busy again.
Yeah, and this is the number 6 car, Stefan Johansson in the champion Audi, the ADT champion machine. 3rd position overall coming down pit lane, and Henry has only had to step a couple of paces to his left to get into the champion pit. Henry?
Yes, JJ's in, the car is stationary, and the traditional swarm of mechanics around that car. I'm just walking up behind it because I was having a Corvette moment, because they were having a double pit stop, or they just had one and another one about to happen with Ollie Gavin getting in the car. JJ is staying in the champion Audi, taking on fuel at the moment, and it looks as though there'll be no new rubber required. It's just a fuel stop for JJ. These Audis are doing good fuel mileage, aren't they, Paul? It seems ages since we last saw this car in the pits.
Yes, I mean, the Audis are just routinely doing 15 laps on every tank of fuel. There was speculation before the race about how many laps would be done and whether 15 would be possible or not, and whether the gap between Bentley and Audi would be 1 lap or 2 or whatever. But it's been very, very consistent throughout the race. Because we've had so much solid running in the same kind of weather conditions with no safety cars, it's been quite easy to pick it out. And every Bentley stint has been pretty much 13 laps, and the Audis have been running so solidly on 15s, but they've not been able to run quickly enough. So end of the day, we've got the situation we have.
I have to say that Henry is absolutely right. Those cars have been running very, very well indeed. We only saw that slight miscue from the Audi UK car, really not of their making. Frank Biela unable to get into the pits, and tried to get around a lap when they needed 6 to 7 litres, and he only had 3 in the tank, and that was the end of their day. Bad luck for them. Delighted to see that all is well and our technology has not failed us. I've got thanks Andy. Rob Collins has emailed us at the studio to say fantastic work on SPEEDtv. So that proves at least that all of our hookups have worked and the plugs have been put in the right place, thanks to the SPEEDtv and Radio Le Mans engineers for working that out for us. We'll be taking a short break in a few moments' time. When we come back, we'll have continued coverage of the 2003 71st running and the 80th anniversary, of course, of the world's greatest motor race. We're live at the 2003 Le Mans 24 Hours. The sun is shining. We've got the world's greatest cars and drivers. Who could ask for anything more?
I like to have fun when I'm online, but my old email just wasn't any fun. Then I signed up for MSN8. Got my butterfly. This guy never quits. Now I can email photos with graphics and cool type. Now that's fun. He also lets me browse with my friends. Well, you know, surf the same sites at the same time. It's great. Yep, me and my butterfly, or what you call social creatures.
Looking for a more expressive internet service? Try MSN8, built with advanced Microsoft software. Go to get.msn.com today and get 2 free months when you sign up. MSN8 helps you take email farther with photo editing and custom graphics built right in. You'll also get shared browsing that lets you link up with a friend and see the best of the web together. Plus other features AOL can't match. Switching is easy and hassle-free with powerful switching software that moves your AOL address book, notifies your contacts, and forwards your emails for a month. Go to get.msn.com today and get 2 free months when you sign up. MSN8. It's better with the butterfly.
"24 hours a day, all the news on and off the track. Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com.
At Pratt & Miller, we have a small problem: living up to our remarkable reputation. You see, our customers keep winning. Whether it's single-seater programs, sports cars, or Corvette at Le Mans, we just keep seeing our clients and drivers getting up on the podium. With such a heritage, we're continually investing in our technologies, equipment, and people. This way, we live up to our reputation, and our customers live up to theirs. It's why so many successful motorsport leaders, when they think about going racing, think Pratt & Miller. Shouldn't you? Design, develop, build, race, win. At Pratt & Miller, we think it sounds quite logical.
Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com, broadcast around the world on www.autosport.com.
And welcome back to Radio Le Mans. John Hindhaugh and Charles Dressing in the studio. Joe Bradley and Henry Hope Frost are in the pit lane. We'll talk to them in a moment, but let's get a quick update on the positions at just after 11 o'clock here in France. Here's Paul Truswell in the Tribune.
Yeah, the top 4 still the same. The number 7 from the number 8, Bentley 1-2 at the front of the field, and then behind that the 2 Audis, number 6 from number 5. All of those cars having had pit stops within the last 15 minutes, so we can look forward to some nice fast running and maybe compare some lap times between the first 4, see who's pushing on, see who's just maybe taking things a little bit easier. Really the class of the field is those top 4, and as I say, with them all having made pit stops, there's a good long half hour at least we've got where we can see them racing each other. New 5th place car is now the number 11 Panoz. This car currently in the hands of Olivier Beretta, Max Papis and Gunnar Jeanette, the drivers who have been sharing it with him, and a little bit by good fortune, because he's moved up as the result of misfortunes as others, but they haven't really put a wheel wrong themselves, and keeping your fingers crossed that that car can continue in 5th place, a place that it achieved back in the year 2000, and it would be nice if that could be repeated again here at Le Mans in 2003. In 6th place at the moment is the first of the Judd engine cars now, with the Courage number 13 with its Judd Jonathan Cochet doing the driving of that car at the moment. It's only a lap behind the Panoz, so the Panoz is going to have to watch out, because if it does have a hiccup, then that Courage is going to pounce. In 7th place is the number 18 Courage. It's Sahil Ayari driving the turbocharged Peugeot engined Courage, entered by Henri Pescarolo's team, Pescarolo Sport. Another car that's had a good trouble-free run. They've got on with it, they know what they're doing, and they are only a minute and a half behind the other Courage, the car entered by the Works team. And then in 8th place is the recovering Andy Wallace, trying to catch up, trying to make up ground following that longish pit stop that they had. They're just looking back to see how much they lost. It was 11 minutes they lost in the pits, and they're going to start taking places back once they close up another 2 and a bit minutes. So prospects for the number 15 car. There's long enough for them to do it if they can keep concentration and if the car performs for them. The number 15 car currently, though, in 8th place. In 9th place is the next Courage up. They're showing commendable reliability. All the Courages are still there. The only one that's retired is the one in the 675 class, and it's number 17 in 9th place. And then in 10th place is the fastest of the GTS cars, and another car about whom the reliability was thought a little bit suspect, but I think, John, you're a bit like me in that you're keeping your fingers crossed for that GTS Ferrari.
Saying nothing, but, absolutely nothing at all.
Because it would be nice to have the V12 getting to the finish, and they've made such a good effort this year, haven't they? I mean,
all three of those guys know where I live, and if I curse that one, my windows will be gone, I tell you.
So the GTS class has not only has that Ferrari been driving very, very well. They had a minor misfire on it early on. They got to the bottom of it, they fixed it, and I think since then it's run pretty faultlessly. The Chevrolet Corvettes are kind of lined up a little bit further behind it, and the gap now has built up so that it is some 18 laps. No, not as many as that, 16 laps that the Ferrari has as an advantage. So they've got some time to repair anything if it does prove fragile, because the Corvettes, of course, have had their own problems this year with number 53 and number 50 both having had their problems, although coincidentally the problems have almost evened themselves out, and the two cars are running round within less than a minute of each other at the moment, number 53 ahead of number 50. That's just how this game plays out sometimes. As far as the battle for GT is concerned, what was a battle has petered out for the moment because the Alex Job Racing Porsche has not only got the job done in the pits, but they've got the job done on the track as well, because Sasha Marson is currently at the wheel of that car. The other two drivers there, Lucas Luhr and Emmanuel Collard, extremely strong, and the strength in depth of that team has been part of the reason for its success, as well as having a bit of luck in that they've got their problems fixed when they needed to. So number 93 leads GT, 87 the Orbit Racing Porsche is second in that class, and a masterpiece of slowly catchy monkey type of activity from the number 75 Porsche, because that's just been trundling around in really not attracting attention to itself at all. Is the Ian Khan, Michel Neugarten and Nigel Smith Porsche, number 75, and it just carries on and carries on and carries on, and if the reward of that is going to be a podium at the end of the 2003 Le Mans 24, it will be worth it, won't it, John?
It certainly will be. It certainly will be. You know, all of these guys deserve something out of this. Everybody who started, I always feel, should finish, but that obviously can't happen. But it's nice to get the guys who have worked very hard. Let's go down into the pit lane now. We're watching pictures on the screens of Tom Christensen circulating in the lead. Let's go down to Joe Bradley.
The pit lane team with Jack Barclay Bentley, Britain's #1 Bentley centre.
John Wickham, team manager for Team Bentley. John, I take it everything's going to plan other than that little battery problem on the year car?
Yeah, everything is. We're obviously very pleased with car 7. It's running very smoothly. Things can go wrong in X5. We've done a lot of testing, and of course the Sebring race, plus other bits and pieces to replicate what we do here. So we're hopeful that it'll survive.
Now, you know how much of a fan base you're going to have created by this afternoon. I mean, you've got a lot of fans here, but also I think it was good to see the cars out in the United States. Is it dependent on what happens this afternoon, whether or not we'll see you at maybe Petit in October?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of decisions to be made after this race. when we talk about the future, it's always after this race, the discussion. So that's where we're going, I'm sure.
What would you like personally, John? I take it you would like to take this car everywhere.
Well, yes, a full racing program would be fantastic.
What does it do for the team's morale when you see the crowd in front of us there across in the stands, all waving Bentley banners and rooting and whooping and hollering, aren't they?
Yeah, it's great, fantastic. Really gives our lads a lift, and they've been up all night. As you can see, they're resting now, but they really sort of lifts them and gives them something to go for.
Thanks for talking to us, John. I know it's a busy period of time, still quite a way to go.
Yeah, indeed.
Thanks, John. Thanks, John Wickham.
The pit lane team with HRO in Audi, Britain's #1 Audi centre.
John, we've got
And let's stay down in the pit lane with Henry Hope Frost, who's got, I'm afraid, some more bad news from that number 16 Dome car.
That's right, John. It's in again. It looks as though they're really not sure what they're going to do with this car. The rear bodywork is off. It's been plagued with problems with this car, and of course the lead car, the Lammers-Wallace Bosch car, has had had problems recently as well, and things were looking so good. There are laptops plugged into the number 16 car, which leads me to deduce it's an engine management problem. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening in the Dome pit.
Henry Hope Frost down there for Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com and around the world at www.autosport.com. Log on and listen. Many of you already picking us up in the United States, courtesy of Speed. This from Marvin in Washington. It's 2 a.m. in the morning. Great programme for insomniacs. Well, that's why we called it the Insomniacs coverage, wasn't it? You've hit the nail on the head, Marvin. Thanks for tuning in to Speed, and thanks for taking the time out to email us as well here at Radio Le Mans. Charles Dressing, we're watching really at the moment a virtually picture-perfect display by these Bentleys. I mean, what else can we talk about?
I'm glad you put it that way, because I went to about the 5th page of scoring to look at how much time everyone spent in the pits. The number 7 car, leading since yesterday afternoon at 5 o'clock, has only been in the pits 22 minutes and 49 seconds. Projected across 24 hours. That means that they'll spend about 27 minutes in the pits, 6 better than the best Audi has ever done. Hurrah for the pit crew at Bentley.
We said it was slightly ironic, didn't we, Paul, that in the year when the Audis really had to be spot on, it's the only year when we've really seen any Audis faltering. The last few years, the 2 or 3 cars from the Works team have barely missed a beat, although we have seen rear axle changes, which are, unless I slept through them the night, we haven't seen any of the rear components changed.
Not yet, no, not yet.
And yet this year, just 1 or 2 niggles on these Audis, which has actually cost them quite dear. It just means they can't put the pressure, enough pressure, I think, on the Bentleys at the front.
That's right, but don't take anything away from the Bentleys, because I don't think it would make a difference if they were being pressured or not. They're going about their business in such a focused way, you know, and you know, we had this story earlier on that they were videotaping the pit stops to play back to themselves while the car was out on the track to see where they could improve during the race. You know, there's nothing like live action to perfect your techniques and things, and it's just an example of how Bentley have approached this whole event, and the whole thing hasn't been flawless yet, because we've still got these wretched 5 hours to get through, but assuming we can, the whole approach has been extremely good, and despite this 10% reduction in air restrictors, I think the other thing that Chuck will agree with is that whatever happens, they're going to do a greater distance than they did last year, and there's the leader in. So the
pit lane team with Jack Barclay Bentley, Britain's #1 Bentley centre.
Tom just brought this number 7 leading Bentley in a beautiful broad slide as he came into the pit road. He's pulled into a halt. This will be his 3rd stint, Paul. He's stayed in the car. He's only taken on fuel, no tyres. Those tyres are now onto what I would say was their 3rd stint.
It's a triple.
Yeah, so they're triple stinting, driver and tyres. Guy Smith was ready, but Tom Christensen wanted to stay in.
That means the leader is back on the track. Tom Christensen again, trouble-free stop. You know, what can you say, Paul? I mean, it's this time of day, though, that I always get to this time of day and think, right, OK, not long now, and then you've just said it, you know, there's 5 odd hours to go still, and you're thinking, well, all right then, well, you know, that's 2 and a bit Grand Prix, it's almost 2 American Le Mans Series races, it's probably close to 1,000k race here, actually, with the lap times. You know, there's still a classic sports car distance to run.
Absolutely.
And people think, you know, it's all over, it's all a bit static and boring.
That's right. I mean, Jan Lammers gave us a great quote earlier on. I mean, his approach, he said, was we have 3 targets. One is to make it to the night, one is to make it to the day, and then the final one is to make it to the finish. But if you think about that, how it splits up in terms of hours,
sensible.
It's 6 hours to the night. It's about another 6 hours to get through to the daytime again, and then you've got the rest of the race.
Yeah, another 12. Yeah.
I mean, I'm exaggerating slightly, but you know, the way that you tend to chunk it up in your mind makes the first 2 chunks very small, and the last chunk is just so long. And you can only hope that you've got sorted out all the reliability problems on the car, and it's just going to keep going.
I never thought about this until I went to America and started doing the long races out there, like Sebring and Petit Le Mans, which start in the morning and finish late at night, and doing 12 hours at Sebring and the best part of 10 hours at Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta in October. It seems actually quite civilised because it's within your working day, as it were.
You don't stay up all night.
No, well, yeah, I mean, it's still a long time. It's a long time to broadcast, it's a long time for the teams. But, you know, you start in the morning and you finish, albeit in the dark, but you finish on at night time. Now here, you start almost at tea time in the afternoon, so you feel like you've done a day's work before the race even gets started, and that's the bit about Le Mans that I don't like. I really hate the time between about 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 o'clock in the afternoon, whether it's the start of the race or the finish of the race, because there's always that anticipation of like, oh, come on, I want to get started, I wish something would happen. And then today, it's always, oh, come on, I want to get to the finish, I want to see that checkered flag. Henry? Sorry, say that again, Henry?
I was just saying that you can't hate it, John. You love it, really.
I know, all right. OK, I like it less than the rest of the race, shall I say. But it is a fact, isn't it, that starting a race at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you don't realise, because I'd only ever done long races here at Le Mans before, until I actually did one during a daytime, you don't realise how very difficult and I mean this in the nicest form of words, how uncivilised it is in terms of having to put your body through what you've got to go through, Charles.
Because it is not a 24-hour race. It is more like a 34-hour race. Because when you get up people still get up at 5 in the morning to come here and do the work, or they stayed all night. It gives you more time to get your car ready to go. Sebring used to start at noon and run to midnight. Then they put it to 11, ran till 11. Now it's 10, runs to 10. I like the way Sebring does it now, but I would not change the hour for the 24 hours of Le Mans. It would not be Le Mans without that big clock hitting 4
o'clock. Yes, exactly. I mean, you know, don't. I'm not being a complete heretic. I don't expect that. Ian Stewart is in Melbourne, Australia, listening to the broadcast live on the internet. He says the cars and the crowd sound huge. What's the estimated attendance this year? We haven't had any numbers yet, Paul, but I have to say that right from the start of the week, the campsites look full on Monday and Tuesday, and when I was walking backwards and forwards to the Tribune, it was like in the old days. It was really difficult to get through the tunnels. It's been very difficult to get around the back of the paddocks. Certainly the tribunes at the start were absolutely packed.
Yeah, and you know they're filling up again now. I mean, I haven't seen an official figure, but I'd be putting it in excess of 200, maybe 240,000. That's just my estimate. That's nothing official. You can read what the official figure is when it gets published.
Here's an unofficial number, Paul. 3. That's the time it took one of our producers, John James, to get from the bullet of the SNFC La Gare to here yesterday afternoon.
That was 3 hours.
3 hours from Les Gare to here.
Yeah, I used to have a car like that as well once.
No, this car has legs.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. He was in absolutely chock-a-block traffic yesterday for 3 hours from about just before 11 o'clock.
And Gary Champion said yesterday he did not remember in his time since 1988 seeing a bigger crowd midweek, and it just built and built and built. I went up to the village and tried to walk around yesterday afternoon. Dumb.
And a lot of young people. It's great to see a lot of young people. I heard the figure of 25,000 Danes across here. Add that to the 70,000 or so Brits that come down into central France. You know, you're up to nearly 100,000 there. That's before you take the rest of continental Europe into consideration. So, Paul, I think you're right. I think it's going to be a big one. A quick question from Tarek, who is in Sydney, Australia. He says, thanks for the awesome coverage. Yours is the only Le Mans update that we get. How do the Bentley fastest times compare to the old Porsche GT1 winning times?
Do you want
to do a bit work on that while I go down to Joe in the pit lane? Let's go down to Hugh Chamberlain with Joe Bradley.
The pit lane team with HRO in Audi, Britain's #1 Audi centre.
Well, I can get a word with Hugh Chamberlain. The number 9 Dome Condo, the Condo
pit lane team with Jack Barclay Bentley, Britain's #1 Bentley centre.
It's again with a problem with what looked like the electrics. The car wouldn't start, I think, for a pit stop. We'll get the exact word on what that problem was from Hugh Chamberlain. He's just explaining now to one of his team principals, and we'll come back to Hugh after we've gotten rid of this break, I think.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. We'll come back to you down there in just a few moments' time. Bentley's and Porsche times, do they compare, Paul, in a quick 20 seconds?
Yeah, no, they don't compare too badly, actually. The comparison is slightly unfair because the circuit is slightly different, but the Porsche a little bit quicker. The regulations were a little bit kinder to it than they are now, so it's not quite a fair comparison, but the way the regulations are, they're restricting the cars now.
We're here in front of Virginia Beach's famed cement beach balls with
Frank and Sally from Harrisburg.
So Frank, how long have you been down here?
About a week.
Oh, so you've pretty much seen everything there is to see?
Heck no, we haven't seen the new golf course and we still have the museums.
Oh, Williamsburg, and we can't wait till next year.
Next year? Come on, what do you think we do in the off season? Roll up the boardwalk and put the sand in a warehouse or something? You can come down here anytime.
Well, you know, look at it like that.
Yeah, and if you lift one of those beach balls back there, you could be mayor of Virginia Beach. Go ahead, go, try for it. Okay, really. I'm kidding. Frank, it's cement. Come back. Well, I'm here in the Virginia Beach ocean front, soaking up some rays with Becky here. You having a good time, Becky?
Oh, yeah, it's a great beach.
Now, what if I were to show you a whole bunch of great things you could do besides sitting on the beach? Would you maybe want to come back a little sooner than next summer?
Sure.
Ah, great. Well, if you call this number right here on the screen.
Where?
Excuse me?
What number?
What if I were to tell you that simply by calling this number on the screen...
What screen?
Where?
You see it, don't you? Call the number on the screen, they'll shoot one right out to you.
Can I have this one?
All right, I'll call the number.
The pit lane team with Jack Barclay Bentley, Britain's #1 Bentley centre.
Well, just before the break, we managed to cut Joe Bradley off in his prime. He was waiting to speak to Hugh Chamberlain down at the Condo pit. I think we've managed now to extricate Hugh from his team meeting, and Joe Bradley can give us the news.
Hugh, you must have quite a logbook of problems that the team has overcome in this race so far.
Yeah, we have. An awful lot of problems that we've overcome.
Can you give us a précis version of what those problems have been so far?
Well, the worst one was the fuel tank that split before we started, and that took, the guys did an immense job then. They actually removed the engine gearbox as a complete unit and pulled it backwards to get at the leak. And that was something you then had to get at a seal with a 7/8 dwarf, and this guy got his hand in there and managed to fit it. It took him about 4 hours with the engine out, and they took the engine out, refitted it, and put the engine back again in less than 2 hours. So it just shows how lazy the bastards were when they were at my But when we started the race, we had a gearbox failure, a half shaft failure. A sensor on the engine went down and said that we hadn't got any oil pressure, but the engine kept on running perfectly, so we changed the sensor, and that was obviously something wrong, a glitch in the electrics, because it still doesn't show the oil pressure being correct. But the engine's run perfectly now for 18 odd hours, so we assume that's all right. We changed the gearbox twice, and the battery about 3 or 4 times. There's something, basically the starter motor is very small, and it gets very hot, and it needs an awful lot of ohms and amps and watts and things to make it work, and we keep enough to keep the battery well up.
You mentioned there, Hugh, about changing the gearbox. You mentioned there changing the gearbox. What do you think of the new regulations that are going to come in next year that prohibits that?
Well, it doesn't quite, no, because I was lying.
I don't mean change the gearbox. I mean change the gears in the gearbox.
I see, and
I
that's
wasn't
going to
being
be
pedantic, because I'm normally pedantic, and everybody says what a pain I am. But no, I think it's a very good thing you can't change the gearbox, because if you design a motor car, which, and I wouldn't mention anything other than sort of Audi and Bentley and co, but they can change gearboxes, complete rear ends of cars, which are tens of thousands of pounds, and they can change them in 3.5 minutes. Nobody else in the world can compete with that sort of complication and finance. So to be able to change the cluster inside the gearbox, where the poor guy has to get his hands in red hot oil, and that's another of the problems you have to do, because you have to take the exhaust system off, which is pretty warm as well. That is part of changing things on racing cars. But to just throw $1 million at it and say, well, we'll just take the whole of the back end off, complete with suspension and quick change and oil lines and brake lines and complete new brakes and complete new wing and everything else, I don't think it's progressive at all. I'm not saying that they're not doing something that's within the rules, because it is. But I'm not unhappy about that being stopped. But that's because I'm a cheapskate. We haven't got that sort of money.
Well, exactly, Hugh. You've got to compete. Hugh, thanks for talking to us. Hopefully you will keep that car running until the end, and we'll see you at the finish.
Well, that'll be a bonus, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would. That's what we'll get paid for.
It would be nice. The lads have worked very, very hard, and I'd love to see their faces when it comes across at 4 o'clock.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure Hugh Chamberlain's the man to get that car to the finish. Thanks, Hugh.
That car being the Condor racing machine. Hugh Chamberlain has been here, it seems, forever, Paul Truswell. He's had both ends of Le Mans, hasn't he? He's had a little bit of success here. He's been here with manufacturer teams. He's scrimped and saved and found money. And for me, he is one of the great Le Mans characters. He's almost the essence of the Le Mans team, the Le Mans privateer, who you just have this feeling that even if Hugh wasn't racing here, he'd jump in his car and drive down this weekend, because he wouldn't know what to do if he didn't. Oh, and no, nothing.
That's absolutely right.
Sorry, Paul.
That's all right. I have to do this little sip and dance. But no, I mean, Hugh has had enormous success. I mean, he's been here with in the days of Group C. He was the car won the race in its class, and a shame of that was that he arrived on the podium, having been up 24 hours and got the car onto the podium and done everything, and he didn't look his best. Now, you have to know what Hugh Chamberlain looks like to imagine him when he's not quite at his best.
He's somewhat rotund.
But they didn't let him on the. They didn't let him on the podium. His
oh, really?
car won, and they didn't let him on the podium. They said, "Who are you?" And he said, "I'm Hugh Chamberlain. I've just won the race." And they said, "No, no."
No.
And he never got on the podium the year he won his race. I mean, that was a travesty of justice. He came here with.
How was there not bloodshed? knowing Hugh?
Yes, I think he. I think you can see the funny side of it afterwards. But he came here with the works Lotuses. Remember when they brought the Esprits here? He ran those. He took Le Mans by storm here last year with the MGs, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
And I mean, I think that was not probably the height of his success, because he had so much success with the Spices, but in this kind of company, to bring those MGs on the budget that he brought them on, and to get them running, whatever it was, 3rd and 5th at one point in the night, it was a fantastic achievement. And I mean, Hugh, I can see him standing there down there as if he's listening to me, but he just knows how to make something work when all you've got is 3 and 6pence, a pint of beer and a packet of sandwiches, and it'll work with you. And they'll have a good time, and you'll get to the end of the race. And
he probably is listening to you. He probably is listening to you. As is Andrew Bukowski in the United States. He says, thanks for a great Insomniac programme. He's talking about our commentary going out on Speed TV at the moment. I'm not sure that American television is actually ready for us, or ever will be. He says, I love getting up in the early hours of the morning to watch Le Mans. It's one of the great things to do, of course, and depending on where you are in the States, you could be anywhere from, I suppose, 7 to 9 or 10 hours behind. We're going to go down in the pit lane in just a second. Phoenix, Arizona's tuned in as well. Thanks for doing the commentary for Speed. Much appreciated, says Roger Haas. Oh, I wonder if
you don't
that's...
suppose?
No, I'm not sure. William in Springfield, Missouri says, loving the great stuff. Keep up the good work. It's great to have Speed back at the 24 hours of Le Mans. So keep those emails coming in, those of you in the United States who are tuned to Speed TV. who of course will be presenting extensive coverage of the American Le Mans Series throughout the season. About time we picked up some more pit lane interviews now. The Le Mans is all about what's going on down in the pits. A man standing next to Henry Hope Frost, who already has my nomination for the Driver of the Race award, regardless of where his car finishes, regardless of what time he did, because last night Robin Liddell in the PK Sport Porsche did 15 laps without a power steering pump. And whilst I admit he lost a few seconds on the first lap, after that he was virtually doing the same time. And Henry, how hard was that? And doesn't he deserve a medal as big as the Town Hall clock?
Yes, he does, John. Robin, we've just awarded you man of the match, if you like, for your muscular effort without power steering last night. It's all come to nothing effectively, but what's your approach now? Are you just having fun? Is it a test session?
I wasn't having fun. That's why I decided to come in, because I just got bored going around at 454s or wherever they were. So it's just a damage limitation exercise now. I mean, if we finish, I guess that's an achievement in itself, but it's disappointing because we ran so well early on, and even laterally, you know, even in the middle of the night when we came back again. But each time we've just had too many problems, and they've just been little niggly things, but each of them has cost us time in the pits, and at the end of the day, that's screwed it for us, really.
Obviously, you're out of the running in the GT class battle, but you can still learn a lot from this place, can't you?
No, it's been an interesting experience. I mean, I learned quite a bit from driving at the early dawn stint this morning because the track temperature was so low, and you know, but I was pretty happy with my driving in the earlier stints, and I think we showed what we could do with the team and with Pirelli, because we were able to double stint the tires and they were very consistent, and you could see from the times that, you know, we were doing a good job, I think.
I know the attitude of the whole team is you'll be back fighting, won't you?
Well, I hope so. I mean, really, I'm looking forward to going back out to the States now for American Le Mans Series. And now that we've shown that we can at least, you know, run with the works cars in this sort of race trim, you know, hopefully we can get a bit of a leg up and be able to give them a bit of a challenge on the sprint race as well.
Good stuff. Thanks, Robin. We wish you well.
Thanks, Henry.
He's the only man with his sleeves on his overalls rolled up. Even when he's not in the car, he's tough.
The pit lane team with HRO in Audi, Britain's #1 Audi centre.
The hourly updates with Audi. Audi, Le Mans champions. www.audi.co.uk.
91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans with Autosport.com. Many people coming back into the